Hey buddy, how are you all doing today? Hopefully you're all doing good. Hello Rocket, hello any lurkers and VOD watchers. Okay, so we doing fine. That's good, Dragon Bolt. I was about to be like, that's good. How are you doing? Tired and sore. Yeah, hopefully your shoulder blade muscle feels better soon. Okay, but yes, we just finished that chapter yesterday, which I am surprised. It felt like it was going on for a while, but also it felt like we went through it like really fast. Like I feel like we started it like last week, but I could be wrong. But now we've got some tea parties to go to. So let's go on ahead and just switch over here. Why does it look a little crunchy over there? Like there's little white pixels there. I didn't notice that until like just now. Really surprised me that you irritated my friend yesterday, like, by golly, I just told you about her a week beforehand. Yeah. Why is it not having sound here? Cause cause I was looking and I was just like, oh, this person that I followed recently is streaming. And then I saw you in chat and it's just like, I know you. There we go. Yeah, I had to reset things with my headset, so that might have broken a few things. Yeah, I don't remember it looking this crunchy. Well, let's go ahead and go to the tea party. Stop breaking stuff. I'm trying! It's like with my audio driver thing with my headphones, like repeatedly breaking the sound. Like yesterday, it just went out and just wouldn't come back until I restarted my computer and it was still like cutting out. The thing to fix it was I had to turn the lights off on the thing. How could I be a gamer without my RGB headphones? Anyway, I feel like this track is a little louder than usual. Wait. Okay. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. My computer's being weird. You can interface it without a driver. I don't know. RGB hand over the gamer license. I mean, at least it's on my keyboard and mouse still. It's just not on my headphones.
Erica, Eleanor. Yes, my master! You called. I want you two to stay in this fragment and explain everything in the remaining 1st through 4th games. That pitiful transient witch who supports the illusion of the witch no longer exists herself. Why is everything breaking? There's a heckin' like square around the little thing that's supposed to be transparent.
Okay, after this tea party, I'm gonna close and reopen the game, and if it's still broken, then oh well.
Expose the naked truth thoroughly. Leave it to me, my master. There is no riddle that I, Frudo Erica, cannot solve.
Might be related to why it's louder. Maybe.
Of course. That's why you're my piece, my double.
Birkenstell wore a massive and horrible smile, which Erica shared. Beatrice's illusion of the witch would disappear, and the results of all the previous games would be painted over. Yeah, it's fine for that little continuation thing, but not for the arrows. Very, very strange. It had been crushed in every possible way, and only the naked truth remained. Such a weak truth was no better than fish on the chopping board for Erica.
It is possible to explain all of the past 4 games with Natsuhi as the criminal, or with certain irregularities based on that theme. I won't let anyone say it's the crime of the witch Beatrice again. I'll start compiling it together at once, and then present a first-rate tale to you. You mustn't leave even a single fragment of Beato's legend of the witch behind. The rumors among the servants, the way people talked about the unexplained events as though that legend was the cause, the illusion of the witch that worked alongside the illusion of Kinzo. Deal with all of them completely. Of course, I'll get to it right away. We now have the future in custody, the furniture in custody. We're hurrying to identify their vessels. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory had already been taken into custody. Those noisy sisters who had served Beato now faced nothing but denial. And what sort of illusion were they based upon that allowed them to manifest? Everything would be exposed and denied. Esserin Jungfrau has already begun its investigation. According to its most recent results, there is a high probability that they were constructed during the 1960s in the vicinity of New York. An aid has already been sent to the location. The 1960s? The 7 Sisters of Purgatory are made in USA. Even though they bragged about being furniture connected to King Solomon and serving the 1,000-year-old witch, they're a total sham. Who was it? According to the report, there's this group of big-time swindlers who make money by selling fakes to rich fans of the occult.
Beato got Thanos snapped. Oh no! Now she just got mind broken. It's fine.
Because the deceived millionaires try to resell the fakes as though they were real, there's a chance they've been falsely deified by enthusiasts in the field. We are rushing to find confirmation and further details. So, Ushidamiya Kinzo is a sucker who'd pay big bucks for any fake occult object. And that's what the 7 Sisters of Purgatory really are? That's hilarious. A total sham, just like Beato's illusion of the witch. Though they call themselves the 7 Deadly Sins, they're actually cheap fake souvenirs. Well, for the time being, or from the very beginning, I figured they were nothing more than paperweights sold at some shady souvenir shop. Paperweights? Have you confronted the 7 Sisters with that truth yet? No, not yet. They still seriously believe they were created by a great sorcerer over 1,000 years ago. I'd like to confront them with perfect evidence and the truth right away, and let them know that they're mere paperweights worth less than $30. When you do, I wonder what their faces will look like as they lose all hope. I can't wait. Call for me when that happens. I'll come to watch with some of the best black tea and dried plums.
Beato's illusion of the witch had already been penetrated, and it's been proven that everything was simply the result of human delusions. What kind of delusions created them, and what caused these in the first place? When the answers were proven perfectly and shoved in the faces of those concerned, the illusion would vanish and be completely annihilated. This is what they meant by execution.
An execution is not a show. As a general rule, it is not made public. This is an inspection by the Great Lady Birkenstall, member of the Senate, so she can observe that the Great Court is performing its duties satisfactorily. Do you, as a mere inquisitor of heresy, wish to deny her this right? Yeah, that's right. I'm just observing as a representative of the Senate to make sure you follow the proper procedures when you carry out your work. We are currently preparing to take Virgilia, Ronove, and Gap into custody as well. The Chester Sisters' Imperial Guards are conducting that investigation. Of course, we will detain and execute those 3 connected to Beatrice. Dillinor, what is the true nature of the Chester Sisters?
I mean, if you can buy stuff like that from shops I travel more, right? If you could just buy some demon steaks that are also girls. I'm sorry, I'm wrapping a blanket around myself.
We believe there is a high likelihood that their vessels are weapons used in crimes. For this purpose, Senior Aide Gertrude has formed a special team. We are currently investigating all cases. I'm looking forward to the Chester Sisters' execution, too. One at a time? Or all of them at once? No one's stupid enough to put an entire can of tea leaves in a pot at once. You've got to enjoy it slowly, 1 spoonful at a time.
Guys, Jack and Doki Kojiku. Imagine having a blinky. Could be me through it. Oh no. Yeah, this is just a little throw blanket. It has Gur from Invader Sim on it.
Exactly. exactly. Let's have their executions on consecutive days. For the furniture and the witches, one by one. I'll send you an execution show every day. Wonderful. After all, there really are a lot of them. Looks like we'll be able to enjoy ourselves for a full 2 weeks. Maybe we can let them decide which ones to execute first. Make sure you think up something great for the execution concept.
Of course it has a fetus anchor on it. It's just an older blanket. Of course. I don't know where you would be able to get one, like, nowadays. I think it has the year on it. At least I thought it did. 2010. This is a 13-year-old blanket.
I'd like to enjoy the executions both old and new, from east and west every day. The rules state that the method of execution is to follow great court regulations. Leave it to me, my master. I will most certainly prepare you a fascinating execution show. Oh, and you'd better quarter at least one of them. Of course. I shall make a list of the best forms of execution from all countries, from Europe to Asia, which were used by kingdoms east and west for crimes no less than treason against the king.
You need a blanket with zoom out the box. I mean, are there Hell of the Boss blankets out there?
I'd like to think up some execution methods myself, wondering that will be my perfect way to relax on those sleepless nights. I'll iron out my ideas and send you a letter soon.
Now I'm wondering if there's like a blanket with like angel dust on it.
Certainly, my master. Then we'll have the Bernkastel style one of the grand finale. At the very, very end, when all the illusions are broken and Beato's magical compendium has been completely crushed, I shall present my master with that finest of executions that she deserves, the execution of Beatrice.
All those. Ah, okay. If there's a blanket with angel dust on it, then it's probably going to be sticky once they're off of it. True. True.
Thank you, Erika. Thanks to you, it seems I'll be able to forget the pain of my illness for a little while. You're just perfect. My peace, my double, and my adorable daughter. Your words are too good for me, my master.
Yeah, so much is happening, I cannot make theories. Just like, hey, you thought you had some theories? Here you go, here's some more information. Have fun with this.
Erika, I'll give you honor and a reward. And that reward is the greatest symbol of Beatrice, the portrait from the reception hall. Take that off, smash it to make firewood, bake a cake with that and eat it. Then I'll allow you to put your portrait up in the remaining frame.
That has an interesting vibe.
Thank you very much. This is a great honor. You will eradicate and erase Beatrice's name and all traces of her. Until that is all finished, I will order that you are made the master of the sealed-off Rokenjima. By the name of the Witch of Miracles, Birkenstel, I proclaim that you will be given the rank of witch until that day. From now on, you will call yourself Erika, the Witch of Truth. The Witch of Truth. Thank you very much, my master. I vow to work even harder so that this honor will not be wasted.
Even though she was nothing more than a piece, she was being granted the honor of calling herself a witch like her master, if only for a brief stretch of time. Erika was so moved that her actions had been acknowledged in this greatest form that she trembled.
Delanor, can you continue to aid Erika and report on her progress to me? As you wish. By the way, where's Lambda?
She is over there. From the guest seating on the second floor, she pointed downwards. Lambadelta could be seen beneath Battler, who hung there, dead and pierced by the red longsword.
Usidamia Battler. You were an interesting guy. And you might have become even more interesting, but too bad.
Yeah, so much is breaking. There's like... it's like crunchy around them. And like around their... Man, okay, yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to close and reopen the game and hope that it works. Hello, Mal! Everything is broken!
What a wonderful way to die. Erica, you can hang Butler's corpse in the mansion reception hall. The next time I come to visit this fragment, welcome me in front of it.
What do you mean, stop it? Right, it's so crunchy. I don't know what's going on. I didn't do anything other than like...
Certainly, my master. I'll make that foolish man of an eternal monument to my master's victory.
That sounds wonderful. Really tasteful. Maybe you can coat him with plaster and make a beautiful white statue. And it'd be wonderful if you decorated him all cute.
Yes, Lady Lambadelta. I will strive to answer to your expectations.
Congratulations on becoming a witch. Oh, it'll be just for a while. I'll welcome you as a friend.
Erica was so overcome with emotion that tears came to her eyes. Looks fine on my phone. I suppose it's small enough, but it's bugging me, is the thing. Because for a piece, no greater pleasure exists than having your work acknowledged by your master.
In the end, I'd like to have Beato stuffed too. Then I'll decorate the reception hall with her.
Galaxy Express?
The one that isn't Night on the...
You know, I read that back when I wasn't a witch. I always thought it strange that humans obtained eternal life would become so cruel. At the time, I honestly couldn't relate.
After becoming a witch and living 1,000 years, I fully understand it. That writer could understand our cruelty really well, in the truest sense.
I'm sleepy, did not take a nap, so I am somewhat on time. Hi, Z. Well, hopefully you can rest well tomorrow. I know I had my alarms going off and I was just like, sleepy, but I want to play, but sleepy.
Where'll you go next? I'll bet we say farewell with our backs turned, right?
That's because I don't want you to get bored.
Thanks.
Thanks, Bern. But you can be sure I'll count to 100 and then start searching for you again.
You really don't let a person get bored. That's why I like you, love you. Let's meet again somewhere. However, we may not be reunited for another 100 or 1,000 years. If ever.
That's okay. A sea of fragments is tiny to a pair who love each other.
The third man?
No, children of paradise, of course.
If we could escape the poison of just a single evening's worth of boredom, each time you smashed one of those countless fragments like glitter, or that glitter like a starry night, even you would want to count the stars in the sky.
Oh, not bad.
The Voyager witches travel across the countless glittering futures of possibility and gobble them up, trying to escape their illness called boredom for as long as they can. The tiny, tiny fragments created by the human known as Beatrice had now been gobbled up by the two witches and had lost its glitter. The two who had earlier called themselves rivals in front of Beato now stopped that charade and laughed together playfully. Galaxy Train, is that Galaxy Express reference? What's next to Captain Harlock reference? Who knows? Probably. Nah, Tama has the Captain Harlock reference for you.
Etika, new ruler of this fragment, weave the truth and create the tale that leads up to this world's demise. The next was the 6th game, right? Yes, it's the 6th game. Decide the title for episode 6 for yourself. After all, you're already the spinner of this tale, as well as the master. Thank you very much. Actually, I've already decided on one. Oh, already? Let me hear it. What kind of title is it? Yes, episode 6. I really like to leave you hanging for a bit, but I'll tell you.
Come on, stop being a smarty and tell us. A newbie witch like you shouldn't be teasing your seniors.
Episode 6, Checkmate of the Golden Witch.
Okay, and so now we got the other tea time. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna close and reopen the game. I might have it... I might check for... what is it? if we... verify integrity of files. Maybe that'll fix something. That'll at least be better than uninstalling and reinstalling. Why is it a tiny squirrel? Everything is breaking. Okay, but hopefully this fixes it. Because yeah, I don't know why it would have broken some of the transparencies. Or I think it's like, I don't know. Tiny square for yes. Here, while I will put myself in the tiny square. There we go. Doop 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 doop. Yeah, all the files are validated. Okay. It isn't a Xephoria stream if it isn't scuffed, right? Oh, well. Let's see. Let's see. There we go. That looks much better. Okay, now I'm Lord. now we're ready for the party. I am glad that fixed though, because that was gonna bug me if it kept like looking like that. In the cathedral, devoid of people, a figure could be seen still staring up the heavens. Its chest pierced with a long red sword that pinned it in place to the ground. That figure was Battler. Ironically, it looked just like what he'd done to Beato with blue edges in the 4th game. Battler had died quite some time ago. No, in this place the concept of death means nothing except that one has stopped thinking. Therefore, in a sense, Battler was not dead. After being defeated in a fight over the truth and surrendering, he no longer had the strength to think of a way to resist. That's what made him dead. Delonar's massive longsword, which had been left in place of a tombstone, fastened Battler to the spot even after his death. This was all being lit by a faint light seeping out of an incredibly high skylight. Quiet footsteps rang out across this still cathedral. From the darkness behind a pillar, a woman slowly stepped forward. It was Beatrice. Just like they'd been the whole time in the Golden Land, her eyes had no light in them, and were still muddied over with gray. This person was once unable to even drink black tea to her satisfaction by her own will. But though it was slow, and though there was no life in her eyes, she was surprisingly walking. Then, with slow, deliberate steps, she reached Battler, who was still dead, pierced through. Then, she slowly touched Battler. She tugged on his sleeve. However, Battler showed no reaction. When she realized it wasn't sleep, but death, the witch with the hopeless gaze let her head hang even lower. Then, she quietly whispered, "You liar." Beato softly touched Battler. Then, she pressed her forehead against Battler's chest. There was no longer any heartbeat. It wasn't just because he had surrendered. It was because the witches had chased him from the game board. So from now on, Battler would never return. So from now on, the Golden Witch Beatrice would have no reason to exist. Thank you, liar. Goodbye, and sorry. Whoops, I forgot I was a gremlin. I have my toggle for my gun as the same as the crying face. So it's like, man, that's so sad. Then the Golden Witch completed her task and scattered as a spray of gold. Okay, I was about to be like, if that was it. Man, that's so sad. Die. In the Golden Land, The gray rain gently continued to fall. There was a faint aroma of good black tea. Vito stared blankly at its surface. There was Virgilia continuing her knitting, along with me and Eleanor talking to each other. This is a recollection from Battler's memory which Delanor's sword must have given him as it pierced him. A recollection of that time Delanor had come to visit the tea party in the Golden Land. It's the same with me. The next time we cross swords, I won't hold back. Bring it on. I'll be your opponent. Come at me with all you've got. I promise. With everything I've got. Delanor, huh? I thought she was an emotionless killer doll without a heart, but maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting over the game board. For a while we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea. Still, it really is terrifying, the way you fight. Nox's 10 Commandments, or the Decalogue, wasn't it? Those classic rules of the mystery genre, right? Yes, they are commandments conceived by my father. Hidden doors must not exist. That's Nox's third, right? That means there's no need for detectives to even look for hidden doors. Sounds pretty ridiculous. Birkenstell said it herself. She said that, because they were forbidden by Nox's third, even searching for hidden doors was a waste of time. I'd like to counter that by saying it probably isn't so uncommon for a rich family's mansion to have a hidden door or two built into it. But apparently that sort of rule works perfectly well in the mystery genre. By the way, there exist many wonderful mysteries in which hidden doors appear, and where hidden doors are the theme. Of course, this is limited to novels which have the premise that hidden doors exist. If that premise doesn't exist, hidden doors must not exist. So because that premise doesn't exist, there are no need to search for hidden doors. I think it's probably the essence of her ridiculous argument. It's like the detective trying to expose the truth and the illusion trying to confuse it with a mixture of truth and lies, are getting blended together, leading to a bizarre form of argument similar to a devil's proof. Making a closed-room murder seem to be accomplished by a witch with magic as fantasy. Exposing it as a human's crime done with tricks is anti-fantasy. Want a hidden door that leads to a little library cove? Right, that'd be so cozy! Examining all possibilities to expose the nature of those tricks is mystery. But it is also mystery to claim that possibilities with no hint supporting them are unworthy of investigation. Let's say a hidden door is hidden in a way that there would be no clues. Would claiming that a hidden door therefore exists, even though a detective couldn't find it, be anti-mystery? I cannot count the amount of times I've heard the phrase hidden doors. Well, you're probably gonna hear it more. That's enough of that. This argument is far too of a discretion from the riddles I'm actually supposed to be solving. I swear the biggest twist in the game would be a singular hidden door existing somewhere, right? I feel like it's gonna lead up to that. My fight is very simple. I'm only fighting to explain how it was possible for a human to carry out these crimes that were supposedly carried out by a witch. This whole discussion about mystery and anti doesn't serve any purpose. That's why I didn't have any particular interest regarding those rules known as the Nox Decalogue.
Do you dislike Nox?
It doesn't work for me. There's something strange about making it possible to deny the existence of all hidden doors without investigating. It's about as dubious as the devil's proof. Even though it's supposed to be the exact opposite of fantasy, it somehow feels like it's the same kind of argument. I shouldn't have said that. Your dad was the one who made them, after all.
Do not worry. After all, there are some who say it is nothing more than a silly game. The Decalogue feels like something very arrogant to you, right, Battler-kun?
To be honest, yeah. If an actual detective said he didn't need to look for hidden doors because they must not exist, everyone would start looking around on the floor to see if some of his screws had come loose.
In that case, Battler, let us say that the third commandment didn't exist. In that case, what would happen to the closed room mysteries?
She said that slightly differently. I'm going to take a shot every time you say hidden doors trying to keep me out of the hospital. Wait, didn't the well... Would the well count as a hidden door? Because it had... A gate had been put over it after they had left to kind of keep Battler from finding Cannon. Otherwise, I think it was just a bunch of gates that were in there. I don't think it was necessarily a door. What if Noxus Third, hidden doors are forbidden, didn't exist? In other words, hidden doors would always work just as fine as the standard trick for closed rooms.
This does not refer to hidden doors with hints or foreshadowing. It refers only to doors that even the detective cannot find because, of course, they are hidden. Battler-kun, you often fight by using a devil's proof, assuming the existence of an undiscoverable element X. That's what this is about.
That'd be horrible. The closed room mystery genre wouldn't be worth reading at all. And if it were no longer worth anyone's time, it would cease to exist. No one would want to try solving the riddle from the beginning, nor if they knew the answer might just be an unforeseeable hidden door. Unless you have some guarantee that no hidden door exists, you don't really feel like trying to reason it out. I see. So Noxus Third is necessary. Without that, it wouldn't be worth reading closed room mysteries.
And if you didn't feel like trying to reason it out, what would it lead to?
It means you wouldn't want to read it.
That's it. Humans are weak creatures who can't even think unless they have proof that reasoning is possible.
That reasoning is possible. In other words, they need encouragement to let them know that they can solve it if they work hard enough. Does that mean that they're gonna start giving us hints to try figuring it out? Oh, there was a door they tried kicking open. Was there? I'm just remembering the gates. I must have forgotten it. That might be true. It's the same with exercising. If you're told to run around the campus 10 times, you can tough it out. However, if you don't know how many times you're supposed to run around it, you'd probably get tired out before you made it around 3 times. Me being like, I will run when I'm in view of the teacher, and then I will walk. The same thing goes for thinking and reasoning. Humans view a problem differently depending on whether or not it's guaranteed to be solvable.
In detective novels, there's also a scene where the detective announces that he's discovered who the culprit is. That's a sign saying the hints have all been given in the previous parts of the story. So, dear readers, please try to reason it out.
Ah, I always thought it was just a classic line, but I guess it does also have that effect.
To put it harshly, until the detective says that, readers won't feel like trying to solve it no matter how much they love solving mysteries. Weren't you like that yourself in previous games?
I mean, so much has happened to me, Neko, I don't blame you, right? It's like, if it wasn't too important, I will forget about the door that was trying to be kicked in. Because there's just so much other stuff to keep track of. Now that I hear it, maybe that really was the case. Maybe my fight against Beato really began in the second game. At first, I didn't seriously try to tackle the closed room riddles Beato threw at me. After all, I knew nothing except that people had died in a closed room and that the windows and doors were all locked from the inside. I mean, seriously, talk about having no hints to go on. So I refused to argue on the grounds that I couldn't fight, because the lack of clues made reasoning impossible. After that, didn't Beato sneer at me, asking whether I'd repeat that over and over forever in an endless repetition of moves? At that time, Beato said this, with the echo totally ready.
Of course not. I'll give you the thing people like you always demand. The reason you always stop thinking and moan about it is a lack of information. If you are then given information, you start doubly doubting whether the information is true or not by denying the basis. Why are there 2 echoes that are selected? Hello? Voice box? Hello? This is the cave, and then that's this. Why is it? I can't tell. My stream deck says both are selected. I don't know. Isn't that convenient?
What clever little words to hide your own incompetence. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Oh gosh.
Okay.
Yes, I know, I was stretching first. fresh water. Then she said she'd give me certain information that couldn't be denied, and created the rule called the Red Truth. Once we reached that point, the curtain finally rose on my battle with Beato. So that's when I finally had a guarantee that I could solve this tale if I tried, and I stepped up to the stage with her for the first time?
Beatrice. She's a strange person. Though riddles are the only holes witches can live within, she began to give you the Red Truth, a method by which those riddles could be solved.
You could say the Red Truth is a hint Beato gives me so I could compete with this war of reasoning, like candy. Because I've been given hints, it's like she's saying, try and solve it, or it can be solved. An enigma that's guaranteed to be solvable can't be called a true enigma. Isn't this almost as though Beato herself is admitting that she isn't really a witch?
My. That does seem logical. She truly is a strange child.
Beato gave no answer. With gray eyes, she did nothing but blankly gaze at the steam coming from her black tea. I want to stay at the Stanley Hotel.
Eh? Oh, I'm spoiled.
My father created the Decalogue to act as a crutch for the power of thinking. It most certainly wasn't made as a way to arrogantly decide things.
Crutch for the power of thinking.
That's right. By Nox's 8th, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. This does not only mean that one is forced to avoid making the theories that are not supported by clues.
I like how she keeps like bringing up these Nox's theories, like, and I'm just like, yeah, you hear that third Zero Escape game? You can't just show us an old man who you never showed us before.
If you turn it around, it means that the one proposing the riddles is forced to display clues that lead to the solution.
So in other words, if you follow the Decalogue, all riddles must have hints, and therefore it's guaranteed that finding the solution is possible. I see. So this is what they mean by a crutch for the power of thinking. If you can believe that it's solvable, you start wanting to have a go at those riddles. If you're capable of believing that hints do exist, you get fired up about rereading the story to search for them. I'll admit that it might have the power to give courage to those trying to solve it.
You seem to think the Nox's Decalogue is a series of restrictions imposed by the one who made the mystery, but it is also vital for the readers. By using the Decalogue as a crutch, we are given the courage needed to use reasoning, as well as the willpower to reread the tale several times in search of the clues that we know must have been hidden there.
It's like the lid of a jar of jam that's too tight and won't open. Like Mom always used to say, if you think you can open it, then you really won't open it no matter how hard you try. The same thing happens in sports. They say whether or not you have a strong image of yourself and believe you can win no matter what has a large impact on the records.
Yeah, it's kind of like a fake it till you make it thing for that second one.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma. Yes. In that case, the Nox Decalogue isn't really a set of arrogant and strict restrictions. You can also see it as a way to encourage readers who are trying to solve the mystery by telling them to give it their all, since it's definitely solvable. That's an interesting way to interpret it. Still, I've heard that not all detective novels around the world will follow the Decalogue all the time, right? When you bump into one of those, won't you feel tricked?
Even the Decalogue is nothing more than a single interpretation and cannot be applied to all mystery stories. Though among fundamentalists of my father's work, it seems there are those who harshly criticize works that violate the Decalogue and call them heresy.
There's no end of arguments like this in the mystery world. Was this or that famous detective novel really a fair mystery? In other words, one that followed Nox's Decalogue. That sort of argument is already an eternal theme of the mystery world. In fact, in mystery discussions, arguments like these sometimes become even more heated than discussion of the actual tricks. I can understand why they'd want to criticize it. They try to solve it, believe it's solvable, and follow the Decalogue, but it's actually not made to be solvable like that at all. I can understand how that'd get pretty annoying. That's right. When fighting with the Decalogue, that's just one thing you want guaranteed from the beginning. In other words, you want to guarantee that this detective novel would adhere to the Decalogue. If a work labels itself as an orthodox mystery, then you have nothing to worry about. However, the mystery genre contains many unorthodox subgenres within it. Does that mean trying to use reasoning in an unorthodox detective novel is a complete waste of time? Looking at it this way, it really does feel arrogant.
Yes. I also find it extremely sad that my father's Decalogue has been used in such an arrogant weapon.
Then again, you just fought against Beato using the Decalogue as a weapon. Can I take it as proof that this game world of Beatos follows the next Decalogue? When I asked that, there was a strange silence. Virgilia, Delanor, and of course Beato all remained silent for a while, almost as though my question had touched at the core of something.
That is something I cannot answer myself.
Why?
This is a game that this child made. A game to decide which of the two of you will win. This child has called it a confrontation between mystery and fantasy.
Hello, RG Bean. How are you doing?
But unfortunately, she never said it was an orthodox mystery. That means you have no guarantee that it follows the Decalogue. But at the same time, Miss Beatrice has said that this game is a contest between you and her. In other words, there is a chance that you could win.
In other words, you're trying to say that reasoning is possible?
If you asked this child, she would probably say that reasoning is possible. However, just as she is the challenger and you are the challenged, the two of you are different creatures. Something Beato might have proposed, thinking it is solvable, may or may not be solvable for you as well.
For example, let's say we propose a simple riddle that any Japanese person would know. However, if the person we're telling this riddle to is a foreigner with a Japanese-English dictionary in their hand, it might be almost impossible to solve. In other words, it's possible to have a one-sided solvable problem, which might be easy for the questioner but extremely difficult for the person trying to solve it. By the way, do you know about the foreign riddle, why do dragons sleep all day? The answer is to battle the night. Oh.
Yeah, we fight.
It's a riddle from the English realm, so it might be a little tough for a Japanese person.
For that reason, I cannot say for certain that this tale is something you would be able to solve. However, I can promise you one thing. I will guarantee it with the red truth.
What?
Beato wanted you to solve it, so she made this game, the riddles of this tale, solvable. That alone I will guarantee with the red truth.
It was the one guarantee that all those who try to use reasoning desire.
I don't know if my father's Decalogue will apply to that answer or lead you to it. However, when you run into a tight spot and want a compass for your reasoning, please try using my Decalogue if you remember. It might give you renewed courage, and it might possibly even lead to some new discovery.
Thank you. If I'm truly stuck, I'll think about your fighting style. Are you sure it's okay to help out an enemy like this?
Pay it no mind. I came to this tea party without a gift. I hope you enjoy this place of a snack, or this in place of a snack. And if you come face to face with me again, there probably won't be time to speak of such things so casually.
Nox's Decalogue and Virgilia's Red Truth. Beato wanted me to solve it, so she made the riddles of this game solvable. In other words, Beato wants me to be capable of solving it. Isn't that proof that reasoning is possible? Of course, that's from Beato's point of view, and it doesn't necessarily mean that reasoning is possible for me. Compared to before now, when I didn't even know whether reasoning was possible or not, that one line might give me a great deal of courage. At least it was the power to silence any negative thoughts about this all being useless.
Unless the other party assures you that reasoning is possible, you won't do it. It's almost like love being shy, young people.
Love?
Yes. Unless you have proof that the other person loves you first, you won't want to love them back. Right?
Both boys and girls want to hear someone else say they love them first. That's their dream. If they're in love, they don't want to love the other person until they're sure this person loves them back. After all, there's nothing as painful as a one-sided love, and the scars of the heart left behind last a long time. Because they are afraid of that pain, they want proof that the other person loves them first more than anything else.
I see. That's an interesting way to explain the relationship between writer and reader in a detective novel.
Yeah. Maybe you could liken detective novels to that. Both the writer and the reader first want the other party to say they'll solve it, or that it can be solved. Unless the writer is assured that the reader will certainly have a go at the riddle if they propose it, they don't want to write their story. The same goes for the readers. Until they are assured that they will certainly be able to solve the riddle if they try, they won't want to read the story. Because they don't want to write what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when no one reads it. Because they don't want to reason about what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when they realize it's all useless. By that argument, it really isn't a strength to say that it's like love between shy elementary school or middle school aged kids. Even though they really do want it, they don't have the courage to reveal their feelings, so they wait uncomfortably for the other person to confess, and by the time summer ends, nothing's happened. More than that, sometimes the girl even ends up going out with an entirely different guy. That's what my first love was like. Along with those one-sided feelings they can't express, they lament the passage of the summer that will never come again, and the days of their youth end. The writer who won't write until he gained the support of readers goes for all eternity without releasing his maiden work. The reader who waited for the writer's rise to fame goes their whole life without knowing the joy of the mystery genre. Goes. Butterkun, when does the chicken or the egg type of shy love reach the level where it can progress into mutual love? Well, it's probably when things start to pile up. It starts as a relationship between friends, they communicate with each other more and more, and when the two both reach the level where they're sure, I like this person and they surely like me, well, then they probably just naturally become a pair of lovers. My impression up until now is that relationships started with a sudden confession of love tend to break up more often, whereas pairs who never actually confess to each other but realize they've always been together usually stay together for a surprisingly long time.
In other words, this happens once the two of them believe in each other and a relationship of trust is born, is what you're saying?
Maybe. It's a bit odd. I've always thought of the mystery genre was a battle between the writer and the reader, but maybe that's not quite right.
Yes, it's something that cannot go on without a relationship built on mutual trust, a relationship with love.
So, you're saying our relationship isn't one of killing each other, but with love?
Though it doesn't look like anything more than a pair of elementary schoolers bullying each other to me.
Virgilia joked at us in a middle-aged woman sort of way. Still, though I'm not expecting friendship or a trusting relationship, I can accept her as a rival. Beato is fighting at full force, trying to make me acknowledge that she's a witch, so I'll respond to that and go all out, trying to deny that witches exist.
How can you be so sure that Miss Beato is fighting at full force?
Can't you tell by looking?
It isn't as though she was proclaimed in red that she's fighting you at all force. And yet, you still have no doubts. You are the one who said you wouldn't believe anything except the red truth. Surely this is that stage Battler-kun mentioned earlier, where communication increases and you learn not to doubt your relationship.
Virgilia and Delanor giggled at each other. One guy, multiple women, and the topic is love. Wait a sec, isn't this the worst possible formation for getting made fun of? When I tried to bring back a proper mood for the tea party in the rainy golden land by clumsily searching for a more noble subject, Virgilia saw right through me and laughed. Even amidst this, Beato kept looking downwards with those gray eyes, staring into her black tea. Yeah, that's right. Virgilia and Delanor have given me so many hints, and yet I barely thought about it at all. By now, it's all too late. Let me think. Now that everything is too late already and I've got an endless amount of time on my hands, let me think. One more time, let me think about the red truth Virgilia gave me, and the crutch of the Decalogue that Delanor lent me. With the red truth, Virgilia guaranteed that at the very least Beato left enough room in this tale for me to achieve victory. That red truth guarantee will once again give me the power to start my heart beating. My Bart heating. And there's the crutch of the Decalogue, which Delanor lent me. Delanor herself warned me in the beginning that the Decalogue isn't so almighty that it can solve all riddles. However, she said something about how it could be used as a method to take on riddles. Let me try it. Though there's no guarantee that this tale is mystery or fantasy, let me believe that I'll definitely be able to solve it. That is a solvable tale, a mystery, and let me take it on one last time. When I came to, I was suddenly in that strange tea room where I'd often argued furiously with Beato from across that table. Of course, Beato was nowhere to be found. It was just me, isolated and alone. That's okay. Even so, I won't stop thinking. Okay then, what were Nox's commandments again? I'm sure Delanor explained most of them when slamming me with them. Of course, even I recalled them vaguely. What was the first one again? Allow me to speak. Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. When I muttered about what the first one was, as if answering my question, Delanor's subordinate appeared. Without bothering me with an unnecessary hello, she told me nothing more or less than what I wanted to know. Yeah, that's it. The first. The culprit has to be one of the people mentioned in the early part of the story. In other words, the culprit must have already appeared as early as the first game? True, that's the most basic of basics in the mystery genre. A classic assumption. A classic assumption? Have I really been keeping that to an assumption? With each new game, the number of people in this tale keeps increasing. That violates the closed circle rule. By that point, everything gets screwed up. Did I give up on the inside, thinking that the true culprit or mastermind must not have shown up yet, and that reasoning was therefore useless? If I read this tale as a fantasy, new characters keep showing up, to the point where even having demon kings or gods or creators appear wouldn't be strange at all. Even if the true mastermind first appears in one of the last episodes, I'd have to accept it. However, if I read it as a mystery and stick with that conviction, then there's no need to worry at all about anyone who shows up later, because Nox's First clearly states that it's impossible for the culprit to be anyone who appears later on the story. Of course, there's also what both Delanor and Virgilia said. There's no guarantee that this tale follows the rules of the Decalogue, so of course I can't deny the possibility that the culprit first appeared in the second game or later. However, this is one way of thinking. This time, I'll forget about the Devil's Proof completely and try to borrow the power of the Decalogue in my thinking. After all, I've already said myself that I won't be able to reach the truth without a multi-angled outlook. In that case, that means the culprit in all of these repeating games is one of the 18. From the very beginning, there was no need for an illusion of the 19th person. Even the first of Nox's commandments denies the existence of an unknown person known as the Witch from the very start. If I had followed that in the truest sense, I might not have suffered so miserably in the second game. And Nox's second?
Allow me to speak. Nox's second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique.
Delanor's other subordinate appeared without a sound, and gave me an answer to my question. That's right, a detective can't go around using magic. So, if this is a fair battle, does that mean that, like the detective, the culprit also isn't allowed to use magic? Allow me to speak. Know that you are free to interpret it as you please. Yeah, that's right. Sure, I'll interpret it in my way. If this game is a battle between me and Beato, then because this tale is solvable, no elements will appear that makes it impossible to solve. In other words, things like magic mustn't appear. When they do appear, I shouldn't suspect that the mystery element is breaking down, but I should instead question why it was shown and suspect the witnesses and observers. That's right, that was Beato's greatest weapon in the second game, depictions of magic, which couldn't exist in a mystery. By showing me that, she forced me to think that this tale wasn't a mystery, and therefore that reasoning was impossible, so I surrendered. However, if I had believed unshakingly that it was a mystery, it would have been completely obvious to doubt the witnesses who claim to have seen magic. Also, at the end of the first game, it was revealed that this tale was passed on to people in the future by that message bottle. Someone had written about this crime, this tale. In other words, this entire tale is a world that includes the personal opinions of an observer, namely the person who wrote that message in a bottle. In other words, the observer isn't God, it's a human. Therefore, there's no guarantee that this description is truly impartial. By the end of the first game, it was already clear that we've broken the constant premise of the mystery genre, that the story itself must be seen through the eyes of God. Is that really a thing? For that reason, it's possible to doubt even the observer, as well as the witnesses. If I could have doubted this much, then no matter how many seemingly unsolvable displays of magic appeared, I wouldn't have had to blindly accept them and give up. However, that begs the question, is it even possible to solve a tale written by an observer who isn't impartial? If I get obsessed with this, all my reasoning will end here. However, I had to believe that Beato was trying to fight me through this tale. Because it's a fight, that means that I've given a chance of winning. Or I've been given a chance. By giving me that, doesn't that mean that reasoning is possible? This part is tough. Unless I believe that the cruel witch took on the risk of losing to try and have a fair fight with me, I can't get past this part. Just like Virgilia said, it's just like love. If I can't believe that Beato is fighting me head-on with everything she's got, I won't be able to reason any further than this. Sure, I'll acknowledge it. Unless we acknowledge that we love each other, we won't be able to get any further. When Virgilia ran out of patience with the two of us, shy and incapable as we were of acknowledging that out loud, she gave me that red truth instead. That was the red truth saying Beato wanted me to solve it, so she made the riddles of this game solvable. What the hell? It's like Sato-san in Class A says he likes you. Like hearing a love confession via a friend. I really am pitiful. Reasoning is love. If we don't love each other, the reasoning won't start. In that case, how can we say that we love each other? If you think you can solve it, just you try. You're incompetent, like hell you can solve it. Yeah, according to George Anarchy, people like that are called tsundora. That brutal witch is finally starting to look a bit cute. If I meet her again, I want to try saying, "You're such a tsundora." And she'll be like, "You're saying the word wrong." If I meet her again, somewhere. Tell me the other part of the Decalogue. I don't care about the Orda. The Orda? Give me something that seems useful. Allow me to speak. Noxus 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented.
Allow me to speak. Noxus 6th. It is forbidden for accident or intuition to be employed as a detective technique.
It must not be solved with clues that aren't presented, and it must not be solved by relying on accident or coincidence. If this tale is made to be solvable, we can read this the opposite way. In other words, clues must be prepared so that the case can be solved, and it has to be made in a way that can be solved without relying on coincidence. If I can believe that Beato is challenging me to a fair game where reasoning is possible, then I can be sure of that. In other words, Beato has already left me clues, hints, and messages in this tale. It isn't from the Decalogue, but Erica someone said this. There are 3 riddles to be exposed in a mystery. One is the who done it, one who is the culprit. One is how done it, how did they commit the crime. One is why done it, why did they commit the crime. All of this means that clues related to these 3 riddles are already present inside this tale. No, strictly speaking, it's like this. Because she wanted me to solve these 3 riddles, Beato scattered hints about. Though whether I'm capable of catching those or not is another matter. Even if you think a riddle you propose is easy, it might be difficult for the person trying to solve it. In that case, it's only natural that there will be a difference in how difficult each person finds it. Therefore, as Beato goes through each successive game, she watches me closely and tweaks the game as needed to get a good arrangement. When Beato realized that I'd completely surrendered in the second game because it was too hard, she secretly worried. If I surrendered and lost the will to fight, the game would no longer remain on an even footing. Therefore, in order to make me regain my will to fight, from the 3rd game onwards, she set things up in a way that made it easier for me, giving me tips on how to fight and a few hints. Virgilia and Ronove obviously appeared so that they could help me. Also, though we still had the usual crazy magic shows, she gave me the metaphor of the brown tube trial, as well as tips on how to fight back. I finally understood how to fight, and most likely at the end of the fourth game, Beato managed to have the all-out showdown with me that she had probably wanted. Then, Beato acknowledged that my abilities had become full-fledged, and entrusted me with her heart, entrusted me with explaining this tale, didn't she? In that case, it was really dumb of me to boycott most of the fifth game. Just because I was so disgusted with those two witches. It doesn't matter who the game master is. All I needed is to search for the truth in Beato's game. On the contrary, I should probably thank those two witches just a little for continuing the game in Beato's place, now that she's gone and left everything to me. Of course, I doubt those evil witches were trying to do anything of the sort. Culprit, crime, motive. The answers to these three ultimate riddles, the hints, must be scattered throughout the previously shown tales. It's probably a very faint light, like trying to find beads that have fallen onto a sandy beach. They're definitely there. However, they're so faint that unless I believe strongly, there's no way I'll be able to find them. Please, allow me to speak. What is it? Go back, through the tale. Know that you will be given them as long as you won't lose sight of the truth's faint light. Right now, through this tale.
Know that for the reasoning to be possible, a trusting relationship is required.
Yeah, I know. In fact, maybe I finally noticed just now. It's something that's been repeated over and over throughout the tale. Persistently so. Without love, the truth cannot be seen. Slowly, the tea room dissolved into darkness. Then, as though I was slowly sinking into a pitch-black sea, I passed through the crevice of the long journey I had taken with Beato, and kept on falling and falling. It was a bizarre experience, like crossing over the boundary of sleep while still conscious. The several tales before became faint bubbles. No. Were they small shining fragments? And were they scattered like stars amidst a pitch-black sky? I kept sinking on and on into that sea. Genji-san, father, thank you for understanding, Battler-kun. No, that's wrong. The right approach. It's useless to try. Milady, it's a geezer. The tales up until now, one after another. After another. Virgilius guided Dante to Mount Purgatory, and brought him to the feet of the eternal lady who waited at the top, Beatrice. Therefore, the innermost depths lay not at the bottom, but at the peak of Mount Purgatory. The eternal lady had been waiting there for Dante the whole time. This is... Yeah, thanks. And then I knew. I'm glad Battler knows. I've finally reached the truth. To the depths. No. To the peak of Mount Purgatory. Idiot. You really are an idiot. That hurts. He woke from the sleep of death. And bit by bit, his sense of pain came back to him. On Battler's face, which still looked up at the heavens as he hung there, pierced by the longsword, a suffering and alive expression gradually returned. You really are an idiot. A huge idiot. Battler noticed. This whole time, Beato had been snuggling up against him, sleeping, and when he held her, he knew that it was not Beato, but her crumbling remains. So, when Battler tried to hold that form as fragile as ash, Then, just like a sandcastle made on the beach, washed away by a small wave, it fell apart and lost its form. As at Battler's feet lay nothing but the ragged remnants of Beato's dress and a pile of ash. No, on top of that pile of ash, he could see something sparkling gold. It was the husk of a single gold butterfly, which had been torn to bits. And so, Battler knew. I've definitely reached the truth. However, I wasn't able to do it, while Beato still remained in this world. Beato, you really are an idiot. I finally reached the truth of this crazy riddle you've created, just like you wanted. I didn't lose heart, and I finally made it there in the end. So why did you lose heart without waiting for me? You believed so strongly, didn't you? That I'd definitely reached the truth. So why couldn't you believe with me and wait? You aren't the one who's been forcing endless torture on someone else. It's me. I've been the one putting you through such cruel torture. You resisted until the very end and kept on protesting to me. And even though I have now finally reached that truth, to think that you couldn't wait any longer, and that it's all too late. You idiot! Why did you lose heart before me? Damn it! It's my fault. I forced her to endure this torture. In fact, she's been doing a wonderful job sticking through it for so long. Over and over and over again, you kept on protesting to me. And because I was so incompetent, it was as though I couldn't understand the truth. Idiot. Your riddles are too twisted. Why couldn't you say it more simply? You idiot! God! His scream of pain filled the sad cathedral. The sad witch who wouldn't be able to communicate the truth to Battler. The sad man who wasn't able to understand the witch's truth. Battler's howl of anger and sadness rang out for the pair. The clock hung in the cathedral showed that it was 2400 on October 5th, 1986. Time was up for everything. You're kidding me. Don't set something like a time limit on this difficult riddle you're so proud of. No, I understand. Even though there was such a faint chance for that miracle happening, you prayed for it to happen. You're just like grandfather. You prayed for and bet on the power of a miracle. One so unlikely that it was totally impossible, less likely than finding a bead you've dropped on a sandy beach. And that means I've now truly arrived at that miracle. However, your time didn't last long enough. If I had reached this point even a little sooner, if I could have seen the truth, even if it had been right before the time was up, I might have been able to save you. But right now, I've been run through pathetically. I can't even hold what remains of you. As I attempted to pull the longsword out, I tried stretching out my arms and kicking my feet, struggling to at least touch her remains, but nothing worked. Damn it! At that time, I noticed a golden glint on the palm of my hand. It was a single wing from a gold butterfly. The small fragment of gold was the only piece of Beato that I was permitted to touch. I cried with all my strength, gripped that fragment, and pressed it against my head, apologizing. Why couldn't I reach the truth earlier? Then I pressed it to my chest, promising that even now I would never again lose the truth. When I pressed my hand against my chest, the sword piercing my chest cut my wrist, and blood dribbled out. That blood spread throughout my fist, and it must have soaked that gold fragment with my red blood. It must have been the only way of telling her that I'd found the truth she'd wanted me to know about. I clutched the wing of the gold butterfly with my freshly bleeding hand and pressed it against the red sword that pierced me. At this point, Ushiromiya Battler knows, and he understands. He's found this tale's everything.
Well, I'm glad somebody has.
At that time, It seems as though a faint golden light leaked out of the gaps in his clenched fist. The two witches had their backs turned, and Erica was laughing at Balor's corpse.
This really is pathetic, Battler-san. I'll make your foolishness into a statue, and for all eternity. Huh?
At that time, Battler's chest, no, the red longsword that pierced Battler, began to sparkle gold from deep within his chest. The bright golden light began to change the red sword's color, turning it gold.
What's going on?
But Battler's... What is this? Battler coughed up blood and groaned. His consciousness came back. His will to live, his will to fight, came back. The red longsword that pierced Battler could no longer be described as such. By now, it had become a golden longsword. Then, slowly, gradually, it pulled itself out of Battler's chest. It finally pulled itself free and started dancing through the air, then stood up in front of Battler's eyes as though it knew who his master was. Battler, crawling on the floor and moaning, grabbed the golden longsword, and though it looked painful, he slowly rose to his feet once again.
This sure is an elaborate act. Is this one of your tricks, Lambda?
That glow. It couldn't be.
Lambda stared wide-eyed as that bright golden glow in awe. When she noticed that Battler's resurrection wasn't part of a script Lambda had thought of, Byrne also frowned slightly.
Sorry. Retrials will not be permitted. Jester Sisters, eliminate this resurrection illusion.
Understood. 45, 410, firing permission granted.
It's unable to target. IFF error code 999.
Eek.
999, you say? Possible. The Chester sisters hesitated, unable to carry out Birkenstell's orders.
Lambda, what kind of farce is this? The illusion of the witch has been completely destroyed and the trial ended with our victory.
Sorry, Byrne. You'll have to stick around a bit longer. Isn't this right, Ushinomiya Battler?
Yeah. Sorry to keep you waiting, Erica. Birkenstell. Now it's time for my truth.
Request for a retrial accepted. The Assembly of Witches retracts the adjournment of the Court of Illusions.
Objection. The trial has already been concluded and the results have been even made announced.
Objection overruled. All verdicts are overshadowed by new truths.
Objection. Not only has Battler been banished as a player, he also doesn't hold the rank of a witch. He isn't qualified to call for an appeal.
Objection overruled. He already does have that. Pardon me. By the name of Lambda Delta, witch has certainty, I acknowledge it. Ushinomiya Battler, I acknowledge you as the new Golden Witch. No, as the new Golden Sorcerer. Ushinomiya Battler! Hello, Peach! Hello! Hello! How are you doing?
What did you say? Battler got the rank of a witch?
The rank of a witch, which she had desired for so long, had been granted to Battler so quickly. And on top of that, this wasn't anything temporary. This was an official, proper authorization by Lambda Delta. Erica couldn't accept it, and her face turned bright red.
Looks like that kid's game really will keep us entertained until the very end. Sure, I'll play along. Erica, you handle this. The red truth you've created with me is perfect. The construction of truth that makes Natsuhi the culprit is perfect. Battler certainly won't be able to break it. Of course, my master. There's no need to worry at all. Anyway, Chester Sisters, my master ordered you to fire, right? How long is it going to take you to carry that order out?
Breaking news dragon aggressively texts. I don't know. I'll attack you with kisses. I was gonna say something, but then I was just like, hard eyes. That's all I need. It's just the hard eyes.
Error code 999. An access code is required to target the enemy lord.
Yeah, I told you he'd do it now.
This is a love war, right?
Territory lord? Who controls this fragment? I do. Territory lord. You don't mean Battler is...
Yes. Ushinomiya Battler has been authorized as the official territory lord for this fragment.
Yes, that's right. So, you still don't understand? You don't know what that gold sparkle signifies? He's reached it. Battler has. He's made his way to the innermost depths of all truths. That means Battler has understood everything about this world, this tale, this game. In other words, he's reached the position of the game's master. I bet you won't want to believe it, right, Vern?
Yeah, I don't want to believe it. Okay, I'll test Battler to see whether he really understands everything. Erica.
Too bad, Erica. Just when you were finally appointed the territory lord of this fragment, you've been deprived of that title. The new territory lord of this fragment is Ushinomiya Battler. Isn't it awful? Hey, don't you feel just awful? How does it feel to be deprived of that title just when you finally got it? How does it feel?
Battler! If you think you can prove my theory, you can try it! It's impossible. Impossible! The theory I've created has no holes. It's impossible to deny that Natsuhi is the culprit. I can construct a theory with someone other than Natsuhi as the culprit. It may be that your truth is impossible to disprove. If so, that means your truth won't be able to deny my new truth either. Battler spoke with the red truth, allowed him by his status as a sorcerer.
A culprit other than Natsuhi? How's that? Dillonor, let's see what this delusion of Battler's son takes us.
Delinor's like,
I don't want any part of this.
Slowly, Delinor stepped forwards. In her hand was the red longsword of the Decalogue. She also had a blue short sword. In Battler's hand was a golden longsword. The two rivals once again. No, for the first time, they truly confronted each other. Natsuhi did nothing wrong. Possibly. Because I don't know how much is truth. It's like yesterday after stream, I was like, did she sleep with it?
Battler, I've been waiting.
Sorry to keep you.
You did not. Your return was sooner than I anticipated. Kill him. Dillonor Nox!
Minus the, child. Yeah. Yeah. that was wrong. Dolinor's form approached in an instant, as though her slow, dignified movements from before were only a lie. The curve drawn by the longsword of red truth burned itself into the retinas of those who saw it. Before anyone who had enough time to follow the curve, it was already approaching Battler's chest.
Lady Erica's reasoning has solved the fifth game. No new facts exist that overturn the truth created by this reasoning.
It's possible to show different truth by using a different interpretation. When multiple truths exist in parallel, the authenticity of both is questioned. In this closed-off world, it's possible for differing truths to exist at the same time. Furthermore, as long as multiple truths exist, it's impossible to claim that any of the truths are the single truth. In other words, even if I can't overturn Erica's reasoning by questioning its credibility and conquering it, I can defeat it.
Vern's reasoning is perfect. You won't be able to overturn it easily. But still, if you can present a theory on par with Vern's, the fight will come down to a verdict. That means either one of the truths might be defeated and denied.
What a laughable script. I expect nothing less from a demon's script.
Oh gosh! Ah! Psych! Hello! Arrives, throws multiple bears and bells, refuses to elaborately. No one get back here! Oh gosh, I have covered the whole screen. Get back here, psych! I don't know what I'm gonna do, but something. I will angrily blep at you. Throwing bird noises. I could put him in jail, true. But you know, I don't want him to live there. I haven't been avenged. What do you mean you've been avenged?
Then let me ask, what is this theory with someone other than Natsuhi as the culprit?
The basement true. Balor's golden longsword drew both red and blue curves at will. It's possible to construct it using the revenge of the baby from 19 years ago, the one that Aunt Natsuhi's confession.
Noxus first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. A person first introduced in the 5th game cannot be named as the culprit.
What if the baby from 19 years ago was among us since the very beginning? For example, what if it was me? Love is war and continues.
Noxus 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Was there ever any foreshadowing showing that you might be the baby from 19 years ago?
The red truth from the 4th game that I'm not the son of my mother, Asumu. The feeling that Dad was hiding something in both the 1st game and this game. In particular, in this game, it was made clear that there was some special circumstances having to do with my birth. Butler proposed that he might be the baby from 19 years ago, and announced that he'd reconstruct the crime with himself as the culprit. As Deleanor cautiously held her sword at the ready, she gauged the distance. I accidentally pressed the spacebar. She gauged the distance between them. Now that Battler had inherited the position of this world's territory lord and attained the rank of Endless Sorcerer, his motives surpassed human reasoning. By now, the physical distance between them probably counted for nothing. After all, their extremely agile battle was surpassing the point where the concept of distance made any difference.
A good start. Let us hear your theory with Battler as the culprit.
Yeah, I'll let you hear it. I'll prove that this explanation also works, and that you can't be certain Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit.
Good. If you're supposed to be the culprit, that creates several contradictions. I'll use those contradictions to reap your feeble truth. I, Fruda Erika, the detective and the Witch of Truth will...
This time, Erika stepped forward. In her hand, there appeared a scythe, like one a Grim Reaper might hold. A ruthless scythe for reaping everything that threatened her theory.
It's only possible for the crime to have taken place between 2400 and 1. During that 1 hour, you were in the dining hall of the mansion. Therefore, it's impossible for you to commit the crime.
Lover's sprites, right? Oh gosh. It has not been specified that the time of death was between 2400 and 1. Therefore, it's possible that the crime didn't occur between 2400 and 1.
There's a restriction on any murders in the cousin room. From 1 a.m. until the discovery of the crime, it was impossible for any criminal action to occur in the cousin room. Deleanor, now! Noxus 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. If the crime actually was carried out in the cousin room, clues must have been shown. Because clues were not given to the detective, Lady Erika, who was on the watch for any abnormalities inside that room until the morning, such a crime is impossible.
Yeah, you have missed so much. Why won't this dude just say that? By the time of the crime's discovery, you mean the point at which I let out a scream and everyone gathered there. Even if it was impossible to kill them before that point, it was possible to kill them afterwards. Battler used the blue flash to deflect both of the red truths that Erika and Deleanor had flung at him. Erika's eyes went wide. After all, what he had said was completely absurd. At that time, they still hadn't been killed, even though corpses with their necks sliced open were laying right there.
The death of the 4 in the cousin room has been proclaimed with the red truth, or with the red text. Are you trying to use the illusion of the witch? Are you trying to resurrect George and the others using the concept of magic even though they were dead at the time?
I see. Since you believe they were dead at that point, it probably looks as though the dead have been brought back to life to you. So it might look like magic in your eyes. In that case, I will be the one to take the next shot at you.
Fool! How often do I have to say it? The deaths of the 4 people in the cousin room have been claimed with the red truth. Furthermore, those corpses were witnessed by a large number of people. Furthermore, it's already been proclaimed in red that no examination of any corpses would lead to a mistaken result. Take that, dead people.
What a line. Take that, dead people. When was the red truth made? Have you forgotten, miss? The fierce shower of red was blocked by a magical barrier set up by Ronave, who suddenly appeared right in front of Battler. Now that Beato was gone, the demons shouldn't have been able to manifest themselves in the real world. However, he existed here, and calmly dealt with Erika's attack.
You, Ronave, how did you get here? Well, who cares? This all works out nicely, so there's no need to go looking for you. I'll capture you here and deny your existence too.
All court cases should be fought with sword, right? It's like if this was how court cases worked, I would show up for jury duty. I'll leave it to you. Teach her that you can't control everything with a single arrogant truth. Yes, your majesty. Well then, allow me to be your opponent for a bit. What do you say, miss?
In that case, when do you claim the Red Truth death proclamation happened? Are you saying you can pinpoint that? You can't pinpoint it, so you can't deny that the death proclamation was made at the time of the crime discovery.
I feel like a lot of people would probably actually go to jury duty if they were fought with swords. When this court was opened, Lady Lambadelta made a proclamation. She said that a 24 oh gosh, answer session, 2400 answer session. The death proclamation was made at 2400 on the second day. In other words, at the end of the game. That does not deny the possibility that the murder occurred after the morning of the second day, after the so-called discovery of the crime. All disputes should be fought with swords, right?
Then you're saying that the victims were alive at that time, even though their necks were sliced open?
Did you see that yourself, Miss Detective? True, our current understanding is that no corpse will lead to a mistaken examination, no matter who performs it. But no rule named so far has prevented something other than a corpse from being called a corpse. Erika swung her scythe recklessly, but Ronave blocked everything with elegant gestures made with the shield of one of his hands.
So at that point in time, no one was dead? There weren't even wounds on their necks? Is that the case? Then if that's in that case, why did Battler scream?
Battler, watch your feet, little girl. Or better, watch your feet, little girl.
Shinomiya Kinzo was already dead at the starting time for all games. But,
A pitch black hole opened beneath Erika's feet and swallowed her up. She could probably see through to the other side of the hole. It was the same thing you'd see if you looked out of the skylight on the ceiling of a cathedral.
Leah.
Yes, Virgilia could already be seen in midair inside the cathedral. Smothered, mate. As Erika fell from the heavens, Virgilia was right below her and caught her on the end of her divine spear that sparkled blue.
Shouldn't you rethink your reasoning? Kinzo doesn't exist. Therefore, the way for the bodies to disappear in your theory is a failure. Correct. Unless someone other than Kinzo makes the corpses disappear, your theory fails.
Damn it! This is nothing!
Damn it.
Virgilia's blue divine spear skewered and pinned Erika in midair. Erika struggled, filled with hatred, but she couldn't get out easily. Then, all around her, several small fast things clanged off the walls and enveloped her. Then, 7 people manifested themselves at once.
We are the 7 Sisters of Purgatory. Know this, foe of our master. You lowly paperweights. After George's death, his corpse was never moved. After Jessica's death, her corpse was never moved. After Maria's death, her corpse was never moved. After Rose's death, her corpse was never moved. After Genji's death, his corpse was never moved. After Klaus's death, his corpse was never moved. Therefore, the corpses couldn't have vanished after being discovered. Your theory about Kinzo carrying the corpses away fails.
But so what? Even without Kinzo, I can explain how the corpses Bruno Erica, have to revise my theory? I do? The detective does? Erica was probably capable of escaping this, even with Kinzo's existence denied, but making only a small revision to her theory. However, to her, having to revise a theory she had already created was extremely humiliating. Looks like you toyed around with your plan too much in order to corner Natsuhi like that. You played around too much with your reasoning. At this point, your master isn't the only one who can speak of Kinzo's death with the red truth. This is what you get for playing around with the witch's darkness. Know that, Furuda Erika. Of course, even Erika had doubted Kinzo's existence from the beginning. However, it had previously been impossible for anyone to deny his existence in that trial, except for Birkenstell and Lambda Delta, who had sided with each other. And because of the willful silence of those two, the truth about Kinzo had truly been unfixed. And yet, to think that Battler had become a witch, a sorcerer, and capable of using red without proof. However, she had her own Inquisitor of Heresy, who could also use red without proof to counter. Dalinar!
Noxus second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. If you would show that Kinzo had died with the red truth, then I would demand that you display proof of the human's truth that could be used to make that point.
Forgive me, damn geezer. Overcome it, Battler. Don't let my corpse stop you. Presentation of evidence. I'll present a corpse that could possibly be identified as Ushinomiya Kinzo.
Can you prove that this corpse is Ushinomiya Kinzo's? No matter how much it resembles him, unless you can prove that it is him, it is possible to claim that it was a substitute corpse from someone else. Can you show that it was Kinzo's corpse from the truth of humans? In this case alone, and with the red truth specifically, no counter-argument would be valid.
Ooh. He gonna show her him toes.
Oh, any counter with the red truth will be invalid. I guess that works.
It may be true that the existence of third-party corpses has already been denied with the red. However, if saying that with the red is forbidden, Battler has nowhere to run.
That's right. In this closed-off Rokenjima, there is no objective way to show that this corpse is grandfather's.
And that itself suggests the possibility that this corpse is a body double. Its unidentifiable corpse can serve as proof of Kinzo's death. Checkmate. My theory does not waver.
Dalinar had sealed off the red truth as a means of proving that Kinzo's corpse had been shown. Even with the power of witches, Battler couldn't argue back.
How are you going to prove that the corpse was Kinzo's if the red truth is sealed? It's impossible. It can't be done.
With blue or red, right?
Actually, yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He uses the cold. I guarantee that this corpse is Ushinomiya Kinzo's corpse. Then, when Dalinar met with Battler's golden flash, she was unable to fully block it with either her red longsword or her blue short sword, and she was blown backwards into empty space. It was a direct hit, without any miscalculation. Though she had always seemed as firm as a small giant arrow before now, she was finally blasted away and slammed against the wall as though she was the slender girl she appeared to be.
Dalinar, what are you? A splendid gold truth. It is valid. Gold truth?
The golden longsword, which had been drawing red and blue trails before now, finally drew a curve that retained its divine golden color. The truth it showed was neither red nor blue. It was gold truth.
What is that?
Lambda, does this follow the rules?
Yes. Gold truth valid. The gold truth can only be used by the territory lord of this world. No, only the game master himself.
What did you say? Gold's truth. A divine truth woven in a different fashion than the red truth. Its strength's on par with the red truth. It may sometimes be inferior, but it is sometimes superior. That glitter is proof that Battler-kun truly understands Byato.
I've shown it. Shown that the corpse is grandfather's.
Yes, gold truth. Accepted. Unless Lady Erica's theory undergoes some revision, it will be destroyed. What the...
Erica cried out in pain. It wasn't the pain of her body being pierced. It was the pain of her own theory being defiled.
I see. It's like... And then there were no Archroids. Then... just... When did this... What a crazy mashup of great works.
Battler, it would be excessively unrefined to say any more. Even without saying another word, you fully made your truth about the corpse's disappearance understood. I see. That thing you're thinking of doesn't conflict with any other red in this trial so far. Your truth based around the revenge of the man from 19 years ago has been completely understood and processed. I proclaim that your truth has now been established.
What the... Why is that Great Lady Lambadelta? He still hasn't explained everything. I still have many ways to argue back, like Hideyoshi's closed room, the seal on Natsuhi's personal room, and the button in the closet.
Do you really think you're capable of defeating Battler's argument?
Only Erica, the one who was supposedly so intelligent, couldn't understand. She couldn't understand that Battler had already reached the real truth. Because of this, grandfather's absence has been verified. The dishonorable relationship between Aunt Natsuhi and grandfather has been removed from consideration. Aunt Natsuhi is pure and faithful. I won't permit this vulgar tale you're all so fond of.
Battler-kun.
Furthermore, because we've raised doubts about the time of death for all who have died so far, the alibis for everyone besides Aunt Natsuhi goes back to square one. If you try to argue that the crime was impossible for everyone except Aunt Natsuhi, it won't work! Delanor, who must have risen to her knees at some point, slowly stood up. The flash from the golden longsword was still buried deep within her chest. Though pain didn't show on her expression, her awkward movements clearly showed how serious the damage she had taken was. Even though she herself knew that the match was long over by now, Delanor didn't abandon her duty. Erica only becomes even more insufferable after this trial, oh no. However, in this cousin room, you witnessed corpses that were impossible to misidentify. Are you trying to say that that was a lie? Noxus 8th, it is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. The detective is obligated to keep an objective point of view. Your theory would mean that you violated this obligation. Furuta Erika is the detective, and the me in this game isn't one, and by Noxus 8th is permitted for the observers to let their own conclusions and explanations be heard.
Noxus 8th, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Until now, you have been the detective. Was it ever shown that you were not the detective this time, and that you were an observer capable of inserting his own personal ideas? Unless it is, you do not have the right to falsify this point of view.
In this game, when I figured out the device connected to the epitaph's riddle, I witnessed grandfather. As has already been shown in red, grandfather doesn't exist. It was impossible for me to witness him. Therefore, it was already been shown that my viewpoint wasn't objective.
It is possible that just a sheet or something fluttering the wind or rain, which you mistook for Kinzo, it cannot be used as foreshadowing to form a basis for Noxus 9th. Mistaking one thing for another is the right permitted to all observers.
There's the red truth that Byato showed during the 4th game. No person would mistake Ushinomiya Kinzo by sight. It's the red truth Byato used to counter my blue truth claim that someone disguised themselves as Kinzo to make it seem as though grandfather had appeared. In other words, on this island, all illusions that might lead to someone to mistake something for grandfather, including someone else pretending to be grandfather, most certainly cannot work. All of Aunt Natsuhi's schemes to make it seem grandfather existed were hidden in the relatives' blind spots. All of them clever tricks like he was here just a second ago, or he's in his study alone now. They never tried to make anyone mistake something they saw for grandfather himself, so there are no contradictions. If they had tried to dress one of the servants in grandfather's robe, it probably would have been seen through in an instant. It has been guaranteed that none of the characters in this tale would mistake something for grandfather by sight. If someone claims to have seen grandfather despite that, it becomes a lie. Allowing lies to be contained within their observations is a right granted to everyone, except for just one person, and this person is the detective. Because of the right granted by the Nox's Ninth, anyone is allowed to mistake a sheet in the wind for something else and tell about it. However, mistaking it for grandfather in particular is not permitted in this game due to the red truth.
So, once you claim to have seen Kinzo, it was no longer misrecognition, but intentional. In other words, this proves that the observer was not objective. Is that what you're saying?
In this case, unintentional misrecognition is not permitted by the rules of this game. However, it is possible to intentionally lie about seeing something you never saw, and this is an action not permitted to a detective who is obligated to maintain an impartial perspective. Forgive my crazy argument. It's all finished now.
No, it's okay.
Because men like you exist in this world, you will surely protect the fragile truth from any kind of pride. You will surely protect the real truth from the tyranny of any plausible truth that might claim to exist as the sole truth and try to exterminate all fragile truths. Battler's golden longsword drew a massive blue arc as though splitting the heavens. I'm glad I can fight with you. Therefore, my perspective in this game is based upon the 9th, not the 7th. The fact that I claim to have seen grandfather is proof! The noise that rang across the cathedral was the sound of Delanor's longsword clattering to the floor. Simply letting go of that was the same as resigning to the proud Delanor. Though the blue truth battler had drawn was aiming right for the top of Delanor's head, it stopped a hair's breadth away. If it hadn't, Delanor would probably have been annihilated without leaving a single scrap of flesh behind.
I resign. I give up on denying your truth.
I've paid my debt. Let honor be to your father. The Decalogue was neither arrogant nor judgmental.
Honor to my father.
Delanor sat down on the floor and completely abandoned her will to fight.
What are you doing, Delanor? Lame, pathetic, you stupid half-wit murder doll. You've tainted the honor of your own father. Shame on you. You still call yourself Mystery's Wedges? Will you surrender to magic? The history of the mystery genre won't allow that.
You're the one that doesn't understand what mystery is all about. If you see mystery as nothing more than a weapon with which you sneer at your opponent intellectually, I won't let you say that ever again!
Battler!
I'll present a truth that conflicts with yours. Aunt Natsuhi was threatened by a phone call over an internal line sent by a man from 19 years ago. Me! His goal was to make Aunt Natsuhi look like a murderer. From the beginning, it has all been a drama of revenge intent on framing Aunt Natsuhi.
That's wrong. It's a drama of revenge against the Ushinomiya family that Natsuhi thought up. Your theory outright opposes mine.
You still can't pull out the blue spear that's sticking through you, right?
Yeah, that's right. From Erica, I haven't heard of a single way for the corpses to disappear that doesn't involve Kinzo. Looks like your theory is about to be denied, doesn't it?
The spear's just... You paperweights, get out of my way!
The deeply piercing blue spear and the 7 red stakes tormented her theory. They won't come out. They won't come out.
I acknowledge the mistakes in Erica's reasoning and the need for a revision. But what the... My master?
Watching Erica's face contort with pain as she struggled to escape from the spear, Birkenstall spoke with a disgusted expression. Faced with the facts, Birkenstall had acknowledged Erica's loss herself. Erica gazed at her master, who was no longer confident in Erica's own victory, with a mixture of shock and despair.
I don't give a damn about your pride. How long do you intend to shame yourself like that? You, my double who's been granted the same blue hair as me, how long do you intend to hang there, pierced through like that? I guess I'll just have to descend myself. Looks like I didn't need a piece after all. Ah, what a pain, what a pain. What a total pain. I don't need a piece. I'll just throw it away. Yeah, that's that disappointing, regretful, discouraging, hopeless letdown of a misfire. Do it quickly, filth. Didn't I tell you to revise that pathetic theory of yours? Yes, my master. I'll revise it. I'll revise my theory.
As Erica's face twisted in humiliation and tears streamed down her face, or from her eyes, she withdrew and revised her own theory in accordance with her master's order. Mumbling quietly, she made various revisions with the blue truth, had them acknowledged by Lambda Delta, and finally had the blue sphere smashed and was freed. Though that blue truth did indeed explain how the corpses had disappeared, it couldn't conceal its desperation and was a bit of truly shabby reasoning.
My master, I've taken it out. My theory, it's perfect. Are you kidding me? It's horribly pathetic. But I'll forgive you. Because your face and your theory are so lame, it's funny.
Erica was taunted by her master, who wore an ugly expression. She thrashed about on the floor, crying bitter tears. The wounded Delanar stepped out before her, as though shielding her, and she spoke to Birkenstell as well as Battler.
Regardless of how pathetic it might be, Lady Erica revised truth is valid.
Yeah, that's right. Regardless of my truth, yours can exist at the same time. That's what this world is like. No one can disprove them, so even if there are various truths, and even if they contradict each other wildly, they can exist at the same time. Here, as many truths exist as you can imagine. No one can just deny that all on their own.
Yes, that is true. I won't let anyone deny Lady Erica's truth. Delanar! As long as I'm here, I'll protect that truth. No matter how pathetic it is, I will not laugh at that truth.
The words of Delanar, whom Erica had previously looked down upon, led Erica to once again thrash about on the floor, sobbing. And, because no unique truth exists, everything is covered in darkness. Therefore, while both my theory and Erica's theory are impossible to deny, neither is a unique truth. They are vague, and while neither can be denied, neither is certain. Because there have been no decision. The illusion of the witch still exists. The only one who will be permitted to expose it is neither Erica nor the rest of you. It's me alone. I won't let anyone expose Beatrice's illusion except me.
The verdict is revised. Because of the truth presented by Ushidamiya Battler, Erica's truth is no longer unique. However, Erica's truth is impossible to disprove. Therefore, both of your truths exist together. The conclusion of the 5th game is rescinded. The truth goes back to being even. And I transfer the position of Game Master from myself to the Golden Sorcerer, Ushidamiya Battler. Ushidamiya Battler, step forward. I appoint you as the new Game Master. Will you accept? You will, right? Do it, you new endless witch.
Yeah, I'm the new Game Master. I'll leave the 6th game. Erica, let's settle things for good this time. Stand up.
Yes, I will stand. I'll make you regret giving me a chance to clear away this shame. My master, please give me the opportunity to fight with Battler again in the 6th game. Sure. Of course, I'll give you a chance.
Wow, incredible! She said I'll give you a chance. Isn't that a miracle? From the Witch of Miracles, Birkenstell.
Erica, you've miraculously managed to escape with your life. In the 6th game, Battler's game, expose the truth, no matter what. Unless you want to be tossed aside into the darkness of oblivion. Yes, my master! Eleanor! Of course. I will give it my all in the next game as well. I won't pretend to be a guest any longer. Together with Delanar, I'll tear your game to bits.
Sure. I'll invite you to my 6th game. Sorry, but that title of yours, Checkmate of the... it isn't cutting it.
It's your game. You can decide the name yourself. Just bring it on. I, Perudo Erica, am the detective before I am a witch. I acknowledge you as the new master of this game, and I issue the proclamation of war. I'll definitely expose it all. I'll kill you. Golden Sorcerer Ushidamiya Battler.
Yeah, come at me with all you've got. Perudo Erica! Just watch, Beata. I'll take charge of your game. And in this next game, I'll prove that I completely understand all of your riddles. And I will do my best to understand. Don't mind me just jamming. I don't want to make myself dizzy. So, I wonder what's gonna happen in the next one. I guess the next one is gonna give us like the rest of the clues that we need. Because yesterday someone said that like by the 7th game you should have at least a theory or see if you can figure it out. So it's like, okay, so whoop. So that must mean that in this next one we'll get answers that the last of the answers that we need in theory. Okay. Boom. Ooh. It's so quiet in the Golden Land right now. Dawn of the Golden Witch. Good morning. Now that the curtain shall finally rise on the game presented by the Battler-sama, will Battler-sama manage to successfully and spectacularly fill the enormous role of Game Master? Let us bear witness to this fight from the opposite side of the chessboard. There is no longer a difficulty level. There is no longer a hint, but a confession. I thought it's a confusion. And it's like, what? This is the answer arc! We're done with the confusions! I don't know how, but oh, it is raining outside. I don't know how, but I keep accidentally like biting my tongue. Battler is now the D&D GM, right?
Hopefully our rolls are good today.
A beautiful glow shone in from the skylight above or over the Grand Cathedral. The place was somehow different from the way it had been during the witch's trial. The decorations had changed. The several pleasantly sparkling white ribbons that adorned it were thin like razors, but they trailed beautifully in the air. Okay, we good. We got an 18. Flowers were arranged all over in a way that would make any place look cheerful. It was like how a single drop of impure water could spoil an entire cask of wine. Just the presence of those flowers, those ribbons, and the red carpet that ran down the center of the room made it hard to believe that this was the same place Ushidamiya Natsuhi had been falsely accused of a crime. It had become truly a wedding chapel.
Is Battler and Beatrice gonna get married?
Who are you?
Love is generous, love is merciful.
The two of them.
Love does not envy, it does not boast.
Those words, spoken by two demons who seemed to be in charge of this gathering, were part of a ceremony for making an oath of love before the eyes of God. Of course, in this wedding celebrated by demons, there was no priest in sight. Oh, it's those two. Sorry. Instead, there stood the witch who controls miracles.
In sickness and in health. Yeah. A wife's true job is to be supportive in times of sickness. Isn't that right, Erica?
What? This was not what I was expecting.
Yes, my master. That looks good on you. What a fitting outfit for one who has conquered the bridegroom.
The bridegroom?
I'm honored, my master.
The bride standing on the carpeted path was Fruda Erika. The groom's face couldn't be seen. The bride's outfit certainly was a pure white wedding dress. Her veil represented both the white of God's blessing and the white of a demon's cruelty. The great many goat nobles, witches, and demons were gathered for this wedding. If only their heads hadn't been those of goats, it would possibly have seemed a very refined crowd worthy of this great cathedral. The red is Furfur, and the light blue-haired girl is Zepar.
Ooh, I like the look of Zepar.
I expect no less from you, Byrne. The stuff you manage to think of is always so twisted.
A wife supporting her ailing husband. Isn't that a lovely story? It suits you well, Erica. And congratulations to you too, Mr. Groom.
At that point, Birkenstill stared straight into the groom's eyes. The groom didn't answer. His eyes were gray. His lips would mutter something from time to time, but no one could tell if the words meant anything.
Hey, are you listening, you people?
She spoke to the groom in the plural. Of course, there was only one groom, and of course the gray-eyed groom didn't answer.
So, even though you can hear her, you can't answer. Don't worry, okay? Battler-san. It's okay. I'll just take everything you are and trample it to the ground.
The Witch of Miracles sneered with an evil smile that even a demon would shudder to look at. Even that sneer provoked no response from Battler's dim eyes.
People live for the sake of love. Therefore, today, you have fulfilled the purpose of your lives. Oh, how grateful the power to live, the power of love. I pray that the brightness of this day blesses the two of you for all time. Just give it a rest already, you demons. What comes next? The couple will now make an oath of eternal love. After that, they will exchange rings.
On Battler's hand was a ring bearing the seal of the one-winged eagle, proof that he was the territory lord of this world, and on Erica's finger was a diamond ring that could not be shattered by any miracle. Diamonds signify an eternal bond. However, in Greek, the word diamond simply means unbreakable. Erica wasn't vowing to love Battler forever. She just wanted to rule over him as her eternal property. This wedding was being performed for the sole purpose of defiling Battler.
Don't worry. I won't love you forever. After all, the point of the ceremony is to make you submit to me. Your heart will be shut inside an inescapable closed room forever, where I, Frudo Erica, the detective and the Witch of Truth, will command it. Your position as territory lord and your ring will become mine.
Can't get... Also, one is male and the other is female. Which one is the femboy?
What was that?
Can't get out. Xephoria. Yeah, I knew it! me liking the look of the femboy. Even though they looked very, very similar.
Yeah, I'll bet you can't get out of that closed room. After all, you made it yourself. You suffer in that room for all eternity, and I'll remain your side for your wife forever, getting to enjoy that look of anguish on your face all by myself. I'll defile you forever, Ushidamiya Battler!
Ooh, is this the same one from the last chapter? Boom, 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 bang, bang. I feel like it's slightly different. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it's very, very slightly different. Maybe? I don't know. I'm just getting lost in the vibes. Whether or not this is the same as last time or not is just like art style different. Yeah, because it's using the original art style. They didn't feel like reanimating it with the updated art. Which is all good. I'm excited to start getting some answers, even though we got introduced to 2 more characters. Probably gonna be showing even more. All that could be heard was the sound of the wind. A sound of misfortune, bringing sadness and unease to all who heard it. Off topic, medical patches are weird. It's hard to believe a small thing could do things. Yeah! Is that how the, is that for the hormone stuff that you were talking about, Lisa? It's just a patch? I feel like that's more convenient than, like, injecting stuff with needles. Because I know I wouldn't be able to do that. Slowly, I came back to my senses. I finally regained consciousness on top of a bed with a firm mattress. Where was this again? I can't remember where this is, but I can vaguely recall that I must not remain here. The room was dimly lit. There was a light on, but that just made the darkness and eeriness of this room more apparent. There were no curtains over the window, but it was too dark outside to see anything beyond it. If I squinted into the pitch blackness, it felt as though I could see the witch of the forest peeking back at me through the darkness, and I averted my gaze from the window in fear. I can't see or hear it, but I get the feeling that if I leave this room, it'll be bright and warm, and someone else will be there for me. I want to go to where someone else is as soon as I can. But bad memories from when I was very young began to well up. Horrible, harsh memories from when I started dozing off during a family gathering and was put to sleep in some room I didn't know. I remember waking up there, incredibly lonely and sobbing. I must not remain in this room. I just want to get out of here, quickly. Once that thought crossed my mind, I didn't want to stay in this room a second longer than I had to. I'm scared. It's creepy. Where is everyone? I want to get out of here right now. Yeah, I got a pill that is testosterone blocker and a patch basically is estrogen. Ah! Very interesting. I'm glad that there's not just the shots option.
But hopefully everything goes well for that journey.
I opened the door, trying to leave the room. A pleasant glow snuck in through the crack of the door. As I'd thought, the corridor was filled with a comforting light. I couldn't actually hear them, but I could sense that far away, people were enjoying themselves. I'm sure everyone's gathered in the room across from this one. I've been shut up in this lonely, creepy room, all alone. I should go, quickly. As soon as I thought this, a merciless metallic sound rang out, and the door refused to open any further. The chain had been set. I've always hated chain locks. Later I'll be leaving and it won't be back till late, but I hope stream goes well. I'll see you later. I mean, I'm not leaving now, but... Okay. Oh, wait, because... Wait, I thought you had the day off. Oh, wait, it's Thursday. What you doing? Yeah, I think there's like 3 ways to get estrogen shot, patch, and pills. Oh yeah, there was the pill option, I remember. Wanted to let you know, so you know, woman. Oh, yes. I remember now. Thanks for the best wishes. The best wishes. Yeah! You can open a normal lock just by twisting, but chain locks are built in an annoying way, and I couldn't work them easily, so I've hated them ever since I was very young. See? Even this chain is causing me trouble, and I just can't get it undone. Why is this happening? I just want to leave this creepy room right away. Just on the other side of this thin door, everything is bathed in warm light. I can't undo it. I just can't undo this chain. The more desperate I grew, the more that unsettling darkness seemed to be closing in on my back, and the more frightened I became. Why is the chain lock on the outside of the door? Then I finally noticed. There's something wrong with this chain. Yes, there is a chain, but this isn't a chain lock. This is just a chain staked onto the door, preventing it from opening any further. Okay, that makes more sense. In other words, this isn't made to be opened. What the hell's going on? Who'd do something like this, damn it? No matter what I did, no matter how much I struggled, I couldn't pull out the stake or undo the chain or break it, the mechanism. This door was just a demon's mouth, made to trick me into thinking it would open before crushing my hopes. Peach become human?
Yes, gotta be in the human disguise.
Even so, if only I could just open this door somehow, I could get out into this pleasant corridor. That desire forced me to keep my hand glued to the doorknob. But it was useless. Both the chain and the stake were firm, and no matter how much I clattered them about, there was no chance of the door opening any further. Even though I could see the pleasant hallway through the crack, I had no chance of opening the door any further. Maybe someone will come if I yell. Maybe the door can be opened easily from the outside. When I thought this, I tried to call out to someone, but I couldn't make the words come out. I could mouth "someone, come here," but no voice left my lips. What's going on? Someone, come. Why can't I cry out? Help me, help me, help me! The mere fact that I can't say help me out loud is even scarier. If I turn around, the witch gazing into the room from the darkness outside might be inside the room this time, standing right behind me. I'm frightened. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. Someone help me! Someone help me! I can't get out, can't get out. Let me out of this room. Help me, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. Let me out, let me out, let me out. Help me, help me, help me!
Why'd they lock them in the room? Why is my mic being sensitive?
I don't know if you can hear it, but... Oh well. Sounds like they've arrived, lady. Huh? Oh. Oh! That was probably Bieto, maybe. Amakusa ran his finger down my cheek. I can't imagine that it would actually be, I keep forgetting her name. We'll just call her Gretel for now. Her little nickname. In an instant, I awoke from the doze I'd just been in. I glared at Amakusa from waking me in such a creepy way, but he just pretended not to notice. Where is this? It feels like a parlor in some dignified person's house, but I have no memory of this place at all. Where is this? And why am I... You still half asleep, lady? Yeah, sorry. Where are we? Huh? Apparently, he hadn't expected me to forget something like this just because I wasn't fully awake yet. For once, I agreed with him. Why am I in some parlor that I don't recognize? The sound of the footsteps from the they Amakusa had mentioned had come right up the opposite side of the door. I could hear conversing voices. Is that a woman? Judging from the coffee and snacks laid out in front of me, I was the guest here. In that case, I'd better remember why I came here, or at least who I was I came to visit. Or who it was. Who am I? Ushiromiya Anji. Who's the man standing beside me, or behind me? Amakusa Juza. Was this the first time that we've heard his name? The man who used to be my guard long ago. He's now the bodyguard Okonogi assigned to me. In that case, is this after Aunt Ava's death? When I've thrown off my pursuers on that journey to find out what happened 12 years ago? Is that how it went? Do I really have a memory like this? Anji is her name. Yee. I'm just thinking, like, we knew the guy for a while, but I don't remember the name Juza. But, like, I feel like we were introduced to him before. I think maybe it was a code name. I don't know. After a knock, the door opened, and the person I must have come here to meet entered along with an assistant. Oh, wonderful. Even after seeing her face, I can't remember who she is.
Our sincere apologies for keeping you waiting. Hachijo Toya is here. That's a relief. The assistant introduced her to me at first. Then I finally remembered who she was. She? I thought it was a he. Excuse me, but are you... I feel like the fact that I watched the new series of Higurashi may have spoiled something for this woman. I'm looking at this woman and being like, yep, totally not a suspicious character to worry about. Not the fact that she has updated art, but the fact that... Anyway. That's right. I am Hachijo Toya.
Magazines were all talking about your book signing event. Supposedly, a mysterious male author showed up wearing sunglasses and a mask. Never thought you'd be a woman. What's the deal?
That was just a double arranged for by the editing department. I was the helper standing behind him at the book signing.
Now there's a shock. I haven't read your works, but I'll bet you're even more mysterious than your books.
Readers only pretend to read books. They read them based merely on the name of the author and the brand and think that they've actually read them. No matter what I write in my books, they don't really read anything. They just pretend to read so they can look smart and knowledgeable and keep up with the current fad. Why on earth should I expose myself to these people? Why indulge such trash?
Huh. I see. Looks like you're Madame Hochijo, all right? This person really is eccentric. There's no doubt about it. This is Hachijo Toya herself. Hachijo Toya is a mystery novelist who's become the center of discussion lately. It seems her books themselves have been highly praised, but it's her mysterious debut that's attracted so much attention towards her lately. Last year, she managed to win several different awards for exceptional mystery novels offered by multiple large publishing companies. I'm just tripping over my words. Submitting each of her works under a different pen name. And after that, several highly regarded anonymous works were discovered, one after another, to have been stories she had written in the past under false names. And her popularity soared as she herself became more mysterious than her books. Despite all of this, the author herself never appeared in public, and everything about her was wrapped in a veil of secrecy. However, just a few days ago, this author finally made a public appearance for a book signing, showing up with a mask that covered his face and drawing even more public attention. And yet, apparently, even that had been a fake. Given this person's radically unconventional track record, it was hardly a surprise to hear her casually insult her fans like this.
I know quite a lot about you too, Ushidemiya Anji-san. The talk shows have been saying all sorts of things.
I'm sure you've heard nothing good.
Yes, nothing good at all. Apparently you employ and fire people on a whim, try to resolve everything with money, and care nothing about the law as long as you get your way.
Yep, sounds about right.
However, I happen to like intelligent people like you.
Is that why you agreed to meet with me?
Exactly. You're the only person who's managed to spot that Itoikukuro Rejo Namu is another pen name used by me, Hochijo Toya. That's actually quite impressive.
Itoikukuro Gego Namu. Rego Namu was a pretty strange pen name. However, if you match the Japanese syllables to numbers, you read it as 11019960576. $11,019,960,576. This massive number is equal to 18 to the 18th power, 18th to the 8th. In Japanese, Toya no Hachijo. Or, in other words, Hachijo Toya. Very well done. I am quite impressed. In fact, I am so impressed I decided to let you meet me in person. Welcome to my mansion, child of man. Her manner of speaking was extremely condescending, but perhaps because of her elegant manner, it didn't feel particularly irritating. This person had a sort of majestic grandeur about her, which made that style of speech seem almost natural. At least that's how it felt to me. In fact, it felt almost as though this was the manifestation of some noble being, who would have no need to show herself before mere humans under normal circumstances. Since I'm not particularly a fan of hers, I guess this is proof that her mysterious charisma really is nothing to be laughed at. However, I didn't come here to talk to Hochijo Toya, the mystery novelist. I am interested in Ito Ikukuro Reigo Namu, the mysterious web author who only releases her works over the internet. Around the Japanese parts of the internet, Ito Ikukuro is an extremely famous witch hunter. However, she isn't a big opinion leader like Professor Otsuki. She's one of those message bottle forgers who are always the center of vigorous debate. Message bottle forgers are, as the name suggests, people who forge and post the contents of what purport to the mysterious message bottle detailing the events of the Rokkenjima incident. They claim to have discovered a new message bottle and post either a very similar counterfeit story or a new theory with their own interpretation of the truth, all of which are supposedly written by Ushinomiya Maria. In doing so, they openly take the name Ushinomiya Maria, writing up new bizarre tales as if they'd been present themselves and knew the truth. They then send those stories out into the newest sea discovered by humankind, the internet, claiming that it's a third or fourth message bottle. All of the first forgers were either simple pranksters or crooks trying to swindle collectors. Eventually, though, people who claimed to have solved the riddles in the message bottle tales and reached the truth started to appear, and they started creating original works of their own, third and fourth message bottles from Ushinomiya Maria, as though they had moved over to the riddle teller's side. These people rewrote the tale of the witch with whatever interpretation they wanted, and every once in a while parts of their theories would gain big followings on the net. Some of those creations grew to be so widely trusted that they were believed to contain some grain of truth, and the more rigid witch hunters openly despised those people, calling them forgers, counterfeiters, or just witches. Though they claimed to have reached the truth, they refused to tell anyone and created fake message bottles as though testing everyone else. It was no surprise that more straight-laced witch hunters were seriously annoyed by those forgers. However, amongst those who simply liked to entertain themselves with the occult fantasy of Rokkenjima, an extremely small number accepted those creations as literary works, glad of those additions to the mysterious tales. Ito Ikukuro was the most highly regarded of these forgers. End of the Golden Witch. I've read that one. That's one hell of a hobby you've got there, killing off other people's families however you like. Did you come all the way here just to say that? I think not, final descendant of the Ushinomiya family. In her latest forgery, End, she killed off 7 members of my family, at least during the actual story. No, if you count Alliance and Banquet, the other forgeries she's made before now, she then killed off most of my family in horrible ways, over and over again. Of course, I want to complain. However, all of her works are known for being, in both form and level of perfection, the closest tales to those written by Ushinomiya Maria herself. In particular, Ito Ikukuro First's forgery, Banquet of the Golden Witch, managed to fit everything, including Ushinomiya Eva's escape to Kurodorian. People wondered whether this might be the true story of Rokkenjima, and it even made it into talk shows. So far, all of these tales have been nothing more than an electronic text on the web. However, people will eventually realize that Ito Ikukuro is actually Hachijo Toya. When that happens, they'll become the works of that bizarre Hachijo, and no one will think of them as mere fan creations. People will probably start wondering if this might actually be the third message bottle she found and released under the guise of a story she herself wrote. When that happens, these stories will probably seem even more bizarre and credible. You're pretty cunning, aren't you? Why do you say that? You're doing this to make your forgeries seem more mysterious and more credible.
And what do you mean by credible?
Once you've gained credibility, your forgeries will rise to the level of truth.
Rise to the level of truth? How foolish. Such a thing is unnecessary for my works.
Are you saying that because your works are truth and not mere forgeries?
Correct. They are truth, so there's no need for them to rise into anything.
You aren't Maria One-chan, and you definitely weren't on Rokenjima on that day, so how can you be so absurd as to call this the truth? Hey, don't lose your cool, lady. Shut up, what makes you think I'm losing my cool? And she half realized that she'd let her emotions get the better of her. She let out a sigh and shrugged.
Your reason for coming here, it wasn't to yell at me for killing your family several times within my forgeries, correct?
Hachijo has been smiling at Anji kindly, but in a condescending manner. Or else like a mother might watch over a very small child. Anji realized this and was unable to suppress her irritation. Apparently, Amakusa could tell that Anji was getting worked up. He joked around with her for a bit so that they could start the conversation over again from the beginning. Let me check a setting real quick. Okay. I was like, the microphone is being caught up through voice mod, right? But, okay. It's like doing some weird things, but okay.
The thing you came here to hear, it's the truth that I've reached, is it not?
Why are you so sure that you've reached the truth?
Because I've understood all of the tales.
And I'm asking you why you're so sure about that.
Do you think the sun ever revolved around the earth?
Hachijo suddenly started talking about the Ptolemaic theory. Anji was about to tell her not to answer questions with more questions, but she quickly realized what Hachijo meant.
Humans used to support the Ptolemaic theory. However, that theory has been rejected in the modern age. Does this mean that in the instant that theory was rejected, the sun stopped moving around the earth and started revolving around the sun?
Of course not. The truth doesn't change based on what humans believe.
Then right now, your denial of my truth means exactly the same thing.
The idea of heliocentrism was proposed by several scholars before Galileo. However, it was hard to objectively prove that theory using the scientific techniques available at the time. Even so, that didn't change what the truth was, and yet it moves. So you're saying the truth is still the truth whether you can prove it or not?
Correct. In the future, when the full truth finally becomes known, people will look back and realize that I had already discovered it.
Apparently, Anji just couldn't stand Hachijo's attitude. She kept getting irritated, and every time, Amakusa would joke around until she settled down again. Oh, maybe we just knew his last name. We didn't know the Juza part of his name, but we knew the other part of his name, maybe. Maybe that's what it was.
However, there could be no mistake that Hachijo was a genius, and had used her extraordinary intuition to form a most interesting outlook on the events that occurred on the island. That was why Anji had wanted to contact Ito Ikukuro and hear her views. How is Anji here?
So, this is... Oh gosh. This is stuff that happens after the incidents, because at the time of the murders and everything at the Rokenjima, she's like 6. Or like 9 or something. She's like really young. She's about Maria's age. So this is years afterwards, and Swin Ava has died. I believe that she's doing this research, unless this is another fragment, who knows. Still, this meeting truly had been fortunate for Anji. She hadn't been absolutely sure that Ito Ikukuro was Hachijo Toya. She hadn't thought that the publishing company would really contact the author, and moreover, she hadn't dreamed that the mysterious masked author would grant her an interview under such short notice. Man, I'm so lost. Yeah, a lot has happened. Like, a lot. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that some of the events leading to this meeting made for nothing short of a miracle. Yes, a miracle. After all, in almost all cases, I'd never been contacted by the publishing company and would leave for Nijima the next day. So this is a different fragment, but she remembers the other one. I'd leave for Nijima, then go to Rokenjima. And then give One-chan a Sakutaro stuffed animal. Huh? Why a Sakutaro stuffed animal? My memory of the future is all muddled. My head hurts. Hachijo said something about showing Anji something good, rose from the sofa, and headed for the study desk. When she turned her back, Amakusa asked Anji, who seemed to be troubled by something, if she was okay. Hey, Amakusa, how long have I been here? What? You've been looking weird for a while now. What's going on? I can't remember how long I've been sitting here. Are you still half asleep? That's not it. I mean, I was able to get an appointment with Professor Otsuki, but the publishing company never got back to me about Ikukuro. So in the end, I was stuck unable to do anything that entire day. Right? Huh? Amakusa, you went to go get that large black bag, didn't you? That's right. Just before we went to Nijima, Amakusa and I parted ways just one time. He said something about getting a weapon from an acquaintance of his, and he went to go get that large black bag. Wasn't that today? What am I talking about? I mean, didn't I go to Nijima, meet Captain Kawabata, and inside the bed shop? Huh? What? Something wrong? Did my confusion and uncertainty make me sigh out loud? Even though Hachijo's back was to me, she slowly turned around and smiled as though she had peered into my heart. No, it's nothing. Strange memories. Ones that even I can't understand. I tried to hide my confusion, but for some reason, Hachijo had a strange glint in her eyes, as though she could read my mind. I've reviewed and killed your family several times with various forgeries. Almost like a witch might. Reviving and killing them whenever you like. Endlessly. Sounds almost like Beatrice, doesn't it? Yes, it does. So, please follow the lead of all of those people on the web, and consider the possibility that I might be a witch. She took a thickly padded brown envelope out of a locked drawer. It appeared to be filled to the brim with printed paper. Perhaps this was a manuscript of one of her works. The neat letters written with a fountain pen on the envelope spelled out the word Dawn. There was no forgery by the name Dawn, which must mean... Anji could tell. This was a new one. Hachijo's newest unreleased forgery, Dawn of the Golden Witch. For one such as I, who knows everything is boring. However, I don't dislike letting the ignorant read my works to see what kind of reactions they have, and so I want you to read it. You want me to read your newest work, which you've created as the new Endless Witch? Correct, child of man. Whether you resent it or admire it, you can help me forget my illness for a time. Well, let's put an end to this farce, shall we? Who are you? I don't remember ever meeting you like this. Yes, I did try to contact Hachijo Toya, but in the end, I never got a chance to meet her. In other words, all of this is a falsehood. Whose piece am I this time? Sorry, but if you think you can tame Oshinomiya Anji so easily, you're making a big mistake. Yes, I'd hoped you'd be this interesting. She finally couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. Gradually, the space around them seemed to be filled with a strange purple mist. The room itself seemed to twist and bend. Her figure also twisted, and after something that couldn't be described elapsed, her form changed to become just what she had called herself, a witch. Something's kind of awkward with that pose. Is that just me? Splendid. You did well to see through my veil. I think it's like the arm. Feathering my other eye. I see. It seems I'm the type witches just love to cling to. You all have the same condescending tone towards humans. I figured you were a witch right away. The novelist sitting on the sofa was nowhere to be seen. Even Anji's bodyguard, who was supposed to be around at times like this, was gone. There was only a non-human figure relaxing in a large, ornate rocking chair.
I find you truly intriguing, child of man. Your charming nature is the perfect medicine for my boredom.
Yeah, well, I don't see anything charming about this. Why am I alive? Wasn't I killed in a pretty nasty way of breaking the rule about revealing my name? To be honest, I did doubt that those people would just let me go so easily. What kind of farce will I be forced to go along with this time? I really don't care. I'll just do whatever I can within the bounds of the role they gave me. Whatever I can to help Onei-chan. Of course, I understand. Even if he wins, he'll never come back to me. Even so, I'll struggle on. I'll make sure Onei-chan comes back to the me of that day.
No need to lose your temper. I am not asking you to be at peace.
Then why did you summon me here? Don't tell me you want me to read this new story or whatever it is you've written.
That's exactly. I do not want you to be my piece. I have always been a mere observer, and I have no intention of sticking my neck into their game.
I don't get it. What is it you want from me?
Be an observer for me. An observer of the fragments Beatrice has woven.
An observer? I don't really get it, but no deal.
In the past, I observed the fragments through Battler's eyes. However, now that he has succeeded the position of Game Master, he is not a suitable observer. I am following this tale with true and earnest intentions. It would be such a waste to observe it through the eyes of Battler as he is now, like reading a detective novel backwards.
Onei-chan is the Game Master? What on earth are you talking about?
You must have no clue what it's all about. You want to know, don't you? I want to know too. What kind of tale will Battler weave now that he has taken the position of Game Master? Furthermore, I wish to search for the truth Battler reached as part of my own mental journey. My illness affects me gravely. If I do not think, I cannot even keep my heart beating.
So, you want me to read your new picture book aloud to you?
You might as well interpret it that way. In exchange, you'll be able to take part in your own journey of the mind. I do believe that even you have yet to reach the truth. I think you want to continue the journey to find the truth.
I don't owe you anything.
Do not push your luck. I can be lenient at times, but such cases are rare.
Anji hadn't yet reached the truth either. Though she knew that the game was little more than a toy for the amusement of those witches, she wanted it to resume so that she could follow the tale and close in on the king called Truth. I might explore the tale to find the truth for myself, but I have no obligation to read it aloud until the end of your sake. For your sake, understand? Anji was willing to read the story aloud, but she could quit at any time if this witch made her mad. She was, in effect, warning the witch to not annoy her.
Of course. You call it a picture book, but to me, it is the only medicine for a fatal illness. I cannot take that medicine without you to assist me. In other words, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement.
So, you're telling me to read you a book until you fall asleep, and in exchange you'll let me read it too. Is that right?
Precisely. If you are willing to accept, I shall ask that you become my reader for a time.
Well, it's nice to get my own title, but all you really want me to do is read books, right?
Becoming my reader means the same as becoming my familiar. In other words, what is done against you will be done against me. I will not permit anyone to disrupt my only interest, that being to read the rest of Beatrice's tale. I will not let Birkenstell, Lambedelta, or even Beatrice force anything upon you. This witch, who seemed to have an almost divine quality to her, spoke most quietly and forcefully. There was no threat in her words. However, even so, it was clear that she was on a different level than Birkenstell and the other witches, and not at all to be taken lightly. So, you'll offer me protection if I agree to read your book? Of course. What I want is for you to read aloud to me. I will not spare any who attempt to stand in the way of that. If my attitude seems arrogant to you, allow me to apologize, child of man. I may not seem so, but I am speaking to you with the utmost respect.
Yeah, probably. Even that witch-like style of speech feels like it's got to be the most respectful thing you've said in the last few hundred years. When you're reading a book, do you tell it thank you very much before flipping through the pages? I guess it is like that. I understand. What? I guess. Oh, okay, yeah. That makes sense. Just by agreeing to have a conversation with Anji, she was showing an incredible amount of respect and willingness to compromise. Anji shrugged, but she also nodded to show her consent. Sure, I'll be your reader. I get that you showed a ton of respect just by asking for my consent first. You understand well, child of man. My name's Anji, not child of man or whatever. Very well. As proof of my respect for you, I will acknowledge your name. For her, acknowledging human names was like acknowledging the names of all the leaves scattered across the ground. So her acknowledging Anji's name was a miracle. No, it was immensely good fortune. From this point forward, Oshinomiya Anji will serve as reader and Miko to the witch of the theater-going feathering Augustus Aurora. Until you finish reading, I shall bring calamity to all who attempt to hinder your task. When the witch of theater-going feathering spoke this, Anji was wrapped in a bright light. Anji didn't feel any particular change herself, but she definitely had been given something that only non-humans could sense. It signified that from this point forward, Anji would be the witch of theater-going subject. That didn't mean that Anji would gain some sort of special power, but at the very least, it probably meant that anyone wanting to cause her harm would first have to take on feathering herself. Your name is pretty long. Sounds like Roman person from the history books. What should I call you? Those not familiar with me call me Augustus Aurora. After all the respect you've shown me, it's only fitting that I would respond in kind. I'll call you Featherine. Any problems? None at all. For an ailing witch such as myself, even being called by my first name will be an experience to be treasured and pondered over, child of man. I have a name. It's Anji. Even conversations like this are pleasant every once in a while. Anji, my Miko. Anji accepted her role. She would observe the story with the witch of theater going. The curtain was rising on the sixth tale. And now my mic is buzzing, I guess. Well, I was thinking it would be okay to take a little break early just in case. Just in case we have a repeat of yesterday. Okay. So we'll get to a good point and I'll save and then we'll take a little break. It's a little early break, but makes up for yesterday. Ooh. Okay. So let me go ahead and save. And then we will take our little break and I will mess with heckin' sound settings in the meantime. As my mic goes buzz, I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. But anyway, it's a little early, but we will be taking a little break. So everybody, get up and stretch, get a snack, get some water, stretch a second time, use the bathroom. And we'll be back in 10 minutes, okay? Okay. I think you would like this big horned beetle. He is quite horny. Oh no, the gorilla was a solid 7 out of 10. I feel like I need 18 hours of sleep every day. Okay, so for the night, we need to go to the hospital.
I wanted to ask you something.
What are you gonna ask me, Clover? Are you gonna ask me for a cookie? Kirby! Fire!
I got a bad end? I got a bad end? What did I even do? What did I even do to get a bad end? What? I expected to get the good end, but
It's about this long. That might look weird. There we go. There is my tail.
It is big and squishy. But it's about it's almost as long as me. But oh, hello, deity. But I'd say 4 feet.
We'll just do that, I guess.
Toby Radiation Fox. How dare you? I'm so mad. I said you can have an orange. Said you can have an orange.
So what? Let me just transition over there. Why did I look so sleepy? Okay, but let me go ahead and get Higurashi open. Oh no, you've seen my clone. I don't know if you can escape now. Never see him coming, you see. But my mind is too fast for us, darling. By the time it hits you, it's a last surprise.
God!
You good? Don't die on me. You're supposed to drink the water, not inhale it.
I'm sorry. This is the end.
They just kind of appeared and I don't have control of it, I'm sorry.
Freaking right in the beetle head.
Yee. Oh gosh, oh gosh.
Crap.
Okay.
Okay, I gotta be careful.
I pressed jump! I pressed jump, I swear!
That doesn't get clipped.
Relief. She could not have any relief. It's probably Sethagul's fault that Hika-chan disappeared too. It has to be it. 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 It has to be. It has to be. It has to be. It has to be. Has to. Has to. Has to. Has to.
I just kind of killed my momentum.
We did it!
Now I don't have to fight you a third time, do I? Cool.
Hey, I'll play with you some other time.
We did it! You guys sent me all the spirit zoomies. Thank you everyone for believing in me. Don't make us go. Ah! Ah! Oh no! I'm being. Ah! Oh, yes. Right, the chaos. The complete and utter chaos. Right. I'm glad I was. Oh. Wait, there wasn't even an what? Oh, Bailey snuck it in. But yeah, that was. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that. Warned you about the stairs, bro. I warned you, dog.
You dare insinuate that I would give in to your whims? first, you have to strip and kiss my toes, and then maybe I will consider saying such vulgar words.
Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Ooh, Leon! Leon! Load! Why is the word engorged there? Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite the problem, though. I'll introduce you next time, so be sure to greet him properly. Keiichi. I see. Oh. I look like a goblin or like an orc.
Satoshi seemed having fun with how embarrassed I get when he patted me. Anyway, I managed to talk my way out of it.
What? No! You tricked me! Wait, no, it's Crimson! The other gravestones are now fair game too! What are the— oh. Whoops. I'll just keep smashing them until I feel better.
Smashy, smashy. 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 Smashy.
Whoever made this grave, take that!
Smash. Smash. Smash.
How about I smash all the graves on this floor while I'm at it? I mean, graves are just for a bunch of stupid-ass corpses. Can I smash this? Is this a grave? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Nyum. Look at this, he goes!
Smash.
Almost there. There we go. Now this is a puzzle. Nice. Those high up crabs. Oh, look at all these crabs hiding in the doghouse. Yes, give me you. I got so excited that they all ran out towards me. No, I cannot lose a crab. Give me you. I lost a crab.
Dakara.
Cat scared us so mad, even the rat. Oh no, my cucumbers! We're at a checkpoint. Oh. Ah. Look at me. I really need to figure out like a hello. Like a sound for the scanner, because I was just like, oh, my nose. Is there a gem in the fridge? No. Hello?
And we're back.
Oh, I am doubled up. There we go. There was two of me. Okay.
But yes, I feel like it's okay that we had a little early break
Because I don't know how long some of these chapters are gonna be.
but I feel like that was a good spot to end, actually.
Or take a break. Intermission. I don't know. Words are hard, man. You guys know.
At that time, only Beato and her fellow witches had gathered in the smoking room to chat. Now, however, an unusually large number of people were present.
I wonder what kind of game battler is gonna show us.
Running into people in the Yakuza, right? Just, What the?
I don't care what it is, as long as it's fun enough to relieve my boredom as I crush it.
Leave everything to me, my master. I will perform to my fullest and give you the results you desire.
Yeah, you'd better. I keep making strange faces all last game thanks to you. I hope I don't start getting wrinkles from all that.
There's no need to worry. The beauty of my master's face is without peer, no matter how wrinkly it may get. be burned in such high spirits. Beato's game board really is something else.
How sad it is that a master of this game board is no longer with us.
The tiger dies and leaves behind its hide. Looks like Beato died and left the game behind her game.
Wrong words, Erica, right?
Even though chess still exists, no one knows the name of the person who invented it.
Oh, you're right! Poor game inventors!
Come to think of it, Battler-sama
Not Sama. She doesn't think of him that highly.
Battler-san really has kept us waiting, hasn't he? Is he still setting up the 6th game? Gertrude, how long has Lord Battler's preparations progressed?
Please allow me to speak. Know that he will be finished very soon.
If he kept us waiting this long, he must be pretty confident in his plan. He really humiliated me in front of my master last time. I'll defeat him no matter what it takes. And you in particular. Make sure you don't screw up again. I will meet the challenge with all my strength.
The previous game master, Lambda Delta, had confirmed that Battler understood everything about Beato's game. However, in order to prove it, Battler would have to run this game by himself and carry it through to completion. In other words, if Erica could crush this game of Battler's, she would, in effect, wipe away the disorder of that last game. Though Erica was chomping at the bit to get started, it was taking Battler quite some time to show himself. At that time, a swarm of gold butterflies popped into existence and took human form. From the shape of that familiar dress, everyone immediately realized who it was.
Oh, look, it's Beatrice-san. And I thought you died and disappeared last time. The one who died last time was Beatrice the player. This is probably just a piece. Battler's piece. Even if she is a piece, it does not change the fact that it is her.
Beatrice gave an elegant curtsy as she appeared. This humble entrance was so vastly different from her usual high-pitched laugh that it made the long-awaited start of the 6th game even more ominous than it otherwise would have.
Father will be here very soon. I ask that you wait for just a short while longer.
Father? The heck? Is that the new spin this time?
Not only had Beato started talking in an unusually polite manner, she also had used the word father, presumably referring to Battler. For an instant, everyone was stunned into silence, but they quickly realized that this was setting up some kind of theme and they grinned. Beato wasn't the type who could keep this kind of act for long. It would probably fall apart in a few seconds, leaving her cackling rudely at everyone. Erica, who was itching for a fight, went for Beato almost at once.
I can't believe that incompetent Battler's then reached the truth of your game. I'm sure Father understands it quite deeply. He really is good at that sort of thing. Still, you're pretty lucky. If Battler hadn't become the game master, you wouldn't have been revived. You wouldn't have arrived again. You've really got the luck of the devil, don't you?
The luck of the devil?
Well, either way, I'm gonna pay you back in full for last time. You're just one of Battler's delusions. I'll erase every part of you and knock you down into the abyss of oblivion.
I too cannot allow you to such an easy victory. I look forward to having a good, clean fight. By this point, everyone realized that something weird was going on. There was no doubt that the face, the dress, and the hair were all Beatrice's. However, her expression was different. Even though she had Beato's face, Beato would never show anyone an expression like that.
Who are you?
There was a heavy silence. Lambda Delta spoke for everyone there. At first, Beato had worn a smiling yet blank expression. However, when she realized that the mood had gone suddenly stiff, her expression finally darkened and she hung her head.
Who are you? You appear to be Lady Beatrice, but you are not.
Even Dolinar was forced to ask, despite the rudeness of the question. That was how much this woman, who appeared to be Beato, was not. Am I somehow different from the Beatrice everyone was expecting?
What are you talking about?
Wait a second. Don't tell me you have amnesia or something. I was only born recently, so I have no memories at all. However, I will study hard in order to become the Beatrice you all expect, Beato. I thought I told you to stay in your room. Battler's voice came out of nowhere. His tone was very slightly cold. Beato's expression looked like that of a young girl being scolded. Huh. With a swirl of gold butterflies, Battler appeared. His dignified bearing and appearance were fitting for the ruler of this game. However, his expression was gloomy, and his gaze was directed at Beato. Go back to your room. You aren't supposed to be here.
I just wanted to help you however I could, Father.
Go to your room. He spoke both softly and forcefully. Battler didn't leave her any room for debate. Beato hung her head and curtsied as she prepared to leave the room. Also,
Yes, what is it, Father?
my name is Battler. Never call me by a different name again.
Yes.
Beato melted into a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared. This was the first part of the tale with Battler as the game master. The witches had all assumed that he'd come forward with some flashy big developments, so this was all completely unexpected to them. Their mouths were still hanging open.
This is a pretty weird take on it.
Pardon me. Please forget what you saw just now.
You're playing dumb, but this is all just a part of your plan, isn't it? You're scheming to give us the wrong impression, like another North Wind in the Sun strategy, aren't you? Is there something wrong?
Don't worry about it. It was nothing to do with you people.
I see. Guess that doesn't matter then. Okay, Battler, start up the new game right away. You've kept us waiting so long, it's gotten totally boring.
Sure. Let's start the 6th game. Erica, and you too, Bergenstell. This will be my tale, proof that I've reached Beatrice's truth. Lambda Delta, please watch this game until the end as a former game master.
Sure, looking forward to it. What's the title?
Dawn. As in the dawn of the Golden Witch.
Sure. We're talking about the winter sun that goes below the horizon right away. Sure. We're talking about this right away. Of course, my master. I'll drag it back down for you. At least your naming sense is good, the Battler-san. I'll give you that much.
I'm glad you like it. Then let's get started. The 6th game will now begin. Battler solemnly announced the start of the game. Compared to his fired-up attitude at the end of the previous game, where he and Erica had sworn to settle everything next time, he was extremely quiet now.
Anju, Beato seems to have changed a lot since we last met her.
I'm surprised too. I don't have a clue what's going on. I don't even get why Beato's alive in the first place. I just finished reading it a second ago, but the end of the previous tale, didn't she die just before Battler reached the truth?
There are 2 kinds of deaths in this world. One of them is a piece, when the piece is taken from the game board. Such a death exists only within the bounds of the game, and these lives can revive over and over again each time a new game begins.
That's why the witches are so merciless when it comes to taking those lives. To the witch players, the lives of those characters who appear in the game board are no different from pieces on a chessboard that take other pieces and get taken. After all, these pieces will be set up again when the next game starts.
Maria Sakotaro is a prime example of these.
Sakotaro is One-chan's piece? Yes, that makes sense. In the game board that represents the inside of One-chan's mind, Sakotaro certainly does exist, and is a piece that always stays by your side. Though he's nothing more than a stuffed animal in the real world, on One-chan's game board, he's no less of a piece than any other. But I wonder, if he were a piece in the witch's game, it should be possible to revive him easily, right? But One-chan wasn't able to revive Sakotaro in her world.
That's because she lost that completely unique stuffed animal that was his vessel. Because of this, the condition for that piece's existence were violated, and it becomes impossible to revive him on Maria's game board. The only reason you were able to revive Sakotaro on the game board was because you once again satisfied the conditions of his existence, correct?
True. Maria One-chan was only able to revive him because she had lost the stuffed animal that was his vessel. If, like the rest of my family on Beato's game board, she hadn't needed a vessel for him, she would have been able to revive him as often as she wanted. I get it. It makes sense that Sakotaro was One-chan's piece. At least, as long as his vessel was okay, he could have been revived over and over again.
Correct. As long as his vessel is safe, he can be revived over and over again. That's what the life of a piece is like.
It's the first kind of death in this world. What's the second?
That's the death of being outside the game board. To continue with Sakutaro as an example, this would be like Maria's death.
You mean not her death as a piece, but the death of the real One-chan, right?
Not necessarily. Loss of interest or concern would have the same effect. When Maria outgrows playing with stuffed animals, Maria, the game player, will die. It's as quick and easy as turning off the switch on a TV when you get bored of it.
I see. In that case, Beato the player completely gave up on winning during that last game, so she died and vanished. Which means, if Beato ever comes back, thinking that she's got a chance of defeating Oni-chan, that'll mean she's come back to life, right?
Logically, that is true. It's the same for humans, witches, and even gods. If they lose interest and concern, they can die at any time. If they regain that interest, they can revive at any time. However, though the concept of time does not exist in the world of gods, they can revive whenever they want. Time shoots like an arrow in the human world, and it isn't so easy there.
That's true. Skipping school for one day might not be a problem, but if you skipped for 3 days in a row, it'd be really hard to convince yourself to go back.
And what if that stretched out for a month, a year, a decade? Or 1,000 years, like in the world of witches?
I see. If you skipped class for that long, that'd mean your death socially. After being dead that long, not only would you be unable to catch up on all you missed in the world at large, you'd also lose any motivation you might have had when you left. So, even though you'd be alive, it'd be fair to say that you died once. You would never again be able to regain the self you once were. It would never come back to life.
Beato lost any chance or hope of winning. Even though she knew this, she pretended not to and kept on fighting for many, many years. So, Beato will not return. Her hopes were crushed. She spent all that willpower she might have used to regain the will to fight. Therefore, that Beatrice will never revive again.
That Beato, who just sat around the whole time with empty eyes in the 5th game, must have been her corpse. She managed to remain on the game board despite it all, but even that corpse was wiped away. I kinda see. If Beato had been the game master at that time instead of Lambda Delta, the game board itself would have vanished at that moment, and everything would have ended. Come to think of it, Beato started to lose the will to fight back near the end of the 4th game. When Beato loses her will to fight, the world of this game disappears. However, the witches wanted to keep playing on this game board world. So Lambda Delta bound Beato in place with that cursed shackle. She used that shackle to fix the game board in place and prevent it from disappearing, even if Beato did lose the will to fight. In chess, it would be the equivalent of removing the set time limit for each turn, making it endless. However, simply having the game endlessly paused on Beato's turn would cause the witches to die from their illness of boredom. That's why Lambda Delta took the position of Game Master. Starting then, Beato's existence was no longer one of the conditions necessary for the game's existence. That's probably why the shackles binding her to the game board were released. And that explains why she disappeared in the 5th game. Sorry. So, when Oni-chan managed to reach the truth, it was one game too late for him to tell Beato about it. That 5th game was the form of charity on Lambda Delta's part. She merely showed Battler some mercy as the Witch of Certainty, acknowledging his strong desire to reach the truth no matter what. How can you call that charity? It's just those fickle witches killing time. Let's get back to the point. So, that means that weird Beato isn't the player Beato. She's just a piece Beato.
True. If that's the case, she should eventually become the Beato everyone knows. I imagine that is the Beato that Battler wants.
You mean he wasn't satisfied with just a doll? When playing with dolls, one can project the personality they most desire onto the doll. However, since you are acting out their part, nothing unexpected can ever happen. You cannot hope for an unanticipated happiness. In the human world, there is nothing so boring as a pre-established harmony. That's why, though a doll can become a person's best friend in the world, people eventually get bored and outgrow them. Oni-chan also only wants the real Beato. He couldn't possibly bear having a doll that only acted like Beato.
Beato born as Battler's piece would probably move according to Battler's wishes. Or wish. Why do I keep saying witches instead of wishes? That's only natural for a piece. Pieces move however the players tell them to, and they can't do anything else. I see what it is Oni-chan wants. So what's up with this weird Beato? Battler might be trying to revive Beato in the truest sense. That is the never-dying dream held by the child of man. You just used the red to say that wasn't possible. That Beato will never revive. However, that doesn't mean that it is impossible for Beato to be born again. Have you forgotten? I believe that Birkenstell herself revealed Beato's true form at the end of the first game. Now I remember. She said something about how Beato exists as an incarnation of a rule. Information began to be accumulated based around that rule, and in the end it took the form of the witch known as Beatrice. If that pattern is followed once more, the same Beatrice will be born again, and perhaps one could call that a resurrection. In other words, that weird Beato, is Beato as an egg? Or maybe a chick?
Eggy Beato.
That interpretation is probably accurate. In short, this Beato is a chick who might grow to become that Beato. And that means this pure and lovable kid will eventually grow into that screwed up crazy witch. In other words, that Beato is a baby version of the Beato we all know. So just like how no person is born evil, the newborn Beato isn't evil either. Even though she really is a different person, if you measure her by her root, or perhaps her soul, then maybe you really could call this a resurrection. However, this reality can't possibly be easy to accept. Though she may technically be Beato herself, she is also, without a doubt, a different person. And that way she acts would make anyone feel as though nothing's out of place. How entertaining! Hearing you read aloud is far from boring. Boing. I doubt you even really need someone to read aloud for you. Looks like you already know everything. I only reached that thought because I am engaged in a conversation with you. My thoughts are more numerous than the stars in the sky. I only appear to know everything to a child of a man like you. However, without you here, I am nothing but a weak, sickly person without even the power to think. If you just said that in the first place, I would have agreed to read it for you a lot more easily. My mood just happened to improve. Don't get an overswelled impression of yourself. Your life means less to me than a leaf one has lost after using it as a bookmark. Please keep reading already. Is that pretty much what you're trying to say? Far from boring. You really do make an excellent Miko. Featherine rocked back in her rocking chair and looked up at the ceiling, laughing as though the conversation itself was pleasant for her. Anji was slowly figuring out how to deal with this strange witch. This person was also bored. It's not uncommon for a sick person who's bored from being bedridden for a long time to start acting rebellious. On the other hand, they can also get a little bored of being treated kindly all the time. She may want to be shown respect for her superiority, but it's probably more interesting for her when she's spoken to rudely. What a coincidence. That's exactly how I used to be. Anyway, from what we learned in the fourth game, there's no doubt that there's been some kind of antagonism between Beato and Oni-chan in the past. Learning about this Beato might give us a key to finding the truth.
Hello, Morinda.
How goes things? What have you figured out so far, and what do you know you don't know? I feel like I haven't found out too much yet. Because in the previous one, it's just like, oh yeah, these two are boinking, but then it's like in this one, it's just, or in the tea time afterwards, it's like, they actually weren't, but like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I have pieces, but I don't know how they fit together at the moment. That's where my mind is right now. It's like I feel like I need a few more pieces to actually piece some things together. It does seem so. It has caught my interest as well. Let's read her tale too. Oh, sure, as you wish, my master.
When Anji raised her hand like a conductor, the bookshelves in this bizarre study responded. Once again, several books floated out and began to swirl around Anji. It's like, I feel like I'm waiting for, like, the one piece to be like, oh, that's that! Fair enough, I'd love to probe deeper, but maybe that distract and slow things down maybe too much. Maybe. Because, yeah, the thing is, it's like... It's like I don't know how to explain it. I have like a bunch of puzzle pieces just dumped into a pile and I don't know which one goes to what. Kinzo's study is the room belonging to the master in the human world. So this study in the world of non-humans belonged to the master of the game board, and was a place where he could look down upon the humans. Therefore, one could hardly be blamed for mistaking the imposing, berobed man in the center of the study for Kinzo, if only for a second. But it wasn't Kinzo. This was Battler, the one who had taken up the position of Game Master, becoming the new territory lord of this world. Around Battler was a swirl of glowing fragments, sparkling like the night sky, and on the floor was what appeared to be a red magic circle. To an outsider, it would seem to be nothing more than an incomprehensible geometric shape, but to Battler, who stood at its center, it was the outline for a new tale. A new line grew across the magic circle, following Battler's gaze. Then, at the instant it connected with a complicated symbol, the entire magic circle flashed brightly. Right, so some more directed questions could help, such as, what is the nature of the repetitive Rokenjimas? Why do they keep repeating? But oh well, good luck. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna need luck. Because all I know is delusions. I don't know which ones are real and which ones are delusions, but delusions are somewhere. So, how does it look? It is splendid, Master. The 6th game is complete. As Battler wiped his forehead and finally relaxed, Genji, who was standing behind him and watching over his every move, nodded deeply in response. I always thought being a game master meant you would make the tale however you want, but this is seriously harder than I thought. You must write up multiple tales and make the inner and outer sides of the story match. Though, truly, you have displayed such skill, it is hard to believe that this is your first time. I believe even Erika-sama will be satisfied with this game. Well, hopefully it matches that great detective's tales. Still, I've gotta honestly respect Beatle now. I can hardly believe that she managed to make tales that complicated and do it so easily. Easily? Far from it. Beatrice-sama also worried and worried, racking her brain over various contradictions each time she created a tale. She was constantly battling with logical errors. Logic errors? That is when the two sides of the tale do not meet, creating a contradiction. When this happens, it becomes a fatal violation of the rules known as a logic error, and the game board will immediately collapse and be destroyed. It is the greatest and worst form of error that the witch side can make, and the one which must be always avoided. So, Beato got close to bumping into those many times in her games? She fought with them every time she created a game. I believe it grew even more difficult for her as you become a more formidable opponent. So, do you think this game I've made is good enough to show Beato? Yes, of course. Beato hasn't woken up yet, has she? It's been a while since her body was formed as a personification of the rules. Is she still not awake? After remaining silent for a while longer, Genji answered. She woke up 3 days ago. You were concentrating on the construction of the 6th game, so I decided to wait before telling you. My sincere apologies. Oh, really? Yeah, I'll bet she's still all drowsy after sleeping so long. I really wanted to show her my game. No, it's more than that. I have to show her. I need to tell her that I've understood everything. Battler's face broke into a smile. There was no trace in his expression of the hatred he had once felt towards Beato for murdering his family. In a way, that was the final riddle of the 5th game. Yes, when Battler reached the truth, there was a great change in his expression or impression of Beato. So, should we assume that there really was something between Oni-chan and Beato, and that he forgot all about it? However, Battler suspected this in the 4th game and asked Beato about it. According to this tale, this was denied by the Red Truth. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for Battler. We can read this as saying that Beato did not exist 6 years ago, or it could simply mean that she had no connection to Battler at the time. However, either way, Battler did not visit Rokkenjima at all for the next 6 years. October 4th, 1986 should have been the first time Beatrice and Oni-chan met. If so, why was there already some kind of antagonism between them? I don't have a clue what it means. That sin of Ushiromiya Battler's, which Beato took Battler to task for in the 4th game, might give us a clue. That result of which might have been Beatrice herself. The result? The result of Oni-chan's sin was... Beato? That almost sounds as though Oni-chan created the witch called Beatrice himself. Almost as though Beatrice was Battler's piece. Huh? Battler sinned 6 years ago. Because of that sin, people died. The one doing the killing was Beatrice. If you consider the possibility that everything is connected to Battler's sin 6 years ago, then the one who created Beatrice was Battler himself. I thought it sounded almost as though she was Battler's piece. I don't get it. Even if Oni-chan sinned in some way, his crime couldn't have been anything close to murder. If this huge massacre is in retaliation for what he did, then it's totally out of proportion. Beato killed our family. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan, everyone. I can't believe that Oni-chan's sin was anything deserving of that. The weight of a sin depends on the person measuring it. Even a sin so light that Battler might have forgotten could have been so serious to Beato that she hated him enough to massacre his whole family full 6 years after the fact. Well, even if I did find that a bit excessive, and more importantly, if she were a person like that, I would find it hard to accept that Battler would act so friendly towards her after discovering the truth. Featherine's observation was an interesting one. In a past game, Beato clearly said that Oni-chan's sin 6 years ago was the cause of this 2-day tragedy. I still don't know what kind of sin that was. However, he figured out it at the end of the 5th game, and even apologized to Beato, even though she was the witch who had massacred his entire family in retaliation for his sin 6 years ago previous. Battler apologized to her. Of course, it was the player Battler who apologized, not the piece Battler whose family had been murdered over and over again. But even so, Battler must have remembered something at the end of the last game that made him feel like apologizing. Does this mean the sin from 6 years ago is hidden somewhere in the tales we've seen so far? I have already formed a certain theory on that matter. Oh? Well, let's hear it. I cannot tell you that yet. I want to enjoy being the only one who knows the answer for a little while longer. Well then, I guess I'm done reading for you. Well, we can't have that, can we? Have some patience and read a bit further. My theory is still nothing more than a guess. Once I'm certain of it, I'll tell you. Okay, my master. I actually do want to hear what comes next, after all. Just what kind of connection do Oni-chan and Beatrice have with each other? Understanding that will probably give me a massive clue towards finding the truth of this world. After all, because he remembered that, he was able to reach the truth. Okay. I feel like that will... I feel like that would answer quite a few things, maybe. Beatrice!
Welcome, Master. Beatrice Summer's waiting for you. This way, please.
This place was a villa set aside for Beatrice's use. It was a sacred site for her only, built so that she could spend her days without being affected by the outside world. My heart began to race. I'm so glad that she was able to revive and that everything's okay. Beato is a personification of the rules. So even though she was destroyed once, it's possible for her to be reborn again. Battler had quickly succeeded in reviving Beato's body, but he had trouble summoning her soul back. However, during the time he'd spent immersed in the creation of the 6th game, she had woken up. And this had happened 3 days ago. Battler let himself be led into the dining hall. The dining hall had been set up for his and Beato's use. It existed so that they could enjoy some black tea while having conversations that were only possible now that he had reached all of the truth. I want to tell her. I want to tell Beato that I found the truth. Battler couldn't hold back his excitement over this miracle he'd been granted, the miracle of Beato waiting for him in the dining hall to hear what he had to say. How is Beatrice? Same as usual? Is she doing well?
Oh, yes, she is doing quite well. She has been waiting for you all this time, Master. Oh, yes.
So she's in the dining hall. Is she eating or something? That's okay, it doesn't matter either way.
You'll be surprised.
Beatrice! When he swung open the doors to the dining hall, Battler was greeted by a wonderful sight. Though the food laid out on the table wasn't particularly sensational, it was arranged beautifully and a champagne bottle stood there waiting. Then, the person clad in the familiar dress with the beautiful golden hair bowed deeply in greeting. Beatrice, you have my sincerest gratitude for giving me this form. Come on, don't worry about that. I'm so glad, Beato. Battler rushed up to Beato and hugged her tightly, just to make sure her body wasn't just mist or an illusion. I solved your riddle for you, but then, before I could tell you about it, you went and disappeared. I am right here. I will not disappear. It's okay. You can stop talking like that. I'm not going to ask you for anything in return. Anyway, I want to apologize, and I want to talk with you. I don't even know where I should start.
You have done nothing that you need to apologize for, Father. I'm glad just to be of service for you.
Beato?
Beatrice was born for your sake, Father. Please, let me support you. And Father, congratulations on completing the 6th game.
I told you stop talking like that. You're creeping me out.
Do you find this style of speech displeasing? Please forgive my rudeness.
Well, I don't find it displeasing, but it's not like you. I guess I like the way you usually talk best. Beato smiled vaguely. To Battler, it probably looked as though they were both smiling at the unusual way she was talking. However, Beato's smile literally was vague and uncertain. After all, she didn't know how she was supposed to talk. Anyway, Beato, just what kind of joke is this? Don't tell me that the great Beatrice-sama decided to cook for me.
When I heard you had completed the 6th game, I wanted to see if I could prepare a modest reward to congratulate you.
Beatrice-sama really worked hard to make this. I didn't even need to lend a hand at all. No, I didn't.
The food set on the table really was modest and inexpertly made. You could tell by looking at it that Beato, who wasn't particularly skilled in cooking, had given it her all. However, signs of discomfort and irritation were beginning to appear on Battler's face. What's going on here?
Well, as she said, but Beatrice-sama wishes to congratulate you.
Sweat was starting to show up on Kumasawa's forehead. She was also feeling uneasy. When he noticed, Battler realized that this wasn't just his imagination. Beato turned her back to Battler and stuck a corkscrew into the champagne bottle. Then she showed it to Battler.
Father, congratulations on the completion of the 6th game, in the hopes that you will prove victorious over your long-time rival, Fruto Erika.
When presented with a champagne bottle and a sound like that, anyone would think the cork had been pulled out. However, it wasn't the cork. It was the bottom of the bottle. The high-quality champagne that Beato had procured splashed out all over the floor and her dress. Then, the same sound repeated several more times. Each time, one of the plates of food on the table was knocked into the air.
Father, did you find the food displeasing?
Who are you?
I'm Beatrice. I was born for your sake, Father.
That's not right.
Huh?
Who is this? This isn't Beato! And anyway, don't call me father! What's going on here? What is this? Didn't I revive Beato? Genji, what is this all about? My apologies, but this is indeed Beatrice-sama. Are you kidding me? How is this supposed to be Beato? She's totally wrong, a fake! No, this is Beatrice-sama. This is, without a doubt, Beatrice-sama, who was born in accordance with the rules of the game board. No, this isn't anything like Beato. Beato would always talk in that weird way and laugh rudely and... No, this is most certainly Beatrice-sama herself. Then why is she talking like that? Why is she calling me father?
Beatrice-sama was only born a short while ago. It would be far too cruel to expect her to act as she once did so soon.
Are you saying that her memory hasn't returned yet? Master, this person truly is Beatrice-sama herself. However, she is not Beatrice-sama you know well. What are you talking about? I'm the game master, right? Why can't I revive Beato?
Beatrice-sama has revived. However, the old Beatrice-sama lived for 1,000 years. This Beatrice-sama, on the other hand, was only born a short while ago. If she appears to be a different person, well, that just can't be helped.
Then how can I revive that Beato? Her body is right here. How can I revive her soul? If she lives the same 1,000-year life again, she should become the same Beatrice-sama she was before. You're telling me to wait 1,000 years?
A person's personality isn't decided solely by their birth. It can change drastically based on how they live and what they experience. How much food and rest you give them. How many times you play the minigame.
Do you understand? Even though she is the same Beato, she is not the same. I get it. Even if you had two of the same exact people, they could change enormously depending on their upbringing. Even though they might be both the same human to start with, their upbringing could change them so much that they effectively become two completely different people. Usually, we use the term person to refer to a person, not their personality.
Yeah, a real-life Tamagotchi. I'm glad you understood me, Peach.
However, since humans recognize a person by their personality, those two might be as well two different people from a human perspective. That's so true. If that tragedy 12 years ago hadn't happened, this little lady of ours might be a cute girl who would smile without looking weird. That's rude. I'm plenty cute as it is. I understand. If a personality is what makes a person in our eyes, you could probably say that a second personality represents a different person entirely, even if it inhibits the same flesh body. At the very least, it's a completely different person than I used to be 12 years ago. And if my family had come home 12 years ago, then Anji that resulted would surely be a completely different person from me. Even a single person can become a different person. In fact, depending on their upbringing and endless possibilities, they can become an endless number of different people. So just because this is Beato, that's no guarantee that she'll become the Beato that Oni-chan knows so well. And on top of that, Beatrice is a witch who lived 1,000 years. People can die and be reborn in just 3 days. 1,000 years is such a huge amount of time.
It seems you're quite a skilled reader. For most of my readers, it would be necessary to spend several hundred pages to explain how a single person can become different people depending on their upbringing and time.
I don't underestimate your readers. We aren't just reading. We read, and we think.
Unless you're me, then I just read. If I make 100 people read it, about 90 would be able to. However, only 50 will actually understand what it means, and not even 20 will actually think beyond that. And all I ask is that they think it over a bit. Nothing more than that. However, it seems that you are one of those precious 20 readers. That's why I invited you here, child of man.
It was seriously hard to like this Hachijo Toya person. However, though this forgery she had written was still in its first stages, it definitely felt as though it contained something very similar to the tales of those message bottles. Feels like she's breaking the fourth wall a bit, just a little bit. Speaking metaphorically, one might call it a scent. An indescribably unique and stern atmosphere, like a stuffy library. The Beatrice who wrote the message bottles and Hachijo Toya are different people. And yet, this has the same scent as that tale. I see. This is why some of those curious witch hunters are so intensely devoted to her. Their keen sense of smell was able to sniff out that familiar scent. Just smells like a witch.
Very well then. Please continue reading. There could be nothing more entertaining than watching your face as you glance over the words. That and speaking with you.
I guess it's true that writers are always starving for opinions on their works. However, sorry to disappoint you, I don't have time to read all the way through this thick manuscript. More importantly...
And yet you have plenty of time.
Both the second hand and the pendulum on the ornate clock behind Hachijo had been moving the whole time. However, absolutely no time had passed for a while now. Only about 3 minutes had gone by since the time she entered the room.
See? Time isn't one of your problems. No sort of time will chase you away until you finish reading.
If only. Next page, lady. Next page. Amakusa badgered me to turn the page. I returned to the world of the tale once more. Just imagine being in a world where, like, time doesn't have to pass, but, like, you feel it passing, but it's not passing. Like, imagine all the games that you could play. Why does her tail have the same scent as Beatrice's, I wonder? Is it because she actually reached the truth as she claims? Unless... I don't know. Does this mean that anyone who knows the truth could create an endless number of message bottles? Is that how the cat box world works? I see. I guess she might also be an endless witch. In fact, maybe anyone who knows the truth can become an endless witch. An endless tale created by the endless witches. The 2 days starting on October 4th, 1986, where my family is being toyed with endlessly. I have to end it. I have to find a hint of the truth from within this story and end this endless tale. What do you think, Beato? How's this 6th game I've made? Well, you're not the type to give me an honest compliment anyway. You'd probably say something more like, not bad for an incompetent fool like you. Not bad for an incompetent fool like you. And now that I've seen what it's like to be a game master, it's pretty clear. I wasn't the only one who had it rough each and every game. Creating a game is far from easy. I certainly never expected us to recognize each other's efforts like this.
Creating a game is far from easy. I certainly never expected us to recognize each other's efforts like this.
All wrong! This isn't Beato! Battler slammed hard on the desk, but the piece Beato showed no reaction. After all, Battler hadn't ordered her to react. It would be easy to revive that Beato as a piece. However, it would only move according to Battler's wishes. Having a conversation with it was no different from talking to himself. The Game Master could summon any kind of piece. He could move those pieces in any way he wanted, reigning as an absolute god. However, for that very reason, they were just pieces. That made it unbelievably lonely and sad. You created many kinds of furniture, as well as several tales in the past. And when I saw that, I was sure you were having a great time doing it.
But that's all wrong.
You were unbelievably lonely.
It must have been such a relief for you having an opponent like me who could actually go against you. Yep, I'm painfully aware of that now.
That weird, polite Beato really was you, wasn't she? The way you were 1,000 years ago.
And yet, she's a different person.
The way she looks just like you is what I really can't get over. I can't stand it.
However, she isn't a piece, so she can go against my will.
That Beato is much more alive than a piece like you. I get that, but it's all wrong. This isn't you. She's a completely separate person, like a long-lost little sister or something. And that's why I just can't accept her. As much as he hated the piece version of Beato, Battler felt an even stronger dislike for the chick Beato. Even after a whole 1,000 years, she still wouldn't become the original Beato. Even if she were ordered to act like the original Beato, it would just be an imitation. This was a very similar but separate person, and definitely not Beato herself. So, in the previous game, Beato really did disappear for all eternity. Even after becoming the Game Master, there was no way to revive her. Laugh. Laugh at how pathetic I am. Just give it a rest already. You're just an illusion. You won't laugh unless I order it. And you can't even continue to laugh unless I keep ordering it. Just disappear. Poor Battler wants his little witch that can bully him. On Rokenjima, this day, or rather this round, was the same as any other. The typhoon would be coming very soon. He wants to be bullied so bad it's sad, right? Battler just needs to ask Byato to step on him. That should make it all better. He wants the Tsundere witch back, right? He doesn't want a Dare witch. He wants the Tsundere witch. I don't know. I feel like if he just told the piece Byato to step on him, like he'd be like, this isn't right. This doesn't have the energy in it. You're just stepping on me because I told you to. That's not fun. Sundora. Let's see. The typhoon would be coming very soon. The sky was still overcast, but the clouds were moving quickly. He's having a mental breakdown with a heel in his face. Just imagine he actually like tells her to do that and he's just like, It's just like she's grinding his heel into him and he's just like, it's not the same. She's not yelling at me with the energy that she would do. She's only doing what I tell her to do. I can't deal with this. I can imagine his bored, empty expression as heels are jammed in his face, yeah. Critiquing how wrong it all is, yeah. The only thing on Natsuhi's mind was the plan to cover up Kinzo's absence again this year. Kraus appeared to have suffered a stomach ache from the stress and was sleeping in his room. This guy, who isn't updated art, who's here. Jessica and Kumasawa had left in a boat to go shopping and greet the incoming relatives on Nijima. The servants had been busy since the early morning preparing for the family conference, the greatest event of the year. Shannon and Cannon were rushing to get the guest house ready. Just lying in the grass as Byato is kicking him, but he looks dead and sad. Just... What's the... Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. If the relatives are going to stay the night, shouldn't the guest rooms in the mansion be more than enough? Good point. It's a pain to clean up this room too, after all. I wanted to be stepped on, but not like this, right?
Even so, I like cleaning the guest house.
Yeah, it's nice and quiet without Madame and all the annoying servants. Shannon smiled wearily at her as she performed a detail examination of the guest room. Did we forget to clean anything? Do we need to restock anything? She diligently gave the room one final check over. It's just not the same. There's no feedback. The real Byato wouldn't do this after I asked. She would be like, you have to strip and kiss my foot and all this first before she even thinks about it. You checked everything thoroughly last night too, didn't you? You really are dedicated.
It's days like this that you tend to get pranked if you're careless. You can never find important things when you need them, and things that were supposed to be closed turn out to be open.
That's because you're too careless. You don't pay attention while you work.
Yes, that's why you're helping me check. Thanks.
There's nothing to thank me for. If you were a bit more alert, I wouldn't have to help at all.
But you actually just want to be with me, right? You're such a kid.
That's not it. It's all because you've been so eccentric about George-sama lately. You're messing up so much, I can't let you out of my sight.
Cannon-kun, let's chat a bit.
He's a bottomless sub who misses his dom, yeah! And now the roles have switched and he's just like, I don't like this. We can't do that now, we're working.
You keep making fun of me and George-sama, but how's it going between you and Jessica-sama?
Nothing's going on in particular. If you have time to talk about that, let's just finish this. But Cannon had very obviously been trying to change the subject. Shannon had then snuck up behind him and pushed him down onto the bed.
So, Why did you turn down Milady when she asked you to go with her to welcome the relatives?
Because I have work to do.
Liar. You don't actually have any work at all.
Shannon and Cannon had switched roles. Normally, Cannon was the one in control, but when it came to romance, it was the opposite. As Shannon had said, Jessica and Cannon were supposed to have been the ones to go greet the relatives in the harbor on Nijima. However, Cannon had suddenly claimed that he had work to do, so Kumasawa had gone instead. Cannon didn't have any work to do. Shannon knew this. At this point, all he uses is overly complicated body pillow for his soon waifu. Peach, no, they're not boinking.
Lady told me, despite what happened after the cultural festival, she really does like you, Cannon-kun.
Even though I'm furniture.
That's right, and I'm furniture too.
But despite that, you're in love with a human, even though you can't do that.
You think so? Maybe we're furniture, just because we take that for granted.
I don't have any special feelings for Milady Jessica. I only think of her as the daughter of the family we serve.
Really?
Really. What?
You know, there is a chance that George-sama will propose to me tonight.
Shannon wore an incredibly peaceful smile on her face, but Cannon could tell that there was no way she'd let him change the subject. Cannon realized that she must have made him help out here in the guest house in order to talk to him about this, and he clicked his tongue softly. You really think you can marry a human even though you're furniture?
I think I can.
It won't work.
Why not?
That dream future that George-sama has imagined for you two is something you can never give him.
Well,
we aren't humans. We're furniture, inferior to them. George-sama only thinks that you're human.
Well, that is true, but...
I'm impressed that you've managed to keep him fooled for this long. Do you really think you can keep tricking him like that forever? Even though you still haven't been able to tell him that you're furniture?
Being furniture, being human, has nothing to do with this. I believe that George-sama will accept everything about me.
And yet, you have the courage to check and make sure? What is happening there, furniture? Yeah, this has been something that's been, like, thrown around ever since, like, the first chapter. Which, like... I'm still not 100% sure if it's... I don't know, because they talk about they talk about it so strongly, but, like... I don't know yet.
You know what? I think I'll accept his proposal.
As Shannon looked up at the ceiling, she spoke of the imagined furniture that she and George would create. Though some anxiety over the future appeared on her face, so did the joy of knowing that it was what it was like to live with love. This is all just a horrifyingly complicated BDSM roleplay gone wrong. That's the truth of the whole game. As Cannon watched this vivid dream he was being shown, he knew that none of his words would reach Shannon anymore. You can just do what you want. Once you've said you'll do something, you can be incredibly stubborn.
Yep. I want to live life my own way. I'd like to stop being afraid over who's furniture and who's a human.
Yeah, furniture is a term used in the game, used to describe a variety of servants created by those with magical abilities. Yee. But, like, it's been referred to by, like, so many different, like, types of characters. It's just like, Cannon walked over to the window silently. He saw the rose garden filled with boring gray flowers in bloom. He realized that Shannon was acting above her place, and he knew that her tale had no chance of a happy ending. However, he also knew that no words of his could change her mind now that she had made her decision. In that case, it doesn't matter what I say. If I tell you to stop, you won't listen. If I tell you to do what you want, you'll do what you want. Why are you talking to me about this? It's not like you care what I have to say.
Well, I want to know... What I want to know is how you feel about Milady.
It have nothing to do with the two of you.
Do you really feel absolutely nothing for Milady?
No, I don't, as I keep telling you.
Liar.
What makes you think it's a lie?
I can tell. I'm your ne-san, aren't I?
You don't know. You can't know what I'm feeling.
I do. I know everything about you, Kennen-kun.
If you really do know, then why did you ask? Your head and your heart are completely filled by George-sama, aren't they? And it's that sincerity of yours that I love. That's why I'm rooting for you in the only way I can. Otherwise, even I...
Even I?
Even I wanted to love Milady. Oh, you're right, they are pointing their siblings. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they're like biological siblings, but they're like from the same orphanage, so they're like basically siblings. Kennen finally turned to face her, honestly and openly, telling her how he really felt. We still haven't learned Kennen's like real name though. We've known Shannon. We learned Shannon's, but still spiritually, yeah. I mean, hey. At least they're not like Battler being like, hey Maria, grow up and then I can touch your boobs. And it's just like, Battler, no! Stop it! We did. What was Shannon's name? Oh gosh. It's been a while since we even like heard it. Cause right? I remember we were I would prefer Battler not at all. I would prefer him not touch up his cousins. But like... I'm pretty sure there was the scene where we learned Shannon's name. I know that like specifically we don't know canons, but it was like the first or second game that we learned her name. I think the second one. I think. Can't always get what we want. Well, I'm at least glad it's like toned down, that it's not as much in our face as it was in the earlier chapters. Just the information leaving my brain. Because I swear we were told. Oh, this is doubled up. I am so sorry, that was probably loud. I just realized the audio was doubled up, I'm so sorry. Well, that was what Shannon had wanted to hear. And after hearing that, she pressed Kennen even further to reveal his true feelings.
You can't leave it at that. I won't let you.
Then what should I do? What do you want me to say?
Sayo, yeah, I think that was.
Yeah. Because I believe it was like in the second chapter that we heard the name Sayo. But like... George keeps dying so quickly and we don't see the like proposal happening. We haven't seen that happen for like the last few chapters. So it's just the real name isn't relevant.
Don't try to dodge by saying I wanted to love her. All you need to do is honestly tell me what you really feel.
I don't know why I have only very bits and pieces of this entire story, man. That's true, that's true. Eventually the VODs will get uploaded. Does anyone remember when I started playing this? I want to say it was December, so it's gonna be a while. Also, fun fact, Shannon's breasts are fake. She's had to simulate breasts because she never grew any. Suspicious. If George really loved Shannon, he wouldn't be dying so quickly. Right? I must leave, however, I gotta get ready, but I hope you have a wonderful stream. Love you!
I know! Have fun with the boy. Be safe. You hear me? Be safe.
Man, I was righter than I thought this really was. I got wrong. Milady is too dazzling for me. The way she lives is dazzling like the sun. That's why I love her. I was so happy when Milady stretched out her hand and asked me to walk with her. No, I still am happy.
You love her, don't you?
Yes, I do. I love Milady. Finally. Ken confessed his feelings in their entirety. In fact, by saying it aloud, he finally understood how he truly felt. No one needs to know. What do you mean no one needs to know? As passionate tears welled up in her eyes, Kenan finally accepted it. Or his eyes. What do you mean, Peach? Does that mean that I get to kidnap you? JK. Oh, lips.
Bye. Have a good day.
He couldn't stop the tears from dripping down his face. Both of us are exactly the same. Locked in Rokkenjima and living without any hope at all. And yet, Milady was always able to light her own path and create her own fate. She was so dazzling that I envied her. I felt as though if I could be with her, I could finally find my true self instead of being the pitiful person I am now.
When you turned down Milady's confession, were you sad?
I was. I never realized that a lie you make to yourself could be so sad, so painful, so excruciating. And I couldn't forgive myself for hurting Milady with that lie. I believed that I didn't have what it takes to ever fall in love again.
But that wasn't true. Do you know what's needed to fall in love? It's something that you can't get from anyone but yourself. Being furniture is not has nothing to do with it. If you decide for yourself that it won't work out, then it won't. You mustn't leap to such rigid conclusions. That's why I, overambitious furniture that I am, gave myself what's needed to fall in love. So you have it too, Kanan-kun.
You mean I have what it takes to fall in love?
Yes. If you won't give it to yourself, I'll give it to you.
Thank you. I feel as though I can finally see the sea.
Okay. Have a fun time, Peach. Again, be safe.
Thank you. I feel as though I can finally see the sea.
I'm certain of it. George-sama will propose to me tonight. When he does, I will accept. I intend to leave this island and start a new life in our new world.
If that's the path you've chosen, then I have no say in the matter.
I'll leave this island. And after that, I'll never return again. Why did my face freeze? Hello? Camera? Hello?
Hello? I guess I'll disappear for a second and then come back. Hello? Hello? Let me open up YouTube Studio again. Hello? Can I... Really? What happened? This is concerning. Camera on. Of all things. Razer really said, oh, you fixed your headset? Let's break your webcam. You totally don't need that. That's totally not important at all. Let me put a little loading screen on my face for the time being. This is not good. Huh. Loading should be above your head, maybe. I don't know what happened. I'm gonna go under my desk and see if I can heckin' unplug and replug it in. Oop-a-da-dum. It is this device. Nope, that's my mouse. Technical difficulties, anybody? That's that thing. The issue is I don't know which cable is the actual webcam. Okay, it's braided, that helps. How about if I plug you into there? Did the port die or did the... Turn it on and off and on again. Oh wait. Hello? Yes, I live! That was very weird. Okay, so I guess that USB port died, maybe? I have no idea what happened. Okay, let me... Okay. I'll leave this island, and after that, I'll never return again. I'll have to say farewell to you, Canon-kun. You're right. We won't see each other again, will we? If you do love Milady from the bottom of your heart, and if your feelings are at least as strong as my feelings for George-san, then you and I will have to settle whose feelings are really stronger. Ne-san. This way is best for both of us. Don't give up on your feelings for my sake. Even though my selfishness might keep you from your happiness? I realize that same thing about myself. I know that my happiness will bring you pain. We have no choice but to hurt each other. As she said this, Shannon turned her back to Cannon. As Cannon watched Shannon from behind, he was struck by her strength and the love she still felt for him despite everything. Nissa, living with you made me happy.
Me too. I wouldn't have lasted this long without you. And that's why I was able to meet George-san.
Yeah. And I wouldn't have realized how dazzling Milady is if it weren't for you.
I won't abandon the way I feel. I'll focus on that being alone, or that feeling alone, ignoring everything else, and I won't look away when I trample over your heart.
Me too. I won't use you as an excuse to hide the way I really feel.
Whether my love bears fruit or yours does, we'll both support the victor.
Yes, I promise. And if I win, I will love Milady and treasure you.
Thank you. But if I win, I'll forget you and this island and leave this place forever.
Yes. Whichever of us wins, that person will pursue their love with all they've got. Even if they know that love will be unrequited.
Yes. After all, by now,
we are not furniture. The boat carrying the relatives docked at the harbor. They left the boat one by one, making fun of Battler. Goda wasn't the only one to greet them. Cannon was there too. It's been quite some time, everyone. Allow me to welcome you to Rokanjima. I hope that your long journey went smoothly. Finally broke the abusive BDS and roleplay relationship.
Bonk.
Welcome to Rokanjima. Ah, good. Goda complimented Canon in a whisper. Canon ignored this, looking just a little sour, and continued to greet the incoming relatives. This is your first time meeting Goda-san and Canon-kun, isn't it, Battler-kun?
It's my first time meeting Battler, too.
Goda-san's a great chef. He's the only reason anyone would ever want to come to this island. I am most honored. Battler-sama, I do hope that you look forward to your meals during your stay. I can't wait. I'm counting on you.
Long time no see, Canon-kun. You seem to be in high spirits today. That's great.
You think so?
Oh yes, your face is looking brighter today. Maybe it's your complexion, or maybe it's that your gaze looks a little more gallant.
It must be a growing phase. That's how a boy becomes a man.
You usually look as though you're about to pass out from anemia. You're a bit different today.
You've got some spunk. A boy can change a lot in just 3 days. I guess this means even Canon-kun's getting a bit more manly.
We aren't making fun of you, okay? We're all complimenting you.
Maybe Ava. Canon had sworn to start changing the way— What? The way you lived bit by bit.
Hello, nobody. How are you doing?
For happy family time.
Hello. But yes, how are you doing, nobody?
You missed it. My heckin' webcam just died. Or at least the port did. As you can tell by me moving again. But we were just going through some story, and it was just like bloop. I had to go and like plug it into a different port. It was annoying. However, he had only meant to change with himself, and hadn't expected that it would show on the outside. That's what's for claims Xephoria was just having a moment. Maybe. I just got really still. He was a bit shocked to hear that his expression had changed so much, that people had apparently noticed as soon as he opened his mouth. No, maybe the real surprise was that his normal expression must have looked so incredibly sullen in comparison. Goda led the way up to the guest house. Kennen brought up the rear, helping to carry some of Kumasawa's shopping. Does my face really look that bright today?
It looks that way to me as well. There's something good happening.
Even Kumasawa was saying it. Kennen was unable to see what his own face looked like, hung his head in embarrassment. Bum, bum, bum. When they reached the rose garden, they could see the others streaming into the guest house. Then he saw Jessica running towards him from there. Is even Milady Jessica going to say that I'm in a good mood today? Kennen hung his head even deeper. And so, almost as though he couldn't control himself, Kennen spoke first.
You're doing well, that's good.
Do I really look that different?
Huh? Well, you aren't usually the type to come out and say hello of your own accord. That's probably why everyone was surprised.
I apologize for not going with you earlier, milady.
Huh?
Oh, don't worry about that. I'm the one who's sorry for asking you to come all the way out to Najima with me to meet everyone. You know how busy— I know how busy you must be today. I didn't have anything in particular to do. You were just so dazzling. So dazzling that I couldn't bear to be with you. I was just weak. Jessica faltered, uncertain what Kennen was talking about. However, she realized that this was something too important to be laughed off. Did something happen, Kennen-kun? Shannon says she's going to get married. I see. So George Nissan is going to propose this time after all. Does anyone have clips?
Clips of what?
So far, the only clip is me, being like, I will going peach for myself. Jessica thought that Cannon was sad because Shannon would be leaving, that this new mental state had caused the change in his behavior, and Cannon realized that Jessica was probably thinking this, so he spoke to her clearly and honestly, because he wanted her to know. I decided that I would stop working here if Ne-san never quit.
I know. So, are you gonna quit too, Cannon-kun?
I'm not sure anymore. I feel that if I quit, I might lose sight again of something you revealed to me, shining like the sun. Jessica could only stare blankly, unable to understand what he was saying. However, she did realize that he was trying to tell her something important. And so, she was able to accept that his next words were neither a joke nor a lie. Of the webcam dying? I don't think so. Unless someone made a clip and then didn't share it in the chat. But yeah, otherwise I don't know. Milady Jessica, I love you.
I love you too!
You live your life like the sun, and I want to try walking that path alongside you. I have a feeling that with you, I'll be able to break free from the me that I despise as furniture.
You aren't furniture, Cannon-kun. And you weren't born just so that you could become a servant. A boy your age should be enjoying life much, much more.
I'm dazzled too. You're so dazzling, I can hardly see. This is how I truly feel. I'm sorry for trying to hide it for so long. I apologize for hurting you on that day in my cowardice.
That's okay. Just hearing you say that makes me happy.
So, since I want to always be with you, I plan to stop being furniture. I ask that you give me some time to do that. Please, forgive this last bit of weakness.
There's nothing weak about you. You've shown me. You show me that you have the incredible courage to change yourself from the way you used to be. So, I'll support you until the end. And I won't rush until you're ready. If I'm the sun lighting your path, that's because I wanted to shine more brightly than anyone else so that you'd look only at me. Without you, there's no way I'd become anything like the sun. So, I'll wait, no matter how long it takes.
Thank you, milady.
Milady's a bit too stiff, don't you think?
May I call you by your name?
Sure. Oh, but only when we're alone, okay? Otherwise, it might make things tough for you.
Good point. Ne-san and George-sama are doing the same, it seems.
He smile. He do a smile.
If Shannon hadn't been about to be engaged, you wouldn't have said what you want... If Shannon hadn't been about to get engaged, you wouldn't have said what you said just now, right?
Cannon hung his head, at a loss for words for some time. But it was true. If Shannon hadn't told him about the engagement, he probably wouldn't have been having this conversation at this moment. Yes. Because of that, I was able to think long and hard.
Oh, come on. You heard about Shannon and you wanted to see what love felt like yourself, right?
Yes.
That's a pretty straight answer. Well, when I watched those two, I was pretty jealous myself.
His palms sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy, there's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti, he's nervous. Well, way to let the secret out, Cannon. I hope it doesn't cause trouble for... Right? Ooh. Hopefully that's okay. Hopefully. In truth, it wasn't quite like that for either of them. They'd been shown the courage needed to speak up and tell the one you love how you feel. That's what pushed both Cannon and Jessica forward. So, what should I call you?
Jessica works fine.
Just saying it like that would be a bit embarrassing.
Then you can use Sun, at least at first. Why not try it out? Come on.
Jessica-san.
Good. That'll do for now. And I'd like to call you by your name, Cannon-kun. You have a real name besides Cannon, don't you? I'll bet it has a character... I don't know what character that is, like Cannon does. What could it be? My name is Yoshia. Oh, how is it written? Jessica tried tracing out various characters on the palm of her hand. Then Canon used his own finger to write his name on her hand. Ooh. You write it as this.
So you're Yoshia.
Yeah, that's a great name. Totally better than my weird name. That's not true. Milady Jessica has a wonderful Hey, say it again. Huh? Milady Jessica has... One more time! Milady Jessica has a wonderful... Is something wrong?
No big deal. Thanks, Yoshia-kun.
The red flowers of the rose garden seemed to celebrate the two lovers whose feelings had finally connected. The scene was watched by one not human who gazed out quietly from beneath the rose garden arbor. First name basis, how lewd, right? Way to make it awkward, Jessica. Right? Just like, don't call me Milady, but, ooh, when you say my Milady before my name, oh boy, my heart be going doki doki. Come to think of it, those two had never called each other by their names until now. Jessica hadn't known Canon's true name. Canon hadn't called Jessica by her name. When people call each other by name, they acknowledge the worth of the other's soul. That's why names are sacred. When you've been given permission to say someone's name, it means they've acknowledged your soul.
Is that why Father wants me to call him by his name?
No, that's probably wrong. When Father sees me, it reminds him of that other me, the past me, and I'm sure that me called Father by name. However, that probably doesn't mean Father would be happy to hear me call him by his name. After all, I am me, and not the Beatrice Father knows well. What can I do to help Father? How can I be useful to him? After all, that's the only reason I was born. Hanging her head, Beatrice sat all alone in the Golden Lands arbor next to the rose garden, and she was watched by the witch of theater-going and her Miko as they sat across from each other. Poor kid.
I never thought I'd see you feel compassion for Beato.
It'd be too cruel to call this Beato and the former Beato the same person. They're completely different people. It may be that, by the rules, this Beato is the Beato. However, saying that would be horribly unfair to her.
Battler must be so depressed to have things end up the way after reviving his former rival.
I sort of get Oni-chan's despair, but I can understand how this kid feels too. No person can become a replacement for another, not even a past version of that same person. Compared to the young boy and girl who had found new versions of themselves by calling each other by their true names, this witch looked very feeble. The witch knew that she was an illusion created in the image of the person she once was. And she also knew that it would only hurt Battler if she were to try and pretend to be that person.
And despite all that, this Beato wants to be useful to Battler. How admirable.
Is that the purpose of the witch known as Beatrice?
That is what she claims. She says that she was created to be of service to Battler.
So, Beato, who was born for Oni-chan's sake, eventually commits a serial murder and drags Oni-chan into a bizarre game that she calls eternal torture? I don't get it.
I believe you also understand that one could become a different person over 1,000 years.
At the very least, Beatrice was once a pure creature who was born for Battler's sake. It was also very clear that, in her current feeble state, she doesn't possess any of the courage or motivation needed to bring about such fearsome serial murders. That means the sinister witch we all know must have changed during the 1,000 years since her birth. I keep getting this 1,000 years business, but I get the feeling that these words are just a metaphor for a really long time in the world of witches.
As you get closer to the world of gods, the concept of time becomes incredibly vague. 6 years can become 1,000, and 1,000 years can be nothing more than a quick nap. One can fit an eternity long enough to be deserving of the title 100-year-old witch in a mere 2 weeks.
In other words, the pure Beato transformed into a cruel Beato during 6 years that could be called 1,000.
So does that mean something bad happened during those 6 years that made her hate Oni-chan? That doesn't make sense. During those 6 years, Oni-chan not only stayed away from Bokenjima, he even stopped using the Ushinomiya name. He had nothing to do with that change. Her hatred has got to be totally misguided. The explanation of witch years definitely brings up an interesting point.
Oh, so this is where you were. Shall I make you some black tea?
Kumasawa-san, there's something I'd like to know.
Oh. Very well. What is it?
The Oni-chan in this sense is Battler. Anji is Battler's like half-sister, technically.
My name is Beatrice, isn't it?
Yes, that is correct. You are Beatrice Sama, milady.
However, that Beatrice that father talks about isn't me.
Well,
I think father wanted me to be that person. I think that might be why he was disappointed, because no matter how much I looked like her, I am a different person.
that isn't true. You are you, Beatrice Sama, herself. You have merely lost your memory of the past after being newly reborn. Even without your memory, you are still Beatrice Sama. You are the same person whom the master loves.
So then, how can I regain those memories?
Well...
Byato looked at Kumasawa with hopeful eyes, as though praying that she would tell her the way. Kumasawa averted her gaze unhelpfully, as though trying to say that she'd like to, if only such a way existed.
If I can't regain those memories, can't you at least tell me what kind of person the Beatrice father loved was?
That much I can tell you, but...
I was born for father's sake, so I want to become the Golden Witch Beatrice that father desires.
Beatrice Sama?
I cannot use magic. However, if the witch father desires could use it, then I will learn. I want to become the witch he desires. That's the only way I can repay father for creating me.
This is gonna be a really weird Sweet Home Alabama situation.
That's admirable. Without the 1,000 years gone wrong, she really is an incredible kid.
A chick of a witch. Very interesting. I've taken a liking to her, Angie. I shall allow this chick to make use of my library. Let us open the door that leads back to the world of witches.
So you're going to make her read aloud the stories about your previous self? Yes, I want to know too. The creation story of the Golden Witch Beatrice.
Very well. If you wish it, then let us open the door once more.
Kumasawa-san.
A golden splash welled up around them. It was a cloud of gold butterflies.
I really hope I turn into the one that doesn't have this voice. There we go.
With a flash of gold, the form of the old lady transformed into that of a witch in a dress.
You must choose the path that you are to walk down. Let us call it a path of roses. Beautifully blooming roses may encourage you, and their thorns may torment you. But even so, it is a path that you've walked down before. You may pass through the same 1,000 years. You may pass through a different 1,000 years. If you wish, you may even return back to the way you came. I'll move forward. I don't want to spend 1,000 years in this garden drinking tea. I, Beatrice, was born for father's sake, so I want to live for father's sake. Please tell me about the Golden Witch.
The Great Witch spread her arms, communicating the other's unbending determination to the brilliant heavens. At that moment, a brilliant light covered the two of them, and before they knew it, they were in a strange study.
We're gonna get some lore. We're gonna get some lore. Some important puzzle pieces.
Maybe. There sat the master of this library, the great old witch and her Mikko. Virgilia gave a deep and elegant bow.
It is the greatest of honors to be in your presence, Lady Featherine Augustus Aurora, the majestic witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating. Raise your head, child of man. I shall give that child the privilege of using my library however she likes for a time. Anji, my Miko, you will see to her needs. Sure, as you wish, my master. You know, you could just say, let me read your story. Dad this and dad that, but what about Battler? Battler is both Oni-chan and also father. I'm really glad they don't use the other word for father.
Majima, hello!
Miko, of the witch of theater going.
Guess who's back? Welcome back, Sans!
Back again? Miko of the witch of theater going, I leave Beatrice in your care. Pleased to meet you. The Beatrice you're trying to become was suffering from something in her own way. At the very least, you've been released from that for the time being. Other word, the one that starts with the letter D. Will you really go on a journey to regain those shackles? Sans is back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Yes, I want to become the Golden Witch, and that is the reason I was born. The endless and finite witch, Publius Virgilia Maro, ask that you make her journey through purgatory a pleasant one, granting her your protection. Huh? Let it be known that as the Miko of the Witch of Theater Going and as the Endless Witch and Apprentice Witch of Resurrection, I, Anji Beatrice, do humbly accede your request or whatever. Featherine snorted. So, you also bear the name Beatrice? That's right. I know a lot about you. Please, tell me, what kind of person was I? Sure. And I'll want you to teach me. Why did you become the person you were? What did Battler do 6 years ago? In this library, the fragments showing the tales of all your games up until now are stored as books. By reading them, you should be able to learn everything that has happened before now. By reading them, can I become a Golden Witch? To become a Golden Witch, one must solve the Epitaph of the Gold, and this trial cannot be skipped, not even by Beatrice herself. I'll do my best, so please, let me read the books in this library. As admirable as ever. Why are you so set on ending up like that again? I do not know what I was like then. However, if that me can be of use to Father, I want to become it. That you'll find out. And who, boy, is it coming? Or is it something? Oh no. Oh no. I'm kind of worried. Anji sighed resignedly. No words would stop this girl's feelings of respect. Anji was the Miko of the Witch of Theater Going. She could do nothing but watch over the stage. That's right. They weren't actually interfering with the play. This was just a bit of directing, to shine the spotlight onto the tale of Beato's past. Even this was nothing more than the Witch of Theater Going watching a play. If you read, you will learn what kind of person the old Beatrice was. However, you must decide what you will take from that experience. You are free to stay in this library, or leave it, or even return to it again later. In exchange, I will watch your play. You will watch my play? Basically, it means you can do whatever you want. Thank you very much. She likes it when you call her Featherine. Thank you very much, Featherine-sama. Battler probably battled and yelled at a girl that left. Maybe? I don't know. I feel like with how the way Mal is putting it, it's probably a little bit more than just yelling, but who knows? After being welcomed in by Featherine, Beato left on a journey to discover herself. On a literal journey of self-discovery. That tale connected the old tale with the new one. It wove them together.
It's like we don't even get to witness her, like, looking at the past. She just looks at it, it's a whole montage, and she comes back out of reading and is like, what the The 1,000-year-old tale about her returned to its starting point, becoming a snake eating its own tail. An Ouroboros. The ring of that snake began slowly, bit by bit, to turn into a shape of a small island floating on the sea. And that was Rokkenjima. 1,000 years of the witch born on this island were tied to the island. Was it 1,000 years, or just 6? Or did this tale start even further back into the past? Beatrice went out on a journey to find herself. She's like, man, I was cringe and mean. What does father see in that old Beatrice? I don't want to be like that. The wind had been strengthening since a while back. The breaking waves had grown fierce. The ferry boats probably wouldn't be coming for a while now. The crashing thunder told that the island had been sealed off from the outside world. A thick rain poured down, mocking the fools outdoors who had to rush pathetically to find shelter. No longer would anyone be able to leave this island, and no longer would anyone be able to reach this island. No one, unless blessed with a miracle. There was another flash of lightning. The retinas of all who saw it were filled with white. As that white faded away, an eerie shadow pulled itself amidst the raging waters of the beach. As though suddenly remembering to do so, it coughed violently several times, filthily spitting out seawater that had filled its stomach. She then tore apart the touch fastener of her life jacket and threw down the reason she had been able to float there without so much as a thank you.
Welcomed in by a storm, same as always. Very good. Yes, come and entertain me, battler-san.
Erica, you so silly. Erica's the real cringe here. I got my blanket off of me when I was fixing my webcam, so let me fix the blanket. Imagine you revive your tsundere waifu and she tells you, what's a tsundere? It's a what? That's just rude and embarrassing social dysfunction. News of the drifter, Furudo Erika, quickly spread across Rokkenjima. Erika had been welcomed in politely, and it was decided that she would be treated as a guest until the typhoon passed. In the dining hall, Goda's wonderful dinner had ended, and everyone was relaxing and enjoying some after-dinner coffee and cheese. Apparently, Battler was a bit relieved that Erika had come and turned into a good scapegoat. It drove away some of the attention he'd been getting piled on him for finally coming back after 6 years. In fact, she turned out to be very talkative. When the conversation turned into a sophisticated discussion of the mystery genre, even the adults were drawn in. She was apparently so well-versed that even Nanjo, who had a vast knowledge of the subject, was impressed. Good point. A strange family in a western mansion on an isolated island during a storm? Now that we have a detective stopping by to take shelter from the rain, we've got all the major factors lined up. Have no fear. No matter how difficult the crime, I will solve it. That's a detective's job. How reassuring. It almost sounds as though you want a bizarre crime to occur. I hope I don't have to play the part of the victim. Dear, you mustn't say such things.
Well, the history of the human mystery genre is only about a century old. Its tricks and ideas are limited to the new recycled patterns, so there's nothing left to show. No matter what kind of impossible crimes or closed-room murders might occur, it'll be nothing more than one of the same classes of tricks dressed up to look like something new. The only reason mysteries still make for popular books today is because self-proclaimed fans, those who work off pieced-together knowledge and who have hardly read any of the classics, mistakenly think that a classic trick they didn't know about, through a proper lack of proper study, is actually something new and surprising.
Everyone couldn't help but gape at this imposing claim. If an aged critic had said it, it would have been one thing, but to think that a young person like this could say it so boldly.
Mystery is a genre that ended half a century ago, at least as far as I'm concerned. However, thanks to countless ignorant fools, I get to play my part as a detective.
By that argument, wouldn't it mean that romance was perfected back in Shakespeare's time, so everything after that isn't worth reading?
Exactly. So if you just read Romeo and Juliet, it's the same as having understood all of romance.
That's ridiculous. It's not like there's any need to read more books than everyone else just for its own sake. But on the other hand, you can't be so satisfied with just a few stories like that. Sticking to the classics of the past and never reading anything new is a sign of excessive nostalgia, don't you think? That sounds to me like the excuse of an old person who can't be bothered to read more.
I see. I guess I'll need to read at least as much as you, or I'd probably lose in an argument.
Me? I don't read books. Battler chuckled, but Erica knew from the previous game that Battler was actually quite an avid reader, so his words felt more like a challenge. You're so confident in your reasoning abilities, you must be really good at quizzes and puzzles, right?
Oh, right. Maria, didn't you bring a quiz book or something?
Brought it.
Realizing Erica's arrogant statement had made the atmosphere a little more tense, George smoothly changed the subject. By now, it was more than clear that she wasn't the cute guest she had appeared to be. Maria pulled a book out of her bag that had quizzes and puzzles written on it and started reading them to everyone. It looked like it might turn into a peaceful quiz party, but of course, that isn't what happened. As a credit to all her big talk, Erica managed an impressive ratio of correct and immediate answers. She took complete control, and her bragging began to escalate more and more. George slightly regretted the choice he'd made when changing the subject.
Right, you missed the her little magic spell
to make her mom be nice. Imagine they were just doing like regular quizzes and then it's like, okay, you're doing pretty good at this one. Now for like current age media.
106 matches. No need to even write a tournament chart for it.
The question, how many matches would you need for a tournament with 107 teams, was answered instantly by Erica.
This is less of a puzzle than it is a test of knowledge. There's a formula that shows the number of matches is always the number of teams minus 1. Well, if you just look at the examples showing 3 matches for 4 teams and 7 matches for 8 teams, it should be easy to figure out the pattern.
Erica, that's awesome!
Erica One-chan, right? Say it.
Erica One-chan, that's awesome.
Really impressive. So you don't call yourself a detective for nothing.
I couldn't very well act the part of the detective if I was incapable of handling puzzles of this sort.
Incredible. I'm sure you'll be able to become a real detective in the future.
Well, I'm pretty sure I already am one. Not to brag, but...
The cousins all thought about the answers to the questions, but Erica always answered first. Rosa thought it was a bit rude for Erica to say the answers out loud while people were still thinking, instead of keeping them to herself. But since Erica was a guest, she decided against mentioning it. In truth, Erica was perfectly aware of this when she answered the questions instantly. Each time she would grin broadly, as though saying, "You still all haven't solved such an easy problem?" A great detective like you shouldn't really need to take these too seriously, right?
Good point. Even though these are just childish questions, I was getting a bit too serious. I'll take more care, so let's have the next question, please.
Alright, I won't lose this time. Maria, next question. Rude, but right.
You have one large piece of cheese. A single slice with a knife can split it into 2 parts. So, what is the lowest number of slices you can make to cut it into 8 parts?
Let's see. You have 1 to make 2, and then it would just be 3 slices, right? Oh, I know this one. So I guess I'll stay quiet this time. George, acting like the adult he was, set up a mood that would prevent people from answering right away, even if they knew the answer, in effect sending a warning to Erica. It seemed that Erica understood, and she averted her gaze, snorting derisively. To make 8 pieces, 4 slices would be enough, right? That's dumb. It would hardly be a puzzle if that was the answer. That's right. These are usually set up to that smaller number than you'd expect is the answer. But still, how exactly could it be done? Oh, I got it. You can only do this because it's cheese.
True. If you tried to do it with a birthday cake, there'd be a huge fight.
That's right. You might be able to do this with cheese, but you never cut a cake like this. Huh? Oh, is it like... Are they talking about like if it's like a little slice of cheese, so you could like fold it to kind of break it in half? So you could theoretically do it with just one slice? Is it one of those questions? Huh? All of you knew the answer? Damn it, am I the only one who doesn't? That or you can just do it with no slices either.
Oh, I've got it. Yeah, you gotta think three-dimensionally.
Oh, wait, even Jessica? I don't get it. What should I do?
I know the answer. It's written right here.
You didn't know the answer until you looked, right? Get it, Battler-kun?
I see, I understand it as well. This is something you can do just because it's cheese. Yeah, even Dr. Nanjo gets it? Could it be? Am I the only one who doesn't get it?
I'm sure even your brain could be as flexible as cheese if we cooked it a little, Battler-san.
Math not smart for this, oh no. What if you had the skills, right? It isn't something like use 0 slices with a knife and break it apart with your hands, right? Of course not. It's impossible to cut this cheese with anything other than a knife. Oh, okay. So... 8... Think of the cheese in 3 dimensions. If that's hard, it might help to draw a picture on a paper napkin. So we have 1 large piece of cheese, right? Then we use the knife to make 8 pieces. Can the knife only cut in a straight line?
Yes, that's right. The knife only cuts in straight lines. Oh, but here's a hint. You can only cut it in a straight line, but you're free to cut it wherever you want.
Try thinking of a bunch of ways to cut it in. You should probably try to think out of the box a bit. Show us what you got, Battler-kun. You have a large piece of cheese. How many times must you cut it with a knife to make 8 pieces? It is 3, right? That was my first guess. You could obviously do it in 4 cuts. Could it be done with even fewer cuts than that? Our hints so far point to it being possible specifically because it's cheese. If it was a birthday cake, you really wouldn't be allowed to do this. So... yeah, because you wouldn't cut... You wouldn't cut the cake sideways. You would only cut it like sliced down. You wouldn't cut it in half, top, bottom. Yeah, so you cut it, and then you cut it, and then, yeah, there's 3 slices. I'm sticking with my answer. If they say 2, I'm gonna be like, show your work. This is 3 dimensions we're talking about, not 4. No, I like the box, it is warm. Cheese. Cheese. Something you could do because it's cheese. Oh, I've got it. I was totally tricked, but this isn't something you could think up if your mind's all stiff and rigid.
Seems like you finally hit on it. Hopefully it's actually the right answer.
It's impossible to cut the cheese with anything except the knife, right? The knife can only cut in a straight line, right? There aren't any other rules, right? Right?
Not really.
Alright, then that's gotta be it. Whew, that was a tough one. Almost like a riddle. You just gotta get beyond cutting straight down from the top all the time. You make 2 cuts from the top to get 4 pieces. If you keep it like that and cut across the side, splitting it from upper and lower halves, you get 4 times 2 equals 8 pieces. It's an answer you can't reach unless you think 3-dimensionally. In other words, the correct answer is 3. Huh? Really? I thought the correct answer was 1. Good at voice acting. Thank you. I try my best. Love the audio cut off there. Oh, for the background, yeah. I was worried for like the mic for a second. I was like, what? What kind of magic did you use? There's no way in the world you could manage it with just 1. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Oh gosh, my back. Oof. Good stretch. Good big stretch. Because yeah, it was definitely 3, but I think Battler's thinking 4-dimensionally. If you're saying that it can just be a 1. This isn't a riddle, it's just a normal math problem. Uh-huh. Oh, thank you for the raid, Sting Butterfly. How are you doing? I don't know if my little auto action is working or not, but how are you doing? Oh, it did not work. It indeed did not work. Okay, here we go. I'll do it manually. My shout out function is just broken. But what were you playing? How are you doing? I don't know why it's not working correct, but I don't know what broke. I don't know what broke. It just says hello Raiders twice. But how are you doing? We are playing Umineko. We are in the 6th chapter. So we are in the answers arc. Hopefully you all enjoy your stay. I'm a little dragon that I am a variety streamer. Right now we're playing a bunch of Umineko. But I play visual novels, I do art, I have a big old tail. But yes, welcome. Hello, Chaos Luna Heart. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. But yes, a lot of stuff is happening. Mostly how to cut cheese in 8 pieces with 1 slice, I guess. But yeah, we have fun here. Oh, really? I thought of the 3-cut method right away, but I figured that it was too easy, so I guess I tried to twist it too far.
Balor's answer is smaller than the one in the book. Is Balor right?
Yes, he is. Battler-san is right. The correct answer is 1 slice. Battler was happy that someone had confirmed his answer. However, at some point, Erica's face had lost its cheeriness. To think that a human other than myself would give the answer 1, and that it'd be you of all people. Your answer was 1 too, Erica? I guess you were also thinking out of the box. After all, it would be truly foolish to simply assume you knew what shape it was after hearing that it was a piece of cheese. That's impossible. Oni-chan got it right, didn't he? How could you cut it into 8 pieces with less than 3 slices? How foolish, child of man. Or got it wrong, rather. It says to cut it into 8 pieces, but nowhere does it say that they have to be of equal size. That's still impossible. I like the raid being drawn and wanted the sending... Or how you like the raid being drawing and wanted to send them your way. Oh, nice! Well, hopefully you had fun drawing. I don't know why my shout-out function didn't work. It used to work. I guess I changed it too much, and so now it just kind of broke entirely. I guess I will fight my bot and have it work later. But hopefully you had a fun art stream, I'm assuming. Let me see. Yeah, I really don't know why it's not working. Did I do it wrong, maybe? No? I sent it right.
I don't know.
I think it's that for having the Twitch shoutout function where it's like here's an easy button for people to follow the person who raids, but I had a thing where if I did shout out, it would say like what they played.
I don't know.
Yeah, I tried it because the bot didn't work, but it doesn't want to work.
Silly bot.
Everything's breaking. We're also scuffed here. Earlier today, my webcam stopped tracking me, so that was fun. It's still impossible. Do you cut it with something other than a knife? The rules say that only the knife can cut it, and that the knife can only cut in a straight line. However, to turn it around, the rules do not say anything besides that. In fact, the shape of the cheese is never specified. I see. When you all heard a large piece of cheese, you thought of a flat cylinder like camembert or something. I was thinking of a block of cheese. I was thinking about sliced cheese, like the kind you might put on your toast for breakfast. Because, you know, full blocks of cheese you'd cut with a knife aren't something I come across that often. Huh.
The shape of cheese isn't specified in the rules, a mistake by the ones who made the book. I imagine that there's a picture of a flat cylinder of cheese there in Maria-chan's book.
There is. Right here.
As Erica had guessed, the book Maria had held an illustration of the piece of cheese, just as Erica had described it. With cheese in the shape, 3 slices really would be the correct answer. Let me check really quickly. Did I accidentally turn the command off for some reason? Oh my gosh, I did. There we go, now it should work. No? Okay. I don't know why it's not working. Oh, do I have 2 things like overriding? I might have things overriding things. Let me turn off that and then that one maybe? Give me a second. Like I said, we're scuffed. Okay, one more try. Yay! Okay, well, we at least got that fixed. Technical issues. Every day here. Even with a cylinder of cheese, the answer could still be 1. Just cut it in a spiral. You cut it in an X pattern from the top to make 4 pieces, then cut it from the side to double that and make 8 pieces. However, since this illustration has been shown, the interpretation of the cheese has been left to the answerer. That's right. At the moment the problem was stated, no one said anything about how the cheese was shaped or how flexible it was.
Exactly. That means that Battler's son was the more flexible one when it comes to both brains and cheese.
I don't get it. How does making sliced cheese let you cut it into 8 parts with a single knife slice?
Why not try it with a paper napkin? Pretend it's a sliced cheese.
It's like this. You fold it accordion style. How many times do you need to fold it to make 8 sections?
6 times.
To fold it accordion style, you alternate between upwards and downwards folds. Once you've done it 6 times, it looks like the side of an accordion. With normal cheese, it'd break if you tried to fold it like this, but the rules say that this cheese can't break unless you're using a knife, right?
Yes, no problems there. After all, this is magic cheese that can only be cut by a knife.
After folding it, if you start from the top and make a cut right down the middle... You're right! It would make 8 parts! Wait a second, the parts aren't equal all this way, right?
All the questioner said was to cut it into 8 pieces. They didn't say anything about them being equal. Well, if you change the way you fold it, it is possible to make them all equal sizes, but I wouldn't want to confuse these stiff-headed people with the explanation.
Oh yes, cheese. Peace. These sprite graphics look weird to me somehow, like sharper than I expect. Sad. That the cut should have been blue, not purple, right? I guess, of course, cheese for the high class. Yes, magic cheese.
I wonder what magic cheese would taste like. Probably whatever you would want it to taste like, right?
It would taste like your favorite cheese. Oh. For a second, everyone was stunned. Battler had reached a far better answer than 3 by thinking of the problem as a riddle. Erica had already known both answers, had even spotted a mistake made by the book. The others could do nothing but stare at those 2 in surprise. Incredible! So, we were just the stiff-headed ones? What an utter defeat. We were thinking in 3 dimensions, but it looks like Battler-kun and Erica-chan were looking in 1 dimension higher. Incredible critical cheese.
It seems the game with the witch has toughened you up quite a bit. Puzzles without specified rules, in other words, all things not covered by the red truth, are left to the observer's interpretation. It's the most basic of methods of constructing gaps in the witch's closed rooms.
Yeah, thinking 4-dimensionally. What are you talking about? But it was in a different way of thinking in the 4 dimensions, but definitely in the 4 dimensions. Is that a quote from some novel?
Well, let's call it that for now, shall we? Anyway, I guess this means that everyone's brains are as stiff as rock-hard cheese.
In the options menu, are there other sprite options for graphics? It's just like this graphics, which I guess is from the pachinko version of the game. Or you can have it be original. Those are the only options that we get without having to mod the game. Without any signs of restraint, Erica looked at everyone and laughed sarcastically. Only Maria didn't notice the venom in that laugh as she happily turned to the next page.
Then on to the next problem. You have 3 cups and 6 coins. Split up the coins so that there is 1 in each cup, 2 coins in another cup, and 3 in the third cup.
Wait a sec, that's easy. Just stick 1 coin in the first cup, 2 in the next one, and 3 in the last one, and you're done.
However, can you do the same thing with only 5 coins? Here's another cliched problem. Don't tell me that you all need to waste several precious seconds on the problem like this. By now, Erica was gazing around with an unpleasant look, acting in a manner that was completely inappropriate both for the guest and for someone of her age. You would just put the cup that has 1 coin in it into the other cup, yeah? Okay, I had thought it was a different one, no idea. Yeah. Because I know that there's like the console version had its own art that like a lot of people like, but like you have to download a mod to actually do that for this version, which is interesting, but we're already this far. Me seeing and hearing Erica just ah yes, the sprites do look different than I'm used to. LP archive confirms it. Can I post a link? Yes, right. Sure. Might as well. Let me permit ya, which I should just be able to do with the button. Okay. The bots shouldn't bonk you for the next minute. She was no longer a guest who would be staying until the storm passed. Nope. Heckin' Nightbot. Well, I was at least able to grab the link. Oh well, no matter. Here, I can repost it for you, because I can at least see the ones that get bonked. Okay, I need to fight. Oh my gosh, his hair is so short. Battler looks his age. Oh, I like how Maria looks. That's really cute. Those ones are really nice. It's like a happy medium between the 2 styles, actually. Yeah, so it just looks more round in anime, exactly. Console art is nice. She was no longer a guest who would be staying until the storm passed. She had transformed into an annoying guest who wouldn't leave until the storm passed. Everyone thought this, but they were unable to say it aloud. Oh, right. Speaking of problems with coins, I've heard that picking up coins is a good way of judging someone's skill with chopsticks. Chopsticks! Yes, chopsticks, that's right. Chopsticks are the most elegant utensil on the planet. Poking things and chopping them up with forks and knives is so barbaric. Chopsticks are the best. For me, using chopsticks is truly an art.
Jessica was about to say aren't chopsticks just sticks, but stopped herself just in time. She realized that it's best to let George take control for now. I have a coin here, so would you like to challenge me? I'm pretty good with chopsticks. That's right. We trained George very well with these. Indeed. Table manners are a window into one's upbringing, and Erika-san uses them quite well herself. I'll lend you some coins, too. It'll probably be more fun with more of them.
Jessica, watch closely and learn.
Damn it. I be existent.
Good that you're existing, Sans.
Alright, let's go. Let's see who can move the most coins over to their plate.
Bring it on. Chopsticks, chopsticks.
Erica, you good? This time, George had steered the conversation into a good direction. Everyone else understood, and they helped to egg on their chopsticks fight and change the subject. They were fully aware now that Erica was extremely proud of her intelligence, and apparently she had a bad habit of using that to look down on other people. She spun her chopsticks around with the deft hand of a juggler, staring at the coins scattered on the table like a dog who had been told to stay after having a meal placed in front of them. I'm bad with chopsticks. I'm okay with chopsticks. I might hold them wrong. I don't know. But it works. I'm bad. What do you mean? I want whatever fucking chopsticks she's having. Right, she's going crazy for those chopsticks. I don't know if I actually hold my chopsticks wrong. I just know that like I hold my pencil wrong and I hold one of the sticks kind of similarly to how I hold a pencil, so I'm assuming that I hold chopsticks wrong. The unsettling sound of the wind had now blended in with the sound of the rain, mimicking the howl of some monstrous beast. Just when it seemed to be crying out sadly, it would suddenly turn into a roar and rattle the window, striking up even more fear and unease within me. Light from the hallway poured in through the thin crack in the slightly open door, and it seemed to carry with it laughter that was warm and happy, but very distant. I'm sure everyone's in the dining hall, or somewhere, having a good time. I want to go there as soon as I can. I'm sure my family will be there. I hate being alone in a place like this. Sands can't be bad when they are the best. Kat had something to say, I guess. Dad. Mom. I stubbornly tried again and again to get the door to get the door open, but the merciless chain just wouldn't let it open any further than that crack. On the contrary, feeling this close to a way out just made me feel more impatient. Gulping and trying to ignore the fear lurking behind me, I quietly closed the door. That light coming out from the crack is just a trap, an iron shackle, making it look like I'm an inch away from freedom, though that door will never actually open. A shackle trapping me in here for all eternity. I need to get out of this creepy room as soon as possible. When I closed the door, all that filled the room were the eerie sounds of wind and rain. The way the wind picked up every now and then and shook the window frame felt like a monster in a cage shaking the bars. I was so scared of that monster, I couldn't help but avert my gaze from the window. Gotta search. If I can't get out of the door, I need to find another way out. Just to the side of the door was the closet. There was only enough space inside to hang overcoats. Of course, it didn't connect to anywhere outside of the room. If this were hide and seek, it'd probably be fun to hide in there. However, inside this creepy room, it'd be no better than stepping into my own coffin. If I go in there, maybe I'll find myself trapped in the closet next. This fear I didn't understand sent a massive shiver up my spine, and I closed the closet door in a hurry. There's one door left. When I opened it, there was a bath and a toilet. Of course, there was no exit. There weren't even any windows. If I turned the faucet, water would probably come out, then disappear down the drain and flow outside. But I couldn't get out that way. Unless I went into the bathroom with the stopper pulled out of the drain and smashed my flesh and bones to bits. I had the feeling that this was the only way out. So the black stopper in the bathtub drain looked extremely terrifying. I tried a lot of things, both mentally and physically, but there really was no chance of me getting out through the bathroom. Next is the window. Beyond the window is a pitch-black darkness. The fierce winds and rain are slamming against glass. The darkness on the other side of the window may have been unsettling, but I didn't really care where I went, as long as it got me out of this room. However, the window was clamped shut. Right down the middle of the window, which was made to swing open like a set of double doors, were several ugly metal clamps. That was even more unnerving than the chain on the door, like a rough operation scar on some bizarre monster. The wind and rain slammed against the window frame, shaking it and making it creak loudly. However, unlike the door, this wouldn't open even a crack. I've had enough. Give it a rest already. What the hell's going on with this room? I've had enough of this creepy room. Enough! It's impossible to get outside except by the door and windows. And compared to that thick door, the window looks like it might be possible to break. I'll smash it. If I swing a chair at it, the glass will probably break. I might even be able to smash the wooden grid that runs through the latticed windows. All I need is to make a gap large enough to slip out of. I grabbed a fancy-looking antique chair and headed back to the window. Smash it. Over and over. The glass smashed in a violent sound, and the frame groaned and creaked. Smash it, over and over. If I can just break through the wooden grid. Damn it, what the hell? Even though the glass had been smashed apart, even though the cold rain that blew in tormented me, I just couldn't get that grid to break. They weren't iron bars. It was just a slender wooden mesh. Even though it's fragile enough to make that creaking sound, why doesn't it break? No. Wait, maybe it's almost broken. What if I try attacking it from a different angle instead of just smashing it head on? I stuck my left hand outside through the hole in the broken latticed window, grabbing the frame from the front with my right hand and tried to break it by shaking it around from both sides. My left hand started to grow ice cold from the frigid winds and rain. When I shook it, fragments of glass sticking out from the broken frame poked into me, and my wrist was soon stained with blood. But if I can just get out of here, this much pain is no big deal. But I can't get out. I'm stuck. It won't open. I can't break it. The more violently I shook the frame, the more the glass fragments tore into my left wrist, causing me intense pain. Wait, what's... Huh? Ow! Ow, 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 ow! Before I realized it, the glass fragments on the frame had extended outwards. It was as though an ugly beast was trying to chew my hand off with glass teeth. It didn't feel as though they were growing outwards. They actually were getting longer before my very eyes. They're chewing my hand to bits. I tried desperately to pull my hand out, but it had already dug deep into my wrist and I couldn't move it. I put all my strength into it, but it just hurt more and more, and the glass didn't even budge. What the hell? Damn it, let go! Let go, let go! I hit the glass with my right hand over and over, but that just hurt my right fist and did nothing to release my other hand. Just then, my left hand, which had been exposed to the rain outside, brushed against something slimy. What? It couldn't have been a leaf blown by the winds or anything like that. I mean, it felt just like the touch of someone's rain-soaked hand. Then it closed tightly around my left hand. When I felt the 5 fingers, I knew that some person out in the darkness was touching my left hand. And yes, I know who it is. It's the witch. The terrifying witch who rules over Rokonjima's night. 2 hands soaked in the freezing rain gently caressed my left hand. However, though I could tell what was happening by touch, I couldn't see anything out there in the darkness. Then, it felt around my fingers and twisted my ring finger upwards. Ow, 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 ow. It's gonna break! At that moment, I saw something in the darkness for the first time. It was white. The darkness grinned and bared its white teeth. Then, that mouth filled with eerily white teeth approached my finger that had been twisted up so far it was about to break, and opened wide. It must have been laughing at me from the darkness. After all, the creepy mouth was twisting upward in a huge grin. I had a horrible idea of what it might be trying to do to my finger. A shiver ran up my spine. I resisted as much as I could, but the fangs of glass just wouldn't release my left hand. And then, it gently bit my finger. That doesn't seem gentle.
Just how?
Flesh and bone were crushed and torn apart in an instant. Crunch, rip, tear, squelch, splat.
Did you hear something just now?
I think I heard it too. It sounded like a clunk. It's probably just the wind hitting a window. This is a beat-up old mansion after all. Yeah. Sorry, I have a theory, and I don't know if I have any basis against it, but like, I just have a theory of like who's in the room, but I don't know. I don't know like when it's happening. Yeah, that's not gentle. Yeah, it is pretty creepy. When I was a brat 6 years ago, I remember spending a lot of nights all scared about the witch really was walking around in the mansion. So, my theory, and I don't know if this has any basis or if I'm just crazy. But like, what if that's like who Beatrice is, and the thing that Battler did 6 years ago was lock her in that room and promptly forget about her? And it's like, I don't know, the ghost of her, because, you know, nobody would be able to survive like 6 years in a room all locked up, but like, I don't know. That's my very like loose theory.
She exists! Beatrice exists!
What's at the other end of this hallway? There are guest rooms there, but they aren't being used now.
Yeah. After all, we have the guest house now. Until then, we would always stay in these guest rooms. Yeah, I remember too. When I saw the guest house today, I was surprised at how beautiful it was. Yeah, nobody would be able to survive.
I believe in you, nobody. You could survive anything.
Well, that's just because it was just built. I wish I could move my own room over there.
Shannon, Erica-san's room is in the guest house too, right? Yes, we have prepared a room for her in the guest house. And since the guest house is a good distance away from the mansion, no matter what kind of trouble happens, we can't hear what's going on in one from the other.
Are you still in detective mode? It sounds like you're all bummed when we all wake up tomorrow and manage to say good morning to each other. This'll do since I don't have a thonk emoji. Yeah. I'll put my own there. for the vibes, just
True.
Oops.
At least one of us had better be gone by tomorrow morning, right? Allow me to guide you to the guest house.
Big thonks. The adults were apparently about to begin a conversation that they didn't want the kids to hear. The real family conference was about to start. As the kids and Erica followed Shannon on their way to the guest house, they passed through the entrance hall. It looks like it's pouring down at its hardest right now. Should we watch TV in the parlor until it dies down a bit?
Almost had to go back to the guest house. You have to go or she'll get mad.
I think we'll be able to relax a lot more over there. Better get going to see and hear our parents get all pissed at us.
It looks like everything's falling into place.
Erica giggled, an openly indiscreet look on her face.
I'll go get some umbrellas for everyone. Please wait here.
Oh, wait a second.
It's been bugging me for a while. Who's the woman in that portrait?
Well, to be honest, I already know that it's Beato's portrait. Still, we only just walked past it in the last game, which was no fun. Erica whispered to herself, but of course no one heard her.
This is the master's benefactor, Beatrice-sama. The way she gave grandfather a vast quantity of gold, meaning that she's to thank for the Ushidomiya family revival.
She's just a witch of grandfather's delusions. Supposedly her ghost walks the corridors of the mansion every night. Hey, quit it. That story always freaked me out when I was little, and it always made this mansion feel terrifying after night fell. Oh, right, that's true. What about now, 6 years later? I had totally forgotten, but looking at the portrait head-on, I can feel that old fear coming back a bit.
Beatrice isn't scary. At least, as long as you respect her. If you don't... Right, Shannon?
Yes. That rumor does exist among the servants as well. Rumors about servants patrolling at night bumping into mysterious silhouettes or gold butterflies.
Yeah. Was it last year or the year before? Didn't one servant fall down some stairs and get so badly injured that they quit? Wasn't there a rumor that it was Beatrice's curse? Jessica told it like a ghost story, trying to scare Erica, but Erica just laughed disdainfully. We haven't really looked into that accident all that much. Like, we've heard of that, like, quite a few times, but we haven't actually seen flashback of the actual accident. When you find out the portrait of Beatrice is rather sad. Oh no. Come on, that's creepy. It was probably just an accident, right? Just a coincidence? It happened just after grandfather had this portrait hung here, so it was probably a year before last. In fact, If I remember, this here is the staircase that servant fell down, right?
Yep. After all, this insanely huge portrait really stands out. Shortly after it was put up, everyone was talking about what it might be. And then, when the accident happened shortly afterwards, people started calling it Beatrice's curse. So, these ghost stories about Beatrice started after the portrait was put on display? No. Rumors about Beatrice's summer ghost walking around were around even before that. However, I do think that these stories grew in numbers after the portrait was put there. Before then, even though they had heard about the witch, Beatrice, they didn't want an actual distinct picture in their heads of what she'd be like. I imagine this portrait made that picture distinct for them, strengthening the rumors even more. So, who started talking about this Beatrice witch in the first place?
Grandfather. He'd always started freaking out and yelling, "My beloved witch Beatrice," though until we saw that portrait we had no idea what she looked like.
It's no surprise that you get one or two ghost stories with a creepy portrait like this hanging around. You always find ghost stories cropping up around things like a portrait of Beethoven in a music room or the statue of a school founder.
True. It would be strange for a few ghost stories to arise in an old gloomy mansion with the sound of wind and rain present in the background for so long. Well, it's nothing more than a ghost story, a delusion, a fairy tale, worth less than the useless drivel of a half-sleeping nitwit.
Erica looked up at the portrait and smiled at it hostilely, as though she felt that the smile was disrespectful for Beato. Maria's face soured. Like, that's supposed to be me.
Beatrice exists. If you say things like that, you'll definitely feel the curse of the witch.
Oh, how frightening. Please curse me if you can, Beatrice.
So, if we find you mysteriously dead next morning, we'll know it's the curtain rising on the witch's murder case. But you're a detective, right? Wouldn't killing the detective off in the beginning be a bit too radical?
Ah, that would be troubling. That would get in the way of the crime scene inspection. I see. After all, even the Nox's rules don't prohibit the detective being killed.
I have just what you need. It's a charm that'll protect you from Beatrice's curse.
A charm? You have a charm for something like that? We haven't seen this charm since... Did it show up in Chapter 2, or was it just in Chapter 1? After fishing around in her bag, Maria pulled out a string of beads attached to a medal that had a scorpion drawn on it. It looked like a cheap prize from an arcade or something.
What are these?
They're magic-repelling charms. Their effect is very weak, but if you use them, you'll definitely be able to avoid Beatrice's curse all night long.
I heard that spiderwebs are also useful for repelling magic.
That's probably because Beato is the incarnation of a butterfly.
Huh? Wasn't it the evil spirits of Akuji Kishima that were weak against that? Kumasawa-san knows a lot about that sort of thing. Witches and evil spirits? This is getting a bit interesting. Would you mind telling me about it in more detail when we get to the guest house? Here are your umbrellas for everyone. It's still raining very hard outside, so please take care.
I love how she was just entirely ignored. Shannon handed out the umbrellas she had brought. Everyone headed towards the exit. Right, you better be nice to Maria. I swear. Hell, the whole story is sad and I can't wait for you to find out. Oh no. Will this be a story that will make me cry? Find out next time. And then, when there were none left standing in front of the portrait, a gold butterfly had appeared. It expanded out into a golden splash, becoming a human form. In the hall, empty now that the children had left, Beato stood there, alone and silent, looking up at her own portrait. Without a doubt, the figure depicted there was as like her as an image in a mirror. However, it felt as though its eyes and expression were a little different from hers. From her perspective, while the person in this portrait was almost infinitely close to herself, it was just as surely a different person entirely. Who are you? Please, tell me what kind of person you are. Beato had already finished reading the fragments from Featherine's library, which showed the tales of all the games so far. However, the witch called Beatrice who had been depicted in them, had been so vastly different from her. At the very end, it had looked as though that witch and Battler had connected just a little bit as rivals. But for the most part, Beatrice had just bullied and bullied Battler in nearly all the tales. I feel like we're gonna be like the seagulls and we're gonna cry. Even though this was about her, she had no idea why Beatrice had tormented Battler so much when she had supposedly been born for Battler's sake. All she had learned from Featherine's library was that the former Beato was a completely different person who defied understanding. Who knows? Oh no. What's happened to you? I am an egg of you. A chick. Your wings should have existed for father's sake. Just when did you have one of those torn off in an episode drastically different? She had listened to the conversation Battler and the others had just been having. Beatrice can't handle scorpion charms? Beatrice can't deal with spiderwebs? She wouldn't have wanted to touch either of those by choice, but it wasn't as though anything terrible would happen if she did. Was being perfectly fine around those proof that she wasn't Beatrice? Even though this involved her own self, she didn't understand at all. So she quietly gazed into her own eyes on the portrait. It felt as though the truth hid behind those eyes. Beato slowly approached the portrait, and then she lightly touched it. When she did, it felt as though the portrait rippled slightly. Yes, this is a doorway. A doorway to the long path that will lead her to the Golden Witch Beatrice. Beato felt a bit dizzy. She lost her balance, feeling as though the world was twisting around her. Then, when she couldn't tell which way was up or down, she was swallowed downwards. Plunk. With a soft, watery sound, Beato was sucked into the portrait. Now she's really going on her journey. The world inside the portrait was pitch black. However, there was nothing unsettling about it. It was a comfortable darkness, like when you put your head under the covers in bed at night. Beato realized this was a world inside herself. So, despite the darkness, she felt a warm embrace. As long as she asked for nothing, this world would ask nothing of her. But she couldn't remain like this. She didn't want to spend eternity inside the darkness of this world. Yes, I need to hatch out of my egg. This darkness is the shell surrounding the gold butterfly called Beatrice. I will be born for father's sake. I will be born to live for father's sake and to serve him. She took her goal, her reason for being born, and put it into words. As if in response to those words, the seal on the shell began to melt away. Cracks appeared in the darkness, and a brilliant light enveloped the world. Boom, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Don't mind me as I munch on some popcorn. I'm trying to do it as quietly as possible. And so Beatrice was born. If the chick breaks the shell of its egg, it will die without being born. We are the chick, the world is our egg. Oh no. Is Battler a curse on the family? If the chick cannot break the shell, oh no. Oh gosh.
Sorry, I got a kernel in my throat, but I'm good now.
Huh? Two of them! There I stood, along with another me. For a second, I thought that the me in front of me was the real Beatrice, the one I wanted to be more like. However, she was looking back at me with the same bewildered eyes, so I realized that wasn't quite it. That's right. I wasn't the only one born from that egg. She was also born. Twins? Is she my twin? No, it feels a bit different. How can I put it? Both of us are lacking something and immature. Yes, both of us are chicks, but we are also fragments of the true Beatrice. It felt as though we could become the real Beatrice together. No one explained this to us, however we naturally understood. I decided to talk to this other me. Unless I get to know her and become one with her, I won't be able to become the Beatrice Father desires. In other words, the thing that Father wants from me, and was so heartbroken to find missing, must be something that she has.
Hello?
Beatrice with her hair down looked at me dubiously several times and finally spoke.
Why is your face the same as my own?
The true Beatrice also spoke in that manner. It looks like she really does have something I lack. I see she was split between her son and her dare.
Well, I don't know why either. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice, and you are? I am also Beatrice. I was born for the purpose of serving Ushidimiya Battler. I am the Golden Witch and the ruler of Rokenjima's Night. I know of Ushidimiya Battler, but I have trouble imagining why I should have to serve a brat like him. I realized that the thought I'd had a second ago must have been true. Together, we really can become the true Beatrice, though the person in front of me does have the part that makes her a witch, which I lack. Does she not possess the mission to live for Ushidimiya Battler's sake? Or... close enough. She has what I do not, and I'm sure I have something she does not. We must be two, and yet one single person. I think we're something like twins. No, that is not so. You are my little sister. I have been here since long before you were born. Is that so? I was born later. So, does that mean the mission to live for Ushidimiya Battler's sake was born later on? However, I don't think my whole existence is something quite as faint and intangible as a mission. I have enough of a personality to think and act as I am doing now, so the Witch Beato and I are separate people, with both of us possessing something the other lacks. In a sense, because it's fitting for us to call ourselves sisters, as she says. I want to know about you. Pardon me. I also wish to know. I understand that you are also me. Why is it that you speak that way, and why you must serve Battler? Until we grow to understand this, it seems both of us will remain immature. I want to become a complete Beatrice. Until you were born, I was complete. However, now that you have appeared, I believe that accepting you is my fate. I also wish to know about you. The Witch Beato's tone was very slightly arrogant, which fitted her self-proclaimed status as the older sister. However, since we both realized that we were the same person, there was no need for her to be a bully. She probably realized that after meeting me, her current form was no longer her real self. Where are we? Is this the hall of the mansion? Oh. Beato gasped. Her portrait wasn't there. Did that mean that this was at least 2 years in the past? Precisely. This is the hall of the Ushidimiya mansion. The night is my time, and the nighttime mansion is mine as well. That fool Kinzo is still so desperate to catch me or revive me. How truly ironic. Hello, Lunar. How are you doing? Here I am, openly ruling the mansion every night. Like the soundtrack, yee. So, what do you do here? I have lost my body, and due to the effects of that hateful shrine, I have no magical energy. However, my power is reviving bit by bit every day. I can't wait to eventually undergo a spectacular resurrection and have a good laugh at Kinzo. I can't wait to tell him that I've succeeded in escaping from his cage. Simply put, I'm a ghost killing time by wandering around night after night, with nothing to look forward to besides teaching that old man a lesson. May I join you? Of course! After all, you are a part of me. How could the left hand refuse the company of the right? Why should I refuse? I shall be pleased to have you, my little sister, the new Beatrice. Thank you very much, One-sama. Somewhat embarrassing name, but it is not bad. Come,
Let us go. Let us take a walk through the nighttime mansion. Let me introduce you to my boring everyday life.
Just calmly vibes to the OST. The two Beatrices changed their forms into two gold butterflies, flitting silently in the depths of the shadowy mansion. Aww. Okay. Okay. We'll probably have to... Oh gosh. Stop in the middle of an action that's going on, but we'll see, because some of these are half an hour, but some of these are like 5.
Back then I was, and I guess I still am, a bit of a klutz. I always forgot where I'd put things, or think I'd locked something when I actually forgotten. I caused a lot of trouble.
I remember how Natsuhi used to get mad at you all the time. But eventually Shannon managed to overcome all that forgetfulness. Oh, and how'd you do that?
It wasn't anything big, but I got into a bit of a habit of writing things down. I'd write whenever I write down wherever I put something important. For things that happened often, I made a checklist and always made sure to check it.
So, did you see Beatrice or didn't you?
Oh, I didn't see her directly, but some very strange things did happen.
She was talking about a certain summer night. Shannon had been doing the nightly rounds. From her perspective, it was a ghost story. From the witch's perspective, it was just the story of a little summer night's prank.
Little sister, do you understand the anti-magic toxin that humans possess? No? What is it, One-sama? Well, the time of witches has long since passed. Those vile humans who claim to rule over everything came to deny our existence and possess a powerful toxin. Is that toxin harmful to us? It is extremely dangerous. If we are exposed to it, our forms would probably evaporate in an instant. However, one thing we do have in our favor is the fact that our existence is still extremely weak. Because of that, our toxin does not affect us greatly. At worst, it can only transform us into a mist for a time. However, we'd rather avoid it if we can, right? Correct. Yes, I see that you are indeed me. You catch on quickly.
The older sister appeared to be haughty at first, but perhaps because she was so happy to have met her double and little sister, she was more than willing to teach her anything she wanted to know. Just have to say the maid has a real set of batonkers packing some bulb. Honestly, like, a majority of the ladies here have a real big old ton-hon-con-ronk-rouge. Especially in the original art, I'm just like, oh gosh. We can see what genetics are in this family. The first thing she taught was that they were witches. A different type of being than humans. Beato had thought her inability to use magic meant she wasn't a witch, but apparently she was still a witch nonetheless. And she learned that witches like her were bound by various limitations, unlike humans. The greatest of those restrictions was the anti-magic toxin possessed by humans. So, in other words, we mustn't enter a human's field of vision. Correct. You can still think of it as though human eyes radiate toxin. If they see you, it is the same as your body being burned. And, though the effect is weaker, being heard or sensed can also result in contact with the toxin. So, even just getting close to humans is dangerous to us. Wasn't Father a human? Why am I not burnt by Father's toxin? Because he became a sorcerer. Back pain for everyone, right? Back pain and expensive bras.
If we stock up magical power and have it acknowledged by humans, that toxin can be reduced drastically. In other words, by having our existence acknowledged by humans, we can make them lose their toxin, making it possible for us to appear before them once more. I see. Simply put, as we are now, we can only exist when humans aren't around. We are still very lacking in magical power, which makes us inferior to even a stray cat hiding from humans in the shadows. The main goal of the older sister was to gain a large supply of magical power and be revived as a great witch strong enough to have no fear of the anti-magic toxin. For that purpose, she had wandered around the mansion night after night, striving to regain her magical power and reduce the anti-magic power of the humans. The powerful previous Beatrice, whom she had read about in Featherine's library, had appeared openly in front of humans and had even toyed with them at will. According to her big sister, such a level of power was most impressive. To think that a witch could appear openly before humans and use magic at will. A witch like that would be so great that even I could hardly imagine it. Is that what we will eventually become? Yes. She was like a witch from a picture book, appearing openly before humans of the mansion and summoning magic and underlings at will. How inspiring. If that is our future, that means that all of our hard work will have been worth the effort. That's right. Anyway, One-sama, how is that goal connected to going around unlocking windows like this? It was the middle of the night. They were following behind servants who were checking the locks on the doors and windows, and undoing those locks after the servants thought they had been set. It felt more like a child's prank than the work of a witch. This is the path that leads to becoming a great witch. All journeys begin with a single step. To those who cannot understand, that first step may look quite foolish from time to time. However, it is still a monumentous first step. With pride, as though making the first step for mankind on the surface of the moon, the older sister undid the lock on the window with a click. Do you not understand, little sister? Can you not see why a little thing like this is so monumentous? No, One-sama. I don't really understand. The older sister closed her eyes slightly, grinned, and opened the unlocked window a crack. Cool outside air flowed in, making the curtains flutter. Let us put it in the toxin-filled words of a human. We are not supposed to exist on this island. I shall go further. Right now there is no one in this corridor, and yet the lock has been undone, and the corridor has opened. Can you see how great a miracle, a work of magic, a proof of our existence that is? Even you should understand the coolness of this breeze. I do understand. It's nice and cool. The coolness, the softness of the breeze, and the feeling of the fluttering curtain touching your hair. All of these things show that we are truly here. So, by unlocking the window like this, we can leave behind proof that we really did exist. And that is why I unlocked it. Of course, it wasn't just small pranks like opening a window. She could also smash windows and vases or leave behind strange fires and mysterious scribbles. In fact, one time she actually did play a large-scale prank in the kitchen, piling up kitchenware in an eerie manner and leaving behind a bizarre scribble which scared the servants considerably. Oh no, Kumasawa! It was a complete success. She'd really managed to scare the servants and had succeeded in making them acknowledge the existence of magic, weakening the anti-magic toxin. However, she usually chose to make her appearance known by unlocking windows, the act of unlocking symbolized by her release from the limitations imposed by the human's toxin. One day, we will become a single witch and rule over all of Rokkenjima. When that time comes, we will gain complete freedom and will be capable of stretching our wings as we please. We won't have to be afraid of anyone's gaze anymore. We'll be able to fly wherever we wish, disappearing whenever we want, laugh however we like, prank however we like, talk with anyone we want to. Humans might ask things of us from time to time. They might fight with us or play with us too. What wonderful things for us frail creatures who cannot appear before anyone to look forward to. Right now, they are little more than pranks. However, as they pile up, proof that we exist will begin to gather. The servants already call me the witch Beatrice, master of the night, and you are beginning to believe in me bit by bit. Or are believing too. I don't know why the word you came out of there. The more they believe, the more those humans will lose their anti-magic toxin. I see.
So this means that Father has no anti-magic toxin. And that's because he truly believes in the existence of the witch I am without any doubts. I finally realized that, though I thought him to be cold, Father does possess a kindness that can't be seen. I'd like to become a great witch and appear in front of everyone soon. Indeed. Eventually, we will be able to appear openly in front of everyone. By doing that repeatedly, we shall make people believe in us more and more, and eventually we shall display even our magic for all to see. At that time, we shall descend upon Rokenjima as the great witch you told me of. The logic of the witch side is quite interesting. It keeps me entertained. It does sound credible in a way. When humans are frightened to hear that they've entered a ghost hotspot, they are likely to start yelling, "Ghost, ghost," at the top of a drop of a hat. That's right. At a fundamental level, all phenomena are neutral, indifferent, and dull. If you want them to be viewed in a certain way, you must first create a suitable environment. I don't know if I've actually seen Featherine's original art. Her arm is so skinny! Her arm is so skinny! Okay. I just wanted to see. If you want them to be viewed in a certain way, you must first create a suitable environment. If a person has charisma, people will interpret what they want in a positive way, even when they screw up. I see. I guess in a sense, Beato's small efforts aren't misguided. If it was just a mansion's locks being undone, everything could be resolved by saying that someone forgot to lock up, or that it was some kind of prank. However, the rumors of a witch wandering around the mansion night after night slowly began to take shape as the existence of the witch. How long is my tail? Like this long? About this long. You know. It's not... You know what? I was gonna say something, and I'm not gonna say it. Because it'll get clipped. And I don't want that. However, the rumors of which... Okay, I did say it.
No, I'm not gonna say it. You can't make me.
An environment was established so that, if anything strange happened in the mansion at night, it would all be viewed as the work of a witch. Not that! God, I know what will prove I exist to these atheists. I'll make a picture of my face appear on a piece of toast. I guess. Environment was established. If anything strange happened at the mansion at night, it would be viewed as the work of a witch. I get it. If you follow that reasoning to an extreme, then what you get is no different from a witch existing in the mansion at night. After the Beatos finished their mischief of unlocking and opening the window, they enjoyed the coolness of the wind and the brightness of the moon, then became gold butterflies and disappeared into the darkness. One at a time. There was no way of knowing whether the window they had opened had actually been opened by them. The servants might have forgotten to lock up, or one of the family might have opened it after the servants had locked up and forgotten to shut it again. Or maybe someone had played a prank. In the same way that none of the possibilities could be denied. It was also impossible to deny the possibility that a witch really had opened a window to enjoy a night breeze. Unless... A result without an observer can possess an endless number of ways in which it might have occurred. Humans can't grasp anything more than a single possibility or unable to imagine anything. However, people who believe in the possibility of a witch can imagine that it's a witch's prank. When that happens, the scene of the Beatrice's prank that we had just seen is etched into the fragment as a fact. That's one of the foundations of magic. Embellishing the process. With just a little magic, even a mass-produced stuffed animal can be reborn as a wonderful, unique stuffed animal filled with a mother's love. If you doubt it, it'll be burnt by the anti-magic toxin. If you believe it, that magic will become the truth. Not all magic is bad. Maria One-chan was right. Good magic exists, too. It may be necessary for a child of man to possess the power to repel evil magic. However, refusing to burn away and defile love-filled magic is part of how love is in the human world works. Well, good magic is the only kind I can forgive. For all other kinds, the best remedy is to deny them and burn them away.
A typical answer for a child of man.
Getting back to the point, knowing this much, I guess this means that the ghost Beatrice, who was called the ruler of Lokenjima's night, doesn't really exist. It's nothing more than a general term for any inexplicable occurrences that take place in the mansion after dark. In other words, Beatrice isn't the name of a person, it's the name of a phenomenon. If anything bizarre happens, it's all because the work of the Golden Witch. That environment in which a witch could exist is what Beatrice is. That keeps building on itself until we reach 1986. This is the veil that the true culprit is hiding behind. And the person hiding behind it is without a doubt a human.
Perhaps that holds true at this point of the witch's tale of the past. However, I doubt that you can use that argument alone to fight all the way through 1986, don't you?
My nose is itchy. Stop itching. Stop being itchy.
Ridiculous. Wasn't that obviously because someone forgot to lock up? Oh, well, you may say that, but this isn't just something that happened once or twice. In other words, you're a klutz, a fool, a moron of a servant who forgot to check not just once or twice, but many times over.
Shannon isn't the only one. That same window was always opened, even when the other servants did the rounds. Yeah, Mom even asked me if I ever left the window open in the hall at night. I had absolutely nothing to do with it, but she still got pissed. Sheesh.
I'm sure Beatrice wanted to gaze at the moon.
It is a bit creepy to have that happen over and over at the same window. And that time when the kitchenware was piled up in the kitchen with a creepy magic circle scribbled there. Sounds even more freaky.
Yes, but they said it was an eerie magic circle drawn with something like blood. Ever since then, people have been scared to patrol the kitchen. About the case of the eerie magic circle in the kitchen, who witnessed that? It wasn't me. I think I heard about it from a servant kid who quit. I wasn't on duty that day. So it's basically like this. Just like those exaggerated stories you hear about the haunted locations all over the world, you servants like to have a little fun telling ghost stories about the nighttime mansion, right? You talk as though the witch exists and infect others with that belief.
So, all of the eerie things that are supposedly done by Beatrice are baseless rumors, which are either the result of coincidence, an accident, or something that someone fabricated for fun. Is that what you're trying to say?
Exactly. Of course, there's no way Beatrice exists.
Beatrice exists.
I'm glad you understand so well, Battler-san. There's probably some person by that name, or else multiple persons of a fixed or unfixed number, who do things and attribute it to that name. However, this delusion of a golden witch Beatrice that we're all thinking of is completely impossible.
Beatrice exists. I've met her.
Oh, could you tell me more about that in detail? You met Beatrice, and did she show you magic or something?
I see her all the time. Every time I come to Lokenjima, and she always shows me fun magic.
Denying the existence of a witch would always have the immediate effect of infuriating Maria. However, Erica, who didn't know this trick of avoiding Maria's fury, plunged into it head-on. But no matter how Maria tried to sell the idea of Beatrice's existence, she stood no chance of defeating the ruthlessly intelligent Erica in an argument. George and Jessica hurriedly tried to calm Maria down, but there could be no quelling her anger at this point. Erica and I will throw hands with you, right? Just intentionally antagonizing Maria.
Good. So, she showed you magic? Could you explain in detail what kind of magic?
She would always use magic to give me candy as a present. Beto can create candy with magic.
She just took it out of her pocket, didn't she?
No, she didn't! It was magic! It was incredible! Tons of candies poured out of an empty cup.
Whoa, that's some awesome magic. That's right. It really would be magic.
Yeah, it was magic. It really was empty. I checked inside it myself.
Huh? What do you mean you checked inside it?
Give it a rest, Erica-san. She's just a kid.
Come to think of it, Erica-sama, would you like some more No, thank you. I'm having a seriously intellectual discussion over here. You outsiders can stay out of this. You'll have to tell me in more detail, Maria-san. What do you mean when you say that you checked inside it?
Fortunately, we have right here with us a teacup that's just been overturned and emptied. Come on, be my guest and reenact what happened then, okay? Let's see it if you would, let's see it.
After holding the cup of black tea, which he had just overturned and was still dripping, upside down over the table, Erica slammed it down hard and slid it over to Maria. Erica's eyes glowed repulsively, like those of a snake that was about to snap up a frog. Those eyes were ice cold and had a madness in them that made one want to avert their gaze. On the other hand, Maria was glaring furiously, her whole body shaking uncontrollably in the greatest expression of anger that a human can manage. The look on her face was frightening, not at all what you'd expect from a 9-year-old girl.
Stop it, you two.
Okay. Beatrice took the empty cup, and then she did this. She put it upside down on the table.
Yeah, and then what? Did she lift it right away and candies flowed out? Incredible, that would really be magic, right? It would be.
Battler and the others tried to get between the two and calm them down, but it was no use. They violently pushed aside the others, and glaring at each other from so close that their foreheads banged together, they repeatedly slammed the upside-down cup on the table. The sound of the foreheads banging together and the cup being slammed down shattered the barrier between reality and illusion. Oh my gosh.
Beat her up! Beat her up, Maria!
This is magic. It is magic. Beato used magic to make candies appear.
Then why don't you reproduce it for us? Founder of the Mirage Sorcière, Maria, the Witch of Origins? Lady Erica, this opponent is not worth your time. This battle is not worth fighting. Shut up, murder doll. Okay, how do you claim that the overturned cup was filled with candies?
Just turning the cup over won't make candies come out, because you have to use magic. Beato can use magic because she's a witch.
Oh, yes, magic. She used magic. How did she use the magic? Did she swing a magic wand and tap the cup to make candies pour out? No, that can't be it, right?
Beato's a witch, so she uses magic. Magic happens when you say an incantation and cause a miracle. You can't use the magic that makes candy unless you say the incantation.
Oh, sure, I understood. Good, the very good. Let's see this incantation. Let's see this magic. Come on, what kind of incantation would a witch use? What kind?
Come, try and picture it. The inside of the cup is filled with candies. Try and picture such a wonder.
Oh, and then what?
Look, the inside of the cup is filled with candy.
Maria grasped the overturned cup so tightly that it nearly cracked and slowly lifted it up. Come on, Maria, have the candy be there. Then, from the inside, several cute candies poured out. Maria looked at Erica with a full smile as if to say, that showed you.
Good. And this is what you'd like to call Beatrice's magic, is it? Lenore? Beat her to death. As you wish.
I won't let anyone deny Beato's magic, because magic is magic. I got a kernel in my throat. Ah.
The popcorn is revolting. Ah, it's revolting against me.
You might be telling a lie about something that never happened. Repetition demanded. Failure to respond will be a violation of Nox 7th.
I'll respond. This is the truth. This is a story of something that really happened.
This wouldn't have anything to do with a trick in the actual cup or table, making it just sleight of hand, right? That would be against the rules, wouldn't it? Hidden devices and tricks are in violations of Nox's 3rd. However, if and only if foreshadowing has been presented, these are permitted by Nox's 8th.
The pack army really fighting me. Nox III prohibits hidden doors and devices that have no clues pointing towards them. However, by presenting foreshadowing and clues that can point towards the existence of said devices, Nox's 8th allows them to be used.
There are no tricks like that. It's just an ordinary table and an ordinary cup. So it was magic, not sleight of hand.
Nice song. What's its name? I think Mal would know. Mal is good at finding the OST names.
Understood. By Nox's 8th, we acknowledge that Lady Maria witnessed magic. with a ninth at least. Observers are always allowed to speak their personal opinions. Otherwise, mysteries where the culprit is seen dressed up as a woman and it's written as "I saw a woman" would be disqualified. Sure, that's fine. Claim that you saw magic all you want. All truths are nothing more than claims, so I'll make a different claim and see right through yours to the truth. That's the detective's duty, and where we shine the most.
There's nothing to see through. This is magic.
Since it's magic, only witches can use it, right?
That's right. Only witches can use it.
So, if a human like me could use it too, that would mean it isn't magic, right?
You can't use it. Only Beato can use magic.
Good. Then why don't I show you? I'll make candy appear from out of this empty cup.
If you think you can, just try. Impossible, useless. There's no way a human can do it.
Then please, just relax and watch. Here, we have an empty cup. Isn't that okay? It is, isn't it? Then we turn it over on the table like this.
Let it be known that this fight has no purpose.
Okay, so can you say the incantation for creating candies? In fact, why don't we say it together? Come and try and picture it. The inside of the cup is filled with candy. Try and picture such a wonder. Stop! Maria-san, why did you close your eyes when you said the incantation? Why not witness the miracle of magic?
Humans are polluted by the anti-magic toxin. If a lowly human saw it, the miracle of magic would be wiped out of existence. That's why the rules say that lonely humans have to close their eyes when using magic.
I see. Oh, I see. Okay. I understand the protocol for humans to follow when magic's being used. In other words, not once have you ever witnessed the moment that magic happened. Isn't that right? Look, it's done now. Please try and lift the cup, okay? After all, I've used the magic to make candies appear.
There's no way someone who makes fun of witches can use candy magic.
Then it actually does work. If it actually does work, it'd be pretty amazing, huh?
After glaring at Erica with the utmost malice, Maria slowly stretched her hand out towards the overturned cup. There was no way that Erica, someone who made fun of witches like this, could ever use magic. There was no way that there'd be candy there.
So, how's it look inside?
And there lay a single candy with a cute wrapper.
See? This is magic, right?
Erica smiled gently. A look of disbelieving shock rose to Maria's eyes, along with envy for this person who could use that same magic as Beato.
Erica, you can use magic too?
See? It's magic, isn't it? What I did there.
Yeah.
So in other words,
Erica smiled pleasantly. She and Maria had finally reached a deep understanding.
Of course it isn't! Well, you had your eyes closed. I just lifted the cup up and tossed a candy, and you call that magic? It's just a third-rate trick! That's my blue truth as the detective. Now, as the witch of truth, here's my red truth! Your so-called candy magic is nothing more than a sleight of hand. Just a sleight of hand that the fake witch calling herself Beatrice or whatever claimed was magic. I mean, seriously, did you really get fooled by such a stupid parlor trick? Any magic related to your perspective can't be trusted at all. Everything you ever thought was magic was just a trick that you didn't get. There's no way that was magic. There's no way magic exists!
Time to fight, Erica.
Huh?
It might be sleight of hand when you put candy in this cup, but that doesn't prove that Beato's magic was also sleight of hand. What do you?
However, you also can't prove that only magic could have done it, you rotten stuffed animal!
Please, allow me to speak.
Know that this is a meaningless battle.
Goddamn scraps of paper. Why do you have to butt in at the good part?
That is enough. Lady Maria has been shown that the candy cup magic could possibly be a trick that she misunderstood to be magic. Therefore, her claim that it was magic is dismissed.
However, it might really have been magic when Maria saw it. Just because it could be done by sleight of hand doesn't disprove magic.
Well done, Lady Attica. Congratulations on crushing Lady Maria's illusion of the witch.
An illusion of the witch occurs when someone tries to force the acknowledgement of magic by claiming that a thing would be impossible without it. That's how witches launch an attack. If someone's ability to successfully argue back and show that it would be possible without magic, the illusion of the witch is defeated and the witch must retreat. The magic Maria claimed to have seen could have been a trick, so it was unqualified to be acknowledged as magic. However, that was the only result of this battle. It was still too early to bring the fight into the domain of denying Beatrice, the witch, and the magic that Maria believed in. However, battles always end instantly when your opponent surrenders. Erica had wanted to hit Maria with everything at once, defiling the witch and magic she believed in, and crushing it without a fragment of compassion. Just one more step, and I'd have been able to take a heart as innocent and as smooth as sand just after a wave has pulled back and tear it to bits.
What a shame. This isn't fun anymore. Are you satisfied now?
Erica grumpily punched Dolinor's arm that had been restraining her. However, that cold, hard, marble-like arm just made Erica's hand hurt.
Diplomatic immunity. This battle is over.
Allow me to speak. Diplomatic immunity accepted.
Know that this fight is childish.
Did you say something?
She did not. Let us withdraw. Lady Maria is no enemies of yours, Lady Erica. There is no need to pay any attention to small fry such as this. You're right. How childish of me tearing a kid's dreams apart. I'm really sorry, okay? I apologize for my momentary lack of elegance. Let's go.
Erica and the others turned their backs on Maria, who was still crouching down limply. However, as detectives in famous mysteries have always done in the past, Erica clapped her hands, stopped, and turned around.
Oh, that's right. What do you think?
Huh?
Simply by the existence of the overturned cup, this level of reasoning was possible for Fruridor Erica. What do you think, everyone?
Erica's merciless words gouged itself into Maria's heart once more. Erica left, leaving an evil laugh behind her. After bowing to Maria and Sakutaro, Delanor left too. Gertrude and Cornelia followed suit. After that, only Maria and Sakutaro were left in the lonely Golden Land. I'm trying to think of... we could probably go a little bit longer.
Ryu. Beato is a witch. Ryu. Beato is a witch. It was magic. It was magic. It was magic. Beato used magic to give you candy. You don't need to doubt that. Ryu. Please believe in Beato. You know that magic can't bear fruit unless you believe.
Surrounded by the ice-cold drizzle that had started falling at some point, Maria cried quietly, trying to at least protect her from the rain. Sakutaro used his large sleeves to cover Maria's head, and stayed there by her side. Man, heckin' Erica. Okay, let's go, Maria. Let's play cards together in the room upstairs. Erica-san, as an adult, I can't say I was very impressed by that conversation just now.
My apologies. I'm still just a kid after all.
After seeing that wonderful candy magic brutally insulted by Erica, Maria had been crying nonstop. I started noticing it as soon as the after-dinner quiz party, but your personality really is screwed up. Do you think this is fun? Do you like tearing a little kid's dreams apart?
Please stop, Butler-sama. Please, for my sake, don't push any further here. Please.
Shannon, who had been looking flustered, bowed her head deeply and implored Battler to stop. George, who didn't want Shannon pressured, fell in line. Let's go. Let's spend this year in the cousin room again. We can watch TV and play cards.
I've heard that Erica-san has her own room. Shannon, please guide her there. Oh, no need to bother yet. I'll relax down here for a little while longer. I want to savor it a bit.
What the hell are you trying to savor? Battler and the others could no longer hide their irritation. They had no obligation to entertain their uninvited guest any further than this. Erica herself understood perfectly well that no place would welcome a detective. Battler and the others wanted to leave, and Erica wanted to stay. Neither had any desire to stop the other. Erica urged Maria, who was still crying, to come along. Then... Did I say Erica instead of Jessica? Oops. Then Maria stopped and spun around. Got a problem?
They do exist here and there. Humans who are practically lumps of toxin and don't believe in magic. There were lots of boys like you in my class. They don't believe in witches or magic or miracles or happiness. You can't become a witch if you let the toxin of people let that burn you to ashes. I try not to look at it, but I'm Beatrice's disciple. I'm the apprentice witch of origins.
Maria, who had been crying quietly a second ago, seemed to have been transformed into an entirely different person. She laughed. No, cackled eerily. Battler's group stiffened up at the sound of the sudden change, but Erica was watching calmly. Then she smiled and gave a small nod in response.
Good. You've got some guts.
Good night, Miss Maria. Let's fight in a more challenging game next time.
Sure, let's. It's a promise.
You stop that too, Maria. Come on, let's go. What about you, Shin-chan? Come with us if you want, to play cards. Come on, join us for at least one round. It'll cheer you up.
Then just for a bit.
Shannon couldn't remain in the suffocating lounge any longer, either. In part apologetic and in part trying to escape, she followed after Battler's group. After that, Erica was the only one left in the lounge. Still wearing a thin smile, she tapped a glass with her finger. There was a slight chink. A surprisingly boring sound. Even so, Erica wore a thin smile, as though pleased.
I successfully bullied a 9-year-old.
Man, okay. This might be a good stopping point. Because it keeps having, like, things that could be a stopping point, and then it goes for, like, a little bit, but it is 6. I don't know what's gonna happen after this part. No, it isn't the fact that you're a detective, it's because you're... right? You're a... Classic when they cry bullying small children, right? Okay. So, let us save. I feel like that's a good thing to do. Did I not save during the break? The last save point was from, like, yesterday, I think. You're welcome. I hope it was the right OST. Hopefully. Okay. So, I don't know if this is the good stopping point, but it's a good one, because I don't know how long this chapter is going to go. So let us go over to the just chatting screen. It's been a while since I've zoomed in all the way when we transferred over there. And then let's see who is streaming today. Ooh, some more people are streaming. Let me see. Let me get it all expanded so that way I can see all the people, because sometimes if the window is too small, it doesn't show the smaller streamers. Oh gosh! Oh gosh! Wah! No! 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 I'm all wiggly. Let's see. Where do we want to go? There's so many people streaming right now. It's insane. I've added this background music if you have for the yee. Let me see. It's so frustrating that I have to wait past these ads to, like, see what's actually going on. Because we could raid Lita. It's been a while since we've raided Lita. We could raid Ando. Which I only recently started following, but I'm not sure. I feel like it's been a while since we raided Lita, so we can do that. We'll do that today. Lita C. There we go. And then the witches are multiplying. And then gun emote. Okay, so, whoops. So that is the raid message for today.
Yes, Lita Pug,
Because I keep seeing your name nobody on the current bone feeder thing on Lita's overlay, and it's just like, is that old or is it recent?
But yes, thank you everybody for joining me today.
Oh gosh, why am I froze? Okay, I froze for a second there. I was very scared.
But thank you everybody for joining me this week. Next week, we'll be back to Umineko on next week's Wednesday and Thursday. I think I can stream on Tuesday. I don't remember.
Any days that I will be able to stream other than Wednesday and Thursday will be art streams, because I'm trying that out, because it's gonna be fun. Maybe I might draw more adopt things, or maybe a your character here type of thing.
I don't know. But yes, I will see everybody tomorrow, hopefully, and we will hopefully get to the bottom of what's going on.
We're learning some new things, which that's fun.
Okay, bye-bye! 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 Blim! Bye-bye! Okay, now we wait for the raid to go through. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.